that they are planning to pursue legal action against the person who booked the party. The party was unauthorized. It was held without the knowledge or consent of the owner of the property. And the shooting happened Easter Sunday morning at 12:30 in the morning. 200 people were at this party. You're not supposed to have more than 16 in any one gathering. And so there are also curfews from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Clearly that was all a violation. So it looks like this is going to be the consequence. If you break the rules with Airbnb, you're going to go to court.
All right. That's a way of making sure things are done the way they want them done. 59 after the hour. This is the daily DJV program.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
News Talk 1560 AM, 94.1 FM, KTUI, Sullivan.
It's 6 o'clock.
Good morning. This is KTUI Radio, beginning a new day of broadcasting. KTUI is owned and operated by Merrimack Area Broadcasting, LLC of Sullivan, Missouri. Broadcast facilities are located at 900 Elmont Road in Sullivan. KTUI is authorized by the Federal Communications Commission to operate on an assigned frequency of 1560 kilohertz on the AM band and K231CP, an FM translator frequency of 94.1 megahertz. The assigned power for KTUI AM is 1,000 watts, and the power for the FM translator is 250 watts. We invite you to tune in daily to AM 1560 or 94.1 FM for the latest news, weather, and information. And now, the U.S. Navy Band with our national anthem.
This is by the way. Some wise person has said every individual should have a special cemetery plot in which to bury the faults of friends and loved ones. Forgiveness can do a lot. Many things cannot be changed, but forgiveness, learning, more contentment, and a new life can follow. It's also true that we need forgiveness, and saying I'm sorry can be a great thing to do. Fortunately, we have a God who knows forgiveness. Christ took our faults to the cross and then to the tomb, and then rose to newness of life, which he shares with us. Your faults and those of others were buried, and you are raised to newness of life. This is By the Way.
Gunsmoke report. All right. Forgot to push. I've been having problems with buttons this week. I don't know. 3 minutes past 6 o'clock here on a Thursday morning. And it is, looks like 56 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. And let's see. Got some birthdays today. Josh Hilton's 28. Mandy Sumter's 31. Bob Sinclair is 86. And let's see what we've got here for our weather forecast.
From the KTUI WeatherBug Weather Center for this morning, expecting mostly cloudy skies. Sunny this afternoon, high temperature of 73 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Friday, mostly sunny, warm with a high of 81. Friday night, partly cloudy, a low of 64. On Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperature 80. Saturday night, rain showers likely, otherwise mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Sunday, showers and thunderstorms likely, high temperature of 72 degrees. For KTUI, I'm Andrew Brady.
All right, thank you, Andrew. 4 minutes now past 6 o'clock, and again, 56 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. And let's take a look at our highs and lows. Today is the 21st day of April, and in 1965, our record high was 89 degrees. In 1893, we had a low high of 46 degrees. 2021, just last year, we had a record low on this day of 30 degrees. 2001, our high low for this day was 67. All right, sunrise at 6:21 this morning, sunset at 7:46. We've got a day length of 13 hours and 24 minutes. This is Big Word Day. Neither one of those are, or none of the three are big words, but this is Big Word Day. Bulldogs Are Beautiful Day. This is College Student Grief Awareness Day. Get to Know Your Customers Day. Now this, Get to Know Your Customers is observed on the third Thursday in January, the third Thursday in April, the third Thursday in July, and the third Thursday in October. So 4 times a year, Get to Know Your Customers Day. International Pizza Cake Day. I have no idea what a pizza cake is. It sounds intriguing. Keep Off the Grass Day. Reminds me of the song, sign, sign, everywhere a sign. This is Kindergarten Day. National Ask an Atheist Day. I don't know what you're supposed to ask them, but National Chocolate Covered Cashews Day. I like those. National DARE Day. The Drug Awareness Program DARE. National High Five Day, National Yellow Bat Day, San Jacinto Day. Thank you for Libraries Day, and let's see, Tuna Rights Day, and World Creativity and Innovation Day. There's some things that you can celebrate today. Franklin County Sheriff Steve Pelton and Sullivan Police Chief Patrick Johnson expected to be my guests this morning at 8:30. Then at 9:10, we've got some folks from Scenic Regional Library coming in. Don't forget, we've got Live from the White Mule Winery coming up this morning at 10:05. All right, once again, happy birthday to Josh Hilton, Mandy Sumter, and Bob Sinclair. Lots of news and information coming your way here this morning. We're going to start things off with news from the USA Radio Network. Stay tuned.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Justice Department has filed an appeal that seeks to reverse a judge's recent ruling that ended the nation's mask mandate on public transportation. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Biden administration explain why they are fighting the ruling that stated the government overstepped its authority.
We think it's entirely reasonable, as the Department of Justice, for the CDC, the health and data experts, health experts most importantly, in our administration to be able to have that time to evaluate, but also because they want to fight to ensure the CDC's authority and ability to put in mandates in the future remains intact.
United States Secret Service officers shot and killed an intruder who was smashing windows at the residence of the Peruvian ambassador to the United States yesterday. The ambassador and his family were inside the residence in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Northwest Washington. USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 5500 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 5500. Enjoy.
More and more Democrats are breaking away from President Biden's border policy, a policy that has led to the most unsecure border in American history.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are expressing concerns about an increase of illegal immigrants at the southern border if the Biden administration lifts Title 42, the health directive imposed under the Trump administration to keep illegal immigrants out of the country during the pandemic. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy is no fan of rescinding the act and believes the administration wants open borders.
Some people say, well, this is just another foolish idea by an administration that has become famous for foolish ideas. And I'm not sure I agree with that. Sometimes when people act like they don't care, it's not an act.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
As the United States continues to piecemeal support for Ukraine during Russia's onslaught of their country, John Bolton, former United Nations ambassador and national security advisor on Newsmax last night, says the way the Biden administration has dealt with Russia's aggression is a major failure.
Well, I think it's consistent with a range of things he's done over the past couple months to try and intimidate the U.S. and the West as a whole, try to deter us from taking necessary and appropriate steps to aid the Ukraine, and I think he's succeeded. I mean, I'm sorry to say this, we failed to deter Russia's invasion to begin with. That was a major U.S. Western failure, but now, not only are we not deterring Putin, he's deterring us, and this is the kind of thing that is important because it slows the delivery of assistance we need. I'll just give you one example of an effect of Putin's deterrence at work. Right now, there's a big debate going on inside the German government about giving heavy weapons assistance to Ukraine, which Germany has so far refused to do. That's the kind of split inside NATO that Putin thought he'd actually see more of and that he's working to expand.
The public school district in Ludlow, Massachusetts is facing a lawsuit over its efforts to encourage children to experiment with alternate gender identities at school and hide that information from their parents. The U.S. District Court lawsuit alleges school administrators and several employees at public schools have overreached their education mandate. I'm Lance Pry. This is USA Radio News.
At Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital, we don't just work in the community. We live here, too. We understand what it means to raise a family here, and we know the importance of having the highest quality healthcare nearby, with BJC Healthcare doctors, nurses, and specialists to treat all your needs. This is your best medicine. Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital, proud to serve the community we call home. The birth of your baby is one of the most special days of your life, and where you choose to deliver is important. Families in our community trust Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital. Our expert physicians, midwife, and compassionate nursing teams will be by your side to guide you on your journey from pregnancy to delivery and beyond. So you'll feel confident as we support and celebrate your family. Your best medicine is close to home at Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital.
Missouri Net News. Good morning, I'm Brent Palm. The dozens of controversial lawsuits filed by Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt could cost him state funding. The Senate Appropriations Committee has advanced a proposal that would cut his office's budget by $500,000 next year to hire 5 extra attorneys. Schmidt, a Republican candidate for U.S. Senate, has been busy filing suits against China, the Biden administration, as well as dozens of public school districts and local governments for taking COVID-related measures. GOP Senator Lincoln Huff of Springfield is leading the effort to cut Schmidt's budget.
As our Attorney General continues to sue most of the citizens of this state, I don't know why we're going to give him another $500,000.
State senators are expected to debate the state budget next week. Missourians are getting closer to a sizable tax credit from the state, but about 877,000 residents would not qualify. The House has given preliminary approval to a plan that would give individuals $500 and married couples $1,000. Those who would not qualify include low-income residents and senior citizens who have no tax liability. House Democratic leader Crystal Quaid of Springfield claims the bill would only help the wealthy. A man who has prosecuted many others is now being prosecuted himself. Joey Parker tells us why a former Jefferson County attorney is on the other side of the stand.
James Isaac Ike Crabtree was the municipal prosecuting attorney for Jefferson County until his resignation in March. Now he's indicted for deprivation of rights and lying to the FBI. Crabtree is accused of meeting a defendant in several of his pending cases after hours for his sexual gratification. Documents claim Crabtree inappropriately touched, kissed, and partially undressed the woman, violating her right to bodily integrity, and then lied about it during a federal investigation. Joey Parker, Missouri Net.
And the Price is Right game show is coming to Missouri next week. As part of its 50th anniversary, the Come On Down tour will be making a stop in St. Louis next Thursday. Fans can spin the wheel, play Plinko, and have a chance to win a grand prize of $50,000.
I'm with Michelle Trupiano, the Executive Director for Missouri Family Health Council. Michelle, what is Missouri Family Health Council's mission and the scope of work?
We champion access for every individual to culturally sensitive, quality sexual and reproductive health education and services, working to expand, ensure, and empower reproductive and sexual health care for all. We're really proud to lead the Right Time Initiative, which addresses persistent health disparities and works to inspire individuals to take control of their own health by providing low to no cost birth control to all who need it. We're also Missouri's sole Title X grantee. This is the nation's first and only federal program dedicated to providing reproductive and sexual health care for all. The program primarily serves lower income populations with affordable, confidential, sensitive health care services.
Toyota is pumping $109 million into its manufacturing plant in eastern Missouri's Troy to build 4-cylinder engine heads and 3 new production lines. General Manager Terry Henderson indicates the decision makes sense to invest in the Missouri factory.
We are Toyota's expert when it comes to cylinder head production, so it's another opportunity for us to showcase the capabilities of all of our team members and to provide quality products to our engine plants that we support.
Henderson says the plant has about 1,100 workers and has been up and running for 30 years. And a 32-year-old man's facing drug charges after 500 pounds of marijuana spilled onto I-70 in Kingdom City after a car crash. The State Highway Patrol posted a photo of plastic bags scattered across the highway Wednesday morning. Troopers say no one was seriously injured. A State Patrol tweet said, "You don't see this every day, but it is 420, which is a national holiday for cannabis users." The suspect is a Mexican national. This is Missouri Now.
When it comes to your finances, you need a team you can trust. Someone who can help you through any situation. A local community bank you can depend on. At First State Community Bank, we are that partner. And because we're committed to Sullivan, you won't have to worry about changes to your accounts or locations. Come see me, Jordan Todd, in Sullivan today. My team and I are excited to partner with you. We'll make the process of switching banks quick and easy.
First State Community Bank, member FDIC, online at fscb.com.
Kids, Maggie's bowl's empty and now she's drinking out of the toilet. She's grumpy and so am I. Oh, Dad, we'll feed her and walk her every day, we promise. Maggie needs love and regular maintenance, kind of like your air conditioner. Schedule Level 9's 14-point system tune-up now. You don't want a grumpy HVAC system, and I don't want a grumpy Maggie. Let's get you fed, girl.
We're Level 9, heating and cooling.
Level9HVAC.com. The St. Charles County Police Department released a runaway juvenile alert yesterday for a 12-year-old who requires medication for epilepsy. Police say Julie Haller was last seen around 5 p.m. on Tuesday on North Lang Drive wearing a white hoodie and light-colored pants. Haller is 5 feet tall and weighs about 100 pounds. Anyone with any information on Haller's whereabouts should call 911 or the St. Charles County Police at 636-949-3002. Wentzville police shot a man who threatened self-harm outside an automotive store late yesterday afternoon, according to authorities. The shooting happened around 5:30 p.m. in the 1200 block of West Pierce Boulevard outside of an AutoZone. When officers arrived at the scene, they said they found a man inside a car threatening himself with a gun. Police said the 53-year-old man did not comply with officers telling him to drop his weapon. Police later said the man was a person of interest in a kidnapping at gunpoint in Lincoln County. During the incident in Wentzville, the man was shot in the arm. He was transported to Mercy Hospital and is expected to be okay. His name has not been released. Wentzville Police Sergeant Jacob Schmidt said they are not calling the man a suspect at this point in the investigation. The Wentzville Police Department has activated a critical incident response team to work with detectives to figure out just what happened. A man in Texas County was killed in a tractor accident. The Missouri State Highway Patrol said it happened at 5 p.m. yesterday on Hartzog Road, 4 miles west of Roby. 67-year-old Johnny R. Berry of Roby was driving a 1996 Kubota L2950 DT tractor, traveled off the right side of the roadway over a low-water bridge, ejecting the driver and pinning him under a tire. He was taken by ambulance to Texas County Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. The Highway Patrol reported an accident in Franklin County at 6:37 p.m. yesterday on Missouri 100 east of Alt Road. 35-year-old Gilliam C. Middleton of Fenton was driving a 2005 Pontiac Grand Prix, traveled off the left side of the road, struck a traffic sign and the ground. 35-year-old Gilliam C. Middleton of Fenton had minor injuries. She was taken to SSM Health St. Clair Hospital by Merrimack EMS. The Highway Patrol reported an arrest in Franklin County at 3:21 p.m. yesterday. 47-year-old Tracy L. Caro of Festus arrested for Jefferson County warrant possession of controlled substances. She was taken to the Franklin County Jail and was bondable. The Union Farmers Market will be opening for the 2022 season tomorrow. The market, which had been held at the commuter lot next to First Baptist Church near downtown Union in recent years, is moving to East Central College at 1964 Prairie Dale Road. The market will be located near the soccer field just to the driver's left as they enter from the roundabout. The market will be there until September 9th. The Sullivan Scholar Bowl team defeated St. Genevieve 320-210 in Game 2 of the quarterfinals of Class 4. With that win, they are headed now to the Final Four in Columbia on May 7th. Sullivan High School proudly presents Newsies, the Broadway musical. It will be held tonight and tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Sullivan Performing Arts Theater, then again on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's $7 for Eagles, $10 for the general public. Tickets are available at the door or at sullivaneagles.seatyourself.biz. That is a look at your local news on a Thursday. I'm Sam Scott.
You've heard the saying, slow and steady wins the race. At Edward Jones, we apply that consistent approach to long-term investing. Hi, I'm Donnie Greenwald, your local Edward Jones financial advisor. Investing a little bit at a time on a regular basis is a key to long-term growth. We call this systematic investing. And though it doesn't guarantee a profit or prevent a loss, it is a way to take advantage of market volatility instead of suffering from it. To learn more, call us at 573-468-6046 or visit edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Psychologists, licensed professional counselors, and licensed clinical social workers, Compass Health Network is looking for you. The need is great in our communities, and we are currently hiring licensed staff to help us care for those that need us most. Compass Health Network offers a supportive environment of over 250 clinicians, excellent training, a competitive salary, and great benefits. Join us as we inspire hope and promote wellness. Visit careers.compasshealthnetwork.org and apply today.
In recent funeral notices, Velma Jean Boyer of Sullivan passed away Thursday at the age of 78. Funeral services will be held at noon today at the Eaton Funeral Home in Sullivan. Interment will follow in the Reedville Cemetery in rural Sullivan. Visitation will be from 10 o'clock this morning until the time of services at noon at the Eaton Funeral Home. Agnes C. Jurgens Price of Sullivan passed away Saturday at the age of 89. Funeral Mass will be celebrated at 10 a.m. Friday at St. Anthony Catholic Church in Sullivan. Interment will follow at the St. Anthony Cemetery. Visitation will be held from 5 until 8 p.m. this evening at the Eaton Funeral Home in Sullivan. Memorial contributions may be made to St. Anthony Catholic School and or the Alzheimer's Association in the name of Agnes Price. Michael Conway Powers Jr. of Bourbon passed away Thursday at the age of 33. Funeral services will be held Friday at 10 a.m. at Russell Colonial Funeral Home in St. Clair. Burial will be in the Lubering Citizens Community Cemetery in Grubville. Visitation for Michael Powers will be held from 3 o'clock until 8 p.m. this evening, then again after 9 a.m. on Friday at Russell Colonial Funeral Home in St. Clair. Memorials may be made to Emma in care of Michael Sr. and Denise Powers. Mary Catherine Turnbow, née Stevenson of Davisville, passed away Saturday at the age of 75. Visitation will be Friday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Hudson Funeral Home in Steelville. Funeral services will immediately follow at noon. The service will be live streamed on Hudson Funeral Home's Facebook page beginning at 11:55 a.m. Burial will be in the Sellers Cemetery in Dillard. Memorials may be given to the American Diabetes Association in the name of Mary Catherine Turnbow. Laverne Hecht of Gerald passed away Tuesday at the age of 89. Funeral services will be held Friday at 1 p.m. at the Gottenstrader Chapel in Gerald. Burial will be in the New Friendship Baptist Church. Visitation for Laverne Hecht will be Friday from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the Gottenstrader Chapel in Gerald. Patricia R. Schwegerle, née McKean of Cuba, passed away Sunday at the age of 68. Graveside services will be held Friday at 3:30 p.m. at the Kinder Cemetery in Cuba. All arrangements under the direction of the Hudson Funeral Home of Cuba. Betty Jean Bird of Leesburg passed away Tuesday at the age of 84. A memorial graveside service will be held Saturday at 1 p.m. at the Leesburg Cemetery. All arrangements under the direction of the Eaton Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Sullivan. Ronald Glenn Bragg, known to most as Ron of St. Clair, passed away Sunday at the age of 56. A celebration of life will be held Sunday at 10:30 a.m. at the Franklin County Baptist Association at 785 Butterfield Drive in Union. Private committal will be held at a later date. Memorials may be made to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in the name of Ronald Bragg. All arrangements are under the direction of the Russell Colonial Funeral Home of St. Clair. Craig Anthony Carey of Cuba passed away Wednesday at the age of 46. No services will be held at this time. Cremation arrangements are under the direction of the Eaton Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Sullivan. Condolences may be shared with Craig's family online at eatonfuneralhome.com. The complete funeral announcements with all the survivors will air with our 8 o'clock expanded edition of KTUI News this morning.
Mobile Wallet, a fast and safe way to pay at millions of stores and within mobile apps. This is Debbie Durham with Sullivan Bank. Start by storing your card's information digitally and securely on your smart device. Shop your favorite merchants using your smartphone, tablet, or smartwatch. Your mobile device sends a unique one-time passcode to the merchant's terminal that doesn't contain actual card information like your name or card number. Add your Sullivan Bank card to your mobile wallet today. Experience the ease and convenience when making your purchases secure.
From the KTUI WeatherBug Weather Center for this morning, expecting mostly cloudy skies. Sunny this afternoon, high temperature of 73 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Friday, mostly sunny, warm with a high of 81. Friday night, partly cloudy, a low of 64. On Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperature 80. Saturday night, rain showers likely, otherwise mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Sunday, showers and thunderstorms likely, high temperature of 72 degrees. For KTUI, I'm Andrew Brady.
Thank you, Andrew. It's 27 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. It is 56 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. Coming up this morning, we're going to be talking with the Franklin County Sheriff, Steve Pelton, and Sullivan Police Chief Patrick Johnson at 8:30. Then at 9:10 this morning, someone from Scenic Regional Library will be my guest. And at 10:05, we've got live from the White Mule Winery with Charlie Schladig, his daughter Grace Jett, and whoever their guest might be today. And then, let's see, we've got some birthdays. Josh Hilton's 28 today. Mandy Sumter, 31. Bob Sinclair is 86. If you have a birthday or an anniversary you'd like to pass along, give me a call here, 468-5101. You can send me a text message, 573-677-1001, or you can email it to me, news@ktui.com. All right, again, 56 degrees, and Bobby D's got sports for you here on KTUI.
The Cardinals got just enough offense last night and great pitching to beat the Marlins. Here's John Rooney and Ricky Horton with a game recap.
With Ricky Horton, I'm John Rooney, and it was a night for pitching in Miami with the roof closed. Sandy Alcantara went 8 innings against his old team, but guess what, Ricky? He got no run support.
So the former Cardinal pitched well, but so did the current Cardinals, beginning with Miles Michaelis, and that's why he got no run support. That's been his story, really, since he's been a starter with the Marlins. Andre Palante, 2 really important innings in the middle of the game. Gallegos finished it off and got the save. Cabrera gets the win, but the Cardinals got the big hit in the 9th inning, and that was delivered by the Cardinal third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
That was after a walk to Tyler O'Neill, and then Arenado crushed one that just got over the wall and left.
Only 5 hits for the Cardinals, but they got that big one in the 9th.
So the Cardinals have won 2 in a row in Miami and go for the sweep behind Jordan Hicks tonight. He's 1-0. He'll be opposed by Pablo Lopez, 1-0. Our pregame show at 4:45. The play-by-play at 5:30 after a 2-0 Cardinal win in Miami last night.
Thank you very much, John, and we will have that Cardinals game on the air today on 102.1 KTUI FM. Pregame comes your way at 4:45. The Blues will begin a 4-game Western road trip tonight with a matchup against the San Jose Sharks, the first of 3 playoff eliminated opponents they'll face, which includes Arizona and Anaheim, before taking on the NHL leading Colorado Avalanche on April 26th. Pregame will start at 9 o'clock tonight with puck drop at 9:40 on KTUI 94.1 FM and 1560 AM. University of Missouri baseball faces the LSU Tigers to begin the second half of the conference slate tonight down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First pitch between the Tigers and the Tigers in the series opener set for 7 o'clock tonight. East Central Falcons baseball lost both games at St. Charles Community College on Tuesday, 12-1 in 6 innings and 11-1 in 5 innings. Spencer Hunter from Borgia was 1 for 4 with an RBI in Game 1 for St. Charles. Sam Orman from St. Clair pitched an inning in that game for East Central, giving up 4 runs on 3 hits with 1 strikeout. Spencer Hunter then went 2 for 2 with 3 RBI and 3 runs scored in Game 2. St. Charles will host St. Louis Community College for a doubleheader at noon and 2:30 today. East Central on the road on Friday and Saturday. State Fair Community College picked up a 14-4 win on Tuesday over North Arkansas College. Brandon Stallman from Washington was 1 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored for State Fair. They will travel to Metropolitan Community College for 2 games today. In college softball, Mississippi State won its second 1-run ball game in as many days last night, taking a 3-2 victory in a neutral site game against UT Martin. Addison Purvis from Sullivan got the start in right field and was 0 for 2 with a walk. East Central softball scheduled to play doubleheader at St. Louis Community College in Kirkwood today at 2 and 4 p.m. Former Mizzou Tiger LaDaisia Williams announced on Twitter Wednesday that she will stay in the SEC and be transferring to LSU. This will be the 3rd team in the SEC that Williams has played for in her collegiate career. She started her career with 2 years at South Carolina before transferring to Mizzou. Locally, in a game we did last night on KTUI, the Sullivan Eagles picked up a 12-2 win over the Cuba Wildcats, and in a rainy night, and that means that you are a winner today at B&B Quick Stop, your ZX convenience store in the South Service Road in Sullivan. Anytime we broadcast the Sullivan game and they win, you can get any size fountain drink, tea, lemonade, or coffee for just 50 cents plus tax all day the following day at B&B Quick Stop on the South Service Road in Sullivan. And the Cuba Wildcats got a 5-3 win in the JV game over Sullivan last night. One other baseball game, Union over St. Clair, 13-3 in 6 innings, and a girls soccer match from last night, St. Pius X out of Festus beat Borgia 1-0. Latest state high school baseball rankings have been released, and the Union Wildcats coming into the Class 5 poll at number 5 this week, and Pacific at number 8. The Washington Missourian has released their all-area boys and girls basketball teams, Player of the Year and Coach of the Year honors. I'll have the complete listing of all those honorees coming up on Sports Talk on Saturday. Attention to all former Owensville Dutchman baseball players and coaches. Owensville is hosting an alumni recognition event prior to their home game against Potosi this Friday. All former Dutchmen, players and coaches are invited to attend. The alumni will take the field at about 5:55, followed by the first pitch of the varsity game. Looking at the schedule for tonight, again, this is all weather and field conditions permitting. Sullivan scheduled to be at Steelville at 4:30. If they get the game in, we'll broadcast on 94.1 FM, 1560 AM, and the TuneIn app with pregame at 4:15. Borgia at Lutheran St. Charles for varsity game at 4:15. Lutheran St. Charles at Borgia for JV at 4:30. Cuba at Bourbon tonight at 4:30. Herman at St. Clair, Owensville Pacific, St. James and Union, all 4:30 starts. Girls soccer scheduled for tonight. It'll be Southern Boone at Borgia, varsity followed by one half of JV. St. James and Owensville, DeSoto at Pacific, JV then varsity. It'll be Senior Night at Pacific, Liberty at Washington, JV then varsity. All those matches start at 5 o'clock with the exception of St. James and Owensville. That will start at 5:30. In boys golf scheduled for today, the Union at Sullivan dual meet today is canceled. Duchesne at Borgia for a duel at Franklin County Country Club at 3:30. Washington at Liberty for a duel at Wing Haven Golf Course at 3:30. And the Mountain Grove Invitational, Cuba scheduled to play in that. That has been moved now to Friday. In high school track scheduled for today, Sullivan hosting a freshman-sophomore invitational, and it will be senior night for the track athletes for Sullivan. Orchard Farm Invitational, Herman varsity boys and girls going there. Their JV teams from Herman going to the South Callaway JV meet this afternoon. And that Sullivan freshman-sophomore invitational gets started at 3:30 this afternoon. In middle school track coming up today, Lynn hosting a middle school invitational with Bland, Cuba, and Steelville at 3:30, and Union having a middle school relays, and that'll get underway at 4 o'clock. And in spring season softball on the schedule for today, Kingston at Bourbon at 4, Steelville at Houston at 4:30. Sports on the air. Hopefully have high school baseball coming up this afternoon, field conditions permitting. Down in Steelville, pregame at 4:15. First pitch at 4:30. If they get the game in, we'll have it on 94.1 FM and 1560 AM along with the TuneIn app. We'll have Blues hockey on 94.1 and 1560 with pregame at 9, puck drop at 9:40 out in California against the San Jose Sharks. Then on 102.1 FM tonight, Cardinals baseball 4:45 pregame against the Marlins. Don't forget it's 50-cent drink day today at B&B Quick Stop, your ZX convenience store on the South Service Road in Sullivan. Any size fountain drink, tea, lemonade, or coffee, just 50 cents plus tax all day today at B&B Quick Stop. That's your look at sports on this Thursday. Have a great day, everybody. This is Bobby D.
Seidenstricker Nobe Partners Drive Green, Save Green sales event is here just for the month of April. Choose one of our 1 through 4 series John Deere compact tractor packages and save an extra $500. Choose our 5E tractor and save $1,000 off our already low S&P prices. Drive green, save green with Seidenstricker Nobe, your partner for the land. snpartners.com.
Offer valid through 4/30/2022. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Another round of direct cash cattle trading cash hogs into the day mixed. Good morning, I'm Megan Grabner with your Brownfield Livestock Market Report, brought to you by WholeCottonSeed.com. Beef up your cattle ration with triple nutrient whole cotton seed. Learn more and source whole cotton seed at WholeCottonSeed.com. There's a very light scattered direct cash cattle trade reported on Wednesday following Tuesday's active day at a Nebraska regional. Live deals were marked at $146 and dress business at $236. Both were well above this week's previous trade and last week's weighted average basis. On Tuesday, there was a light to moderate trade that took place in the South at mostly $140, which is $1 higher than last week's weighted averages. There was also some dressed trade in the North at mostly $230, $4 higher than last week's weighted average basis in Nebraska. At the Ozarks Regional Stockyards in Missouri, compared to last week, steer and heifer counts were steady to $4 higher, with spots of $6 higher. The USDA says demand was good on the light supply. Quality was above average, even though supply was light. Medium and large one feeder steers, 501 to 535 pounds, brought $196 to $209. Feeder steers, 610 to 631 pounds, brought $182 to $194.50. Medium and large one feeder heifer, 603 to 648 pounds, brought $152 to $162. Box beef closed lower on light demand for moderate offerings. Choice down $1.11 at $268.82. Select closed 268 lower at 256.53. Estimated cattle slaughter was 125,000 head, down 1,000 on the week and up 5,000 on the year. Cash hogs closed mixed with a moderate negotiated run. Processors weren't too aggressive in their procurement efforts on Wednesday and didn't have to move up to move their desired numbers. Demand for U.S. pork on the global market and domestically has been strong. However, there are long-term concerns adding pressure to prices. Barrows and Gilts at the National Daily Direct closed 41 cents higher with a weighted average of 101.98. The Iowa, Minnesota closed $1.04 lower with a weighted average of 107.73. The Western Corn Belt down 44 cents with a weighted average of 107.87. Pork values closed higher, up $1.37 at 108.49. And estimated hog slaughter was 483,000 head, up 5,000 on the week and down 5,000 on the year. At the CME, live and feeder cattle were supported by the week's stronger direct cash business. And lean hogs ended the day mixed, mostly lower on spread trade and long-term demand uncertainties. I'm Megan Grebner, Brownfield Ag News.
When a landowner creates a food plot, it's usually to feed wildlife through the winter. Hi, I'm Jody Henke. With a green browse food plot, you can feed wildlife all year long as you're living the country life.
Living the country life. Ideas and inspiration for your place in the country. You can find more information on today's topic and from previous shows by visiting us online at livingthecountrylife.com. We'll return to the show after these messages.
It's planting season. Race against the clock season. Mistakes can't happen season. And no one helps you face it all like John Deere. Putting technology in your hands that gets you in and out of the field faster. That makes your spacing and depth more accurate. And that gives you the confidence that this season will be your best season. See what you have to gain at johndeere.com/gain ground.
Whenever you're online, Living the Country Life is there too. Like us on Facebook and exchange tips and ideas with people who share your love for the country way of life. Follow us on Twitter at Small Farming for timely news and information. You can also find us on Instagram and Pinterest. See the latest inspired shot from our readers or add a garden tip to your boards. Living the Country Life has all the ideas for your home acreage. Visit us online at livingthecountrylife.com and find us on social media.
A lot of people provide wildlife food and cover during the winter, but with a green browse food plot, you can feed wildlife during the growing season. Todd Bogenschutz is an upland game biologist with the Iowa Department of Natural Resources. He says green browse food plots are usually planted with a high-protein mix of grass and perennial legumes.
We're talking about things like alfalfa, the clovers, winter wheat, forage oats, turnip, rape has become pretty popular, chicory, those types of things, spring wheat. It's very attractive to them when you put it next to the appropriate habitat.
What and where you plant depends on the wildlife you're trying to attract. You can customize it for a particular species or lay out a smorgasbord. For example, if you're trying to keep geese in a wetland area, alfalfa and spring wheat are good choices, and deer and turkey will enjoy it too. An increase in wildlife traffic attracts predators, so it's advisable to have a buffer strip of shrubs and perennials for escape cover. Bogenschutz says the size of the plot needs to correspond with who comes to dinner.
A lot of times we work with landowners and it's like, well, how much wildlife do you expect? If you don't have heavy use, then you can get by smaller. And if you've got an area with a lot of deer, a lot of waterfowl, then you probably need to think a little bigger. So we usually try to base it on what the landowner thinks his use of the area will be. But as a general rule, we say they probably shouldn't be smaller than maybe half an acre.
Maintenance is usually minimal. Some of the plants may need to be reseeded from year to year, and renovation may be necessary every 3 to 4 years if weeds or grasses take over. Learn more about food plots for wildlife at livingthecountrylife.com. I'll see you in the country.
Living the country life. Ideas and inspiration for your place in the country. You can find more information on today's topic, share your tips, and post photos by visiting us online at livingthecountrylife.com.
From the KTUI WeatherBug Weather Center for this morning, expecting mostly cloudy skies. Sunny this afternoon, high temperature of 73 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Friday, mostly sunny, warm with a high of 81. Friday night, partly cloudy, a low of 64. On Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperature 80. Saturday night, rain showers likely, otherwise mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Sunday, showers and thunderstorms likely, high temperature of 72 degrees. For KTUI, I'm Andrew Brady.
Thank you, Andrew. 18 in front of 7 o'clock. It's 56 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. Time to go out across our wide Missouri.
Across our wide Missouri with Bob Pretty. Listen to show archives, hear about this day in Missouri history, and learn more about the Show Me State by visiting MissouriNet.com today.
The construction of railroads in Missouri was a tedious process interrupted by weather and wars and bankruptcy. 16 years after the first rail was laid in St. Louis, one railroad finally reached its destination of Springfield. Along the way were bankrupt men, a near-bankrupt state, crushed hope, sweat and blood, and feuds between towns. But it created new towns, gave employment to thousands of Missourians, and eventually became part of one of the nation's best-known railway systems. The story in a minute.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you will feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Show me hope, Missouri, because the stresses of life and crisis can be challenging. Show me hope, Missouri, because you're never alone. Show me hope, Missouri, because resources from the Missouri Department of Mental Health are available to help you manage stress and practice self-care. Show me hope, Missouri, because support for yourself or a loved one is available. Call or text a counselor 24/7 for the support you need. Just call or text 1-800-985-5990 or find local providers at moshowmehope.org.
The first railroad operations began in Missouri in 1852. The first construction of tracks to the southwest part of the state came in 1855. The state came through with $4.5 million in state loans to help finance that construction. The road had become the most expensive railway in the state, averaging $63,580 per mile in cost. In July of 1861, the company defaulted on its loan. During the Civil War, the federal government was asked to extend the line to Springfield. The cost was too high, but public opinion was strong and demanded the road be finished, and that was when the state formally sold the railroad. John C. Fremont, the famous pathfinder and general, bought it for about $1.3 million and extended the road to Arlington and then merged it with the Atlantic and Pacific Company. The plan was for the Atlantic and Pacific Railroad to be built from Springfield southwest across the Indian Territory and on to the Pacific along the 35th parallel. The route later became the St. Louis-San Francisco Railroad, better known as the Frisco. A movement began in Springfield, led by Supreme Court Judge James Baker, who called a mass meeting in the summer of 1867 in the Springfield courthouse. The crowd was so large it overflowed the building. Governor Fletcher was there and spoke for a new law allowing new financing of railroads. Baker and his group tried to drum up support from New York financiers for 3 months, but the past history of the railroad was against them. When the railroad had built only a third of its line in 14 years and couldn't even pay the operating costs of that part it had built, not many people wanted to pour more money into it. Finally, though, the state was able to unload the White Elephant Line on the South Pacific Railroad Company. By now, there was room for firmness, and the state required $500,000 in interest be paid, and the tracks be completed to the state line in Newton County by mid-June of 1872. The tracks slowly moved toward Springfield with a big celebration at Lebanon. The tracks from Gasconade to Lebanon cost $16,000 a mile, with 1 mile over difficult terrain costing $41,000 to build. In the construction from Arlington, where Fremont had given up the ghost, to Springfield, the railroad created 13 new towns and kept 12,000 men at work. In Springfield, though, there was dissension. Arguments had arisen over whether the railroad would come into town. Finally, a group of land speculators bought land north of Springfield and induced the railroad to build through their booming community, promising a hotel and depot, 40 acres for the railroad shops, and 1/2 interest in the town site. The depot was in a wooded area of North Springfield, and just before sunset, one early spring day, the construction train of the Pacific Railroad's Southwest Branch pulled alongside the depot. It would not be until 2 weeks later that a formal service opened on the line. Trains would leave St. Louis in the evening and reach North Springfield the next morning at 11 o'clock. In time, the feud between the two Springfields subsided, and the towns grew together, but it would be a decade before that happened. It had taken 15 years of bankruptcy and war to get the tracks laid from St. Louis to Springfield. The line never did reach the Pacific, by the way. The great struggle, though, reached its conclusion when the tracks of the Pacific Railroad finally reached the Springfield Depot and the first train arrived on this date, the 21st of April, in the year of 1870.
That was Across Our Wide Missouri with Bob Pretty. To listen to show archives, hear about this day in Missouri history, and learn more about the Show Me State, visit MissouriNet.com.
It's one of the smallest seeds you'll find. In fact, it's just about the size of a tomato seed. However, what grows from this seed is much different than any tomato. In fact, most of us are so amazed by what that seed can become, we will drive hundreds of miles just to see it. The story is this edition of the American Countryside.
Hi, I'm Ag Day host Clinton Griffiths, and I invite you to join me each morning as we cover the nation's food system, from fields of green to orchards of orange and livestock everywhere in between. America runs on agriculture, and here at Ag Day, agriculture is what we do best. Listen as our analysts track the markets, learn about innovations in technology and sustainability, and live the country lifestyle through the eyes of rural America. Join me, Clinton Griffiths, for Ag Day, the country experience.
Hi, this is Martina McBride. With online news, social media, and texting available 24/7, the world seems to be spinning faster and faster every day. And it can be overwhelming. Sometimes we just need to unplug and take a break from our electronic devices. It can help reduce stress and allow us to reflect on the things that are really important in our lives.
This message brought to you courtesy of the United States Air Force.
They are giants of the ecosystem, the giant redwoods, and Debbie Savage helps preserve the national and state parks where they grow.
The redwood ecosystem goes all the way south to San Francisco, up to the California-Oregon border. And at one time it covered over 2 million acres of old-growth redwood forest. Now only about 1% of that forest remains.
There are about 125,000 acres preserved in the parks in Northern California. These coastal areas are the only place in the world you can find the redwoods.
Each individual tree grows at a different rate. The redwood trees can be 2,000 years old. The majority of them, when you're walking around today, maybe are 200 or 300 years old, but they can live to be quite a lot older than that.
These trees are old, and their name says as much.
The genus and species name of redwood trees is Sequoia sempervirens, which means everlasting, because redwood trees never really die. Even when they fall over, they become a source of life for hundreds of other species that live on what we call nurse logs, but they will reproduce by sending shoots up from the base of the tree even after they've fallen over.
It is rare that a new redwood actually begins from a seed, though.
The seeds are about the size of a tomato seed. They're very tiny, and they don't have much of a chance of living in the bottom of an old-growth forest because there's not enough sunlight and open space there for them. So generally, redwood trees reproduce by sending up shoots from around the roots.
We'll have the rest of the story next time as we travel the countryside in Crescent City, California. I'm Andrew McCrae.
A new report is tracking consumer food spending and more. I'm Amy Simpson with Healthy Living on Brownfield. Jason Lusk is the director for the Purdue University Center for Food Demand Analysis and Sustainability.
We are tracking food spending every month. There are data that the government tracks on these, but not in quite as timely a manner as we're doing here. So one of the things we noticed this month is that spending on food increased quite a bit in March compared to February. In total, almost 8%, which is a pretty large increase for just a month-over-month comparison. And I think it does speak to some of the broader inflationary pressures that consumers are facing, that their food's costing more, and at least at present, consumers are willing and able to pay that amount.
The Consumer Food Insights report from Purdue University has found that food demand so far is price insensitive.
Other things that we're looking at, maybe to get a pulse on whether consumers are starting to act in a more recessionary kind of way, like whether they're starting to be more price sensitive, is we ask questions about whether consumers are buying, mainly generic brand names or branded product, and how sensitive they might be to changes in price of those. At the moment, we're not noticing a huge amount of price sensitivity, and I think it does reflect the fact that there's still a pretty strong demand in the economy, that a lot of households are able to save money during the last couple of years.
I'm Amy Simpson with Healthy Living on Brownfield.
Hello, I'm Kellen Havikin with Agribusiness News on Brownfield.
farmers, you need a biosecurity plan for your livestock or poultry operation. Protect your herds, flocks, and your bottom line. For more information and resources, visit agriculture.mo.gov/biosecurity. The USDA expects farmers to plant more soybeans and less corn in 2022. Matt Bennett with agmarket.net tells Brownfield the Perspectives planting report showed corn acres down 4% and soybean acres up 4% from 2021.
There's no question that this corn situation has changed after this report into a more friendly tone. Need to buy acres potentially as far as swing acres are concerned, whereas for soybeans it's basically the polar opposite discussion.
USDA pegged corn at 89.5 million acres and beans at a record 91 million acres. He says the market reacted accordingly after the report was released Thursday.
It made sense to me because this was flat out a game-changing number whenever you come up with an 89.5. Bean market was slow to react to what I would call was a bearish stocks number and a bit of a bearish number when you're looking at acreage.
The USDA says demand slowed for corn and soybeans and rose for wheat during the first quarter of the year. Corn stocks totaled 7.85 billion bushels, up 2% year over year. Soybeans were pegged at 1.93 billion bushels, up 24% from March 1st, 2021. The drought in the Western Plains has intensified, and a rancher in the Nebraska Sandhills says he's been waiting 4 months for relief. Frank Beal operates a cow-calf herd and a small feedlot in the north-central part of the state.
Our last rainfall was October 27th, and we did get 4 to 6 inches of snow like the first part of December, but that's been about it.
The U.S. Drought Monitor showed extreme drought expand in Nebraska and Kansas, and dryness worsened in parts of Illinois. The USDA has announced it will provide $750 million in relief payments to producers impacted by drought or wildfires. Ag Secretary Tom Vilsack says the Emergency Livestock Relief Program supports producers who suffered catastrophic losses, forage, and higher feed costs in 2021. In response to skyrocketing price hikes on gas prices, President Biden has announced a two-part plan to bring relief to American families. Deputy White House National Climate Advisor Ali Zaidi tells Brownfield.
A historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 1 million barrels per day for 6 months to immediately increase the supply of oil as a wartime bridge to greater domestic production.
The Ocean Shipping Reform Act that is meant to help supply chain issues affecting the ag industry passed the full Senate by a voice vote Thursday. Wisconsin officials have confirmed highly pathogenic avian influenza in wild birds around the state, and the Minnesota Board of Animal Health has banned poultry sales and exhibitions because of the virus. Follow Brownfield on Twitter at Brownfield. I'm Kellen Havikian on Brownfield Ag News.
Spending 9 hours on a roof during a flood, looking for someone after a tornado, losing your home and your crops, getting trapped in your car during a snowstorm. When a disaster or traumatic event happens, thoughts, emotions, and symptoms can linger. But you can get the help you need to cope and recover. Disaster-related trauma looks different for everyone. Get help today from the Missouri Department of Mental Health. Learn about trauma-informed care at dmh.mo.gov.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I remember this one time I was speaking on this concept, finding the hero in your husband, and I was in this room of maybe 300 women.
Dr. Julie Slattery on Focus on the Family Minute.
And you know, as a speaker, you're watching your audience, and there was this one woman that had her arms crossed, and she just seemed to be glaring at me.
That means not a good...
Yes. And then she got up in the middle of the talk. She was near the front, walked out, and I thought, oh my goodness, I lost that one. And then after the talk was over, she came and found me in the lobby, and she said, I'm so sorry I had to get up and leave. But I was so convicted that I just had to get up and call my husband and I just cried. Like, I just realized I have been tearing you down for the last 15 years of our marriage, and I don't want to do that anymore.
It's amazing what can happen in your marriage when God changes your attitude. More from Julie at FamilyMinute.org.
Soybeans and cattle are higher. Corn and hogs are mixed. I'm John Perkins with the Brownfield Market Update. Get powerful weed control in 3 modes of action with LibertyLink GT27 soybeans from Stein. Discover yield plus performance at steinseed.com. Soybeans are up with commercial support from the tight supply and solid demand. May beans are 16 1/4 higher at 17.32 3/4. July's up 13 1/4 at 17.05. Nearby corn's up on spread trade with May 6 1/4 higher at 8.10 1/4. July up 4 at 8.03 3/4. Live and feeder cattle are higher, supported by this week's higher direct cash cattle business. April lives up $1.20 at 142.55. June's $1.65 higher at 138.22. May feeders are up $2.27 at 163.05. And nearby hogs are down on demand uncertainties with May 162 lower at 113.07 and June down $1.57 at 119.75. Brownfield.
Farming can be dangerous, so take time for safety. Look out for power lines before exiting a vehicle, when loading and transporting machinery, and when raising equipment arms, extensions, and truck beds. Use caution when handling irrigation pipe, ladders, or anything that could reach an overhead power line. Keep equipment at least 10 feet from power lines and use a spotter when moving tall loads. Keep safety first. Always. We are Missouri's electric cooperatives. Learn more at membersfirst.coop today.
It's about 1.5 minutes in front of 7 o'clock, and coming up this morning at about 8:30, going to be talking with Franklin County Sheriff Steve Pelton, and the Sullivan Police Chief Patrick Johnson is going to be in with him. Then somebody from Scenic Regional Library, or probably a couple of somebodies, will be in at 9:10. We've got live from the White Mule Winery coming up at 10:05 this morning. Some birthdays. Josh Hilton is 28 today. Mandy Sumter is 31. And Bob Sinclair is 86. Bob used to be the principal out at the Spring Bluff School District. So happy birthday to all of those folks. You know, this is Big Word Day, and as far as I can tell, none of those 3 words are big, but Bulldogs Are Beautiful Day, College Student Grief Awareness Day, Get to Know Your Customers Day. That happens 4 times a year. International Pizza Cake. I don't know what a pizza cake is, but I'm intrigued. It's Keep Off the Grass Day, Kindergarten Day, National Ask an Atheist Day. I don't know what you ask them, but okay. National Chocolate Covered Cashews Day, National Dare Day, National High Five Day, National Yellow Bat Day, San Jacinto Day, Thank You for Libraries Day, Tuna Rights Day, and World Creativity and Innovation Day. AM 1560 KTUI Sullivan 94.1 FM. 7 o'clock news brought to you by Sullivan Bank.
Radio News with Lance Pry.
As Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues to take cities, Mariupol has fallen except for one steel factory. Russian President Vladimir Putin told his defense minister in a televised meeting to cancel plans to storm Ukraine's final stronghold in Mariupol and instead block the steel plant so not even a fly can escape. Wildfires raging across the southwestern United States have burned down structures and forced hundreds of people to evacuate. At this time, 10 wildfires and a handful of controlled burns today are smoking up the skies in New Mexico, Arizona, and Southern California. The United States Capitol complex was evacuated Wednesday after what police said was a probable aircraft intrusion. As it turns out, the plane was carrying members of the United States Army Golden Knights who parachuted into Nationals Baseball Park. The planned event was never reported to Capitol Police. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
A man that was to face a firing squad in South Carolina is on hold.
An execution set to be carried out by a firing squad in South Carolina won't happen for now. Richard Moore's attorney, Lindsey Vann, says the stay will allow for issues involving the execution to be reviewed.
This is a case that we really feel never should have been a death penalty case, and so it deserves further review to determine whether he should even be executed at all.
The state Supreme Court has stopped Richard Moore's scheduled April 29th execution. South Carolina hasn't executed an inmate in more than a decade. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Justice Department has filed an appeal to seek the reversal of a judge's recent ruling that ended the nation's mass mandate on public transportation. The CDC is asking the department to appeal the decision, issuing a statement Wednesday that said the mandate remains necessary for the public health. The judge ruled the government overstepped its authority. USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
As the Biden administration won't secure the Mexico border, West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, along with other governors, are pushing back. Mr. Justice on Newsmax.
All in a year. I mean, it's amazing when you really just think about it. In a little over a year, but appreciate the other governors that are stepping up with me, and I'm honored to be with them. You know, and we'll try to coordinate and do the work that the federal government. And you termed it exactly right. It's not a matter of that they can't do it. It's a matter that they just won't do it. That's all there is to it. There's a sinister scheme here to bring in these people and have them flood us in every way, and it's a crying, pitiful shame. I mean, there's so many bad actors that are coming, along with lots and lots and lots of drug issues. There's everything in the world, and it reaches all the way to West Virginia. And so with all that, you know, maybe we can do something. We'll coordinate our efforts, and we'll work really hard to try to put as much pressure and to do as much as we possibly can to curb this really bad event.
Skywatchers will finally be able to enjoy the thrill of shooting stars again this week as the April Lyrids meteor shower returns. Records from Chinese chronicles show they've been appearing regularly since at least 687 BC. Chinese records said stars fell like rain, and that's been mentioned again at least a dozen times since then. I'm Lance Pry. This is USA Radio News.
At Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital, we don't just work in the community. We live here too. We understand what it means to raise a family here, and we know the importance of having the highest quality healthcare nearby, with BJC Healthcare doctors, nurses, and specialists to treat all your needs. This is your best medicine. Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital, proud to serve the community we call home. For compassionate cancer care close to home, our neighbors turn to Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital. They can receive preventative screenings, see their doctor, and get most treatments and infusions without having to leave the comfort of our community. As part of BJC Healthcare, we bring the latest cancer treatments to you, right here, for the highest quality care. Your best medicine is close to home at Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital.
Missouri Net News, good morning, I'm Brent Palm. The dozens of controversial lawsuits filed by Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt could cost him state funding. The Senate Appropriations Committee advanced a proposal that would cut his office's budget by $500,000 next fiscal year. Schmidt, a Republican U.S. Senate candidate, has been filing lawsuits against China, the Biden administration, as well as dozens of public school districts and local governments for taking COVID-related measures. GOP Senator Lincoln Huff of Springfield.
As our Attorney General continues to sue most of the citizens of this state, I don't know why we're going to give him another $500,000.
Missouri Senate's expected to debate the state budget next week. Missouri could provide $5 million to help Ukrainian refugees resettle in the Show Me state. More than 5 million Ukrainians have left their country since before Russia invaded. Senate Appropriations Committee Chair Dan Hegeman of Cosby requested the change.
I think folks are expecting that we will get some of the Ukrainian refugees that are out there, and so this is an effort to try to be prepared to deal with Ukrainian refugees that may be coming into the state of Missouri.
Well, Toyota is pumping $109 million in its manufacturing plant in Troy. They will build 4-cylinder engine heads on 3 new production lines there. Plant General Manager Terry Henderson indicates the decision makes sense to invest in the Missouri factory.
We are Toyota's expert when it comes to cylinder head production, so it's another opportunity for us to showcase the capabilities of all of our team members and to provide quality products to our engine plants that we support.
The plant has about 1,100 workers and has been up and running for 30 years. And a 32-year-old man is facing drug charges after 500 pounds of marijuana spilled onto I-70 in Kingdom City after a car crash. State Highway Patrol posted a photo of plastic bags scattered across the highway Wednesday. Troopers say no one was seriously injured. A State Patrol tweet said, "You don't see this every day, but it is 420, which is a national holiday for cannabis users." The man arrested is a Mexican national.
Picture your town in spring. Trees with white flowers bloom, but trouble grows fast and thorny. Calorie pear trees have cross-pollinated into a nightmare. Weak wood topples near homes and power lines. Also known as Bradford pear or Cleveland Select, they quickly overtake fields and parks, displacing native plants and animals. Pull, cut, spray to stop the invasion in your outdoor zone. Buy native trees. Join the fight with MissouriConservation.org.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
A Northwest Missouri county continues to look for ways to improve broadband access. Buchanan County Presiding Commissioner Lee Sawyer says the top priority, rural areas which are not getting the type of internet speed needed for working from home, home health, or virtual learning.
We'll be looking at the underserved areas with the highest population. We'd love nothing more than to build out Buchanan County. I don't know if that's realistic on this particular round, but we're going to try to get as much of it as we possibly can.
County commissioners are setting aside about $2 million in federal COVID funding for rural broadband improvement. While Missouri could be boosting its flood prevention efforts, the Senate's given initial approval to a bill that would increase flood resiliency along the Missouri and Mississippi rivers and tributaries. The plan is also meant to improve flood forecasting and monitoring ability. One more vote would send it to the Missouri House. And the Royals shut out the Twins 2-0 last night at Kauffman Stadium, while the Cardinals blanked the Marlins 2-0 in Miami. This is Missouri Now.
At Sullivan Bank, we offer competitive rates on your deposits and loans. We know rates are not everything. We are all about building relationships. Hello, this is Debbie Durham with Sullivan Bank. Knowing that you have someone you can talk to, whether it's to choose the right account or a home loan, Sullivan Bank will be here now and in the future. As a strong community bank, it's important to us to help you achieve financial success and have a trusting relationship in us. Sullivan Bank. Stop by today and let's chat.
You've heard the saying, slow and steady wins the race. At Edward Jones, we apply that consistent approach to long-term investing. Hi, I'm Donnie Greenwald, your local Edward Jones financial advisor. Investing a little bit at a time on a regular basis is a key to long-term growth. We call this systematic investing. And though it doesn't guarantee a profit or prevent a loss, it is a way to take advantage of market volatility instead of suffering from it. To learn more, call us at 573-468-6046 or visit edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
The St. Charles County Police Department released a runaway juvenile alert yesterday for a 12-year-old who requires medication for epilepsy. Police say Julie Haller was last seen around 5 p.m. on Tuesday on North Lang Drive wearing a white hoodie and light-colored pants. Haller is 5 feet tall and weighs about 100 pounds. Anyone with any information on Haller's whereabouts should call 911 or the St. Charles County Police at 636-949-3002. Wentzville police shot a man who threatened self-harm outside an automotive store late yesterday afternoon, according to authorities. The shooting happened around 5:30 p.m. in the 1200 block of West Pierce Boulevard outside of an AutoZone. When officers arrived at the scene, they said they found a man inside a car threatening himself with a gun. Police said the 53-year-old man did not comply with officers telling him to drop his weapon. Police later said the man was a person of interest in a kidnapping at gunpoint in Lincoln County. During the incident in Wentzville, the man was shot in the arm. He was transported to Mercy Hospital and is expected to be okay. His name has not been released. Wentzville Police Sergeant Jacob Schmidt said they are not calling the man a suspect at this point in the investigation. The Wentzville Police Department has activated a critical incident response team to work with detectives to figure out just what happened. A man in Texas County was killed in a tractor accident. The Missouri State Highway Patrol said it happened at 5 p.m. yesterday on Hartzog Road, 4 miles west of Roby. 67-year-old Johnny R. Berry of Roby was driving a 1996 Kubota L2950 DT tractor, traveled off the right side of the roadway over a low-water bridge, ejecting the driver and pinning him under a tire. He was taken by ambulance to Texas County Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. The Highway Patrol reported an accident in Franklin County at 6:37 p.m. yesterday on Missouri 100 east of Alt Road. 35-year-old Jilliam C. Middleton of Fenton was driving a 2005 Pontiac Grand Prix, traveled off the left side of the road, struck a traffic sign and the ground. 35-year-old Jilliam C. Middleton of Fenton had minor injuries. She was taken to SSM Health St. Clair Hospital by Merrimack EMS. The Highway Patrol reported an arrest in Franklin County at 3:21 p.m. yesterday. 47-year-old Tracy L. Caro of Festus arrested for Jefferson County warrant possession of controlled substances. She was taken to the Franklin County Jail and was bondable. The Missouri Department of Agriculture is now accepting proposals for funding through the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. The department received the SCBG COVID Stimulus PPE funds from the United States Department of Agriculture. Interested specialty crop producers working to respond to COVID-19 impacts should submit their application by May 16th of this year. USDA defines specialty crops as fruits, vegetables, dried fruit, tree nuts, honey, horticulture, and nursery crops, including floriculture. The department is offering funds to assist farm workers, alleviate supply chain disruptions, and reimburse specialty crop producers and industry partners for their resources purchased to respond to COVID-19. Cash or in-kind matching contributions are not required. Projects may include, but are not limited to, mitigating specialty crop producer and or consumer issues caused by COVID-19, assisting with farm worker protection from COVID-19, personal protective equipment, or PPE, including but not limited to gloves, masks, clothing coverings, and hand sanitizer, portable air filtration systems, portable hand washing stations, fogger systems, facility adjustments, including plexiglass barriers and spacing adjustments, software systems for online ordering and no-contact pickup to $5,000, and tools to keep workflow moving without constant disinfecting. Costs such as permanent infrastructure, specialty crop donations, and worker transportation, unless specifically for travel to receive COVID-19 vaccines, are not allowed. Proposals for the stimulus funding must be submitted to the department by 3 p.m. on May 16th of this year. Proposals will be evaluated and selected. Projects will be submitted to USDA for review and approval. The application form and additional details are available online at agriculture.mo.gov. The Union Farmers Market will be opening for the 2022 season tomorrow. The market, which had been held at the commuter lot next to First Baptist Church near downtown Union in recent years, is moving to East Central College at 1964 Prairie Dale Road. The market will be located near the soccer field just to the driver's left as they enter from the roundabout. The market will be there until September 9th. The Sullivan Scholar Bowl team defeated St. Genevieve 320-210 in Game 2 of the quarterfinals of Class 4. With that win, they are headed now to the Final Four in Columbia on May 7th. Sullivan High School proudly presents Newsies, the Broadway musical. It will be held tonight and tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Sullivan Performing Arts Theater, then again on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's $7 for Eagles, $10 for the general public. Tickets are available at the door or at sullivaneagles.seatyourself.biz. That is a look at your local news on a Thursday. I'm Sam Scott.
So you met the new neighbors?
They love it here.
I heard they're from back east.
I forget sometimes how special this place is.
Special?
The new neighbors. They can't get over our loyalty and patriotism.
What? Some people think you can build a great country by tearing everything down.
They got sick of that back east. That's why they moved here. That's why they love it here.
That's why we love it here.
We're Level 9 Heating and Cooling. Level9HVAC.com.
Seidenstricker Nobe Partners Drive Green, Save Green sales event is here just for the month of April. Choose one of our 1 through 4 series John Deere compact tractor packages and save an extra $500. Choose our 5E tractor and save $1,000 off our already low S&P prices. Drive green, save green with Seidenstricker Nobe, your partner for the land. snpartners.com.
Offer valid through 4/30/2022. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
In recent funeral notices, Velma Jean Boyer of Sullivan passed away Thursday at the age of 78. Funeral services will be held at noon today at the Eaton Funeral Home in Sullivan. Interment will follow in the Reedville Cemetery in rural Sullivan. Visitation will be from 10 o'clock this morning until the time of services at noon at the Eaton Funeral Home. Agnes C. Jurgens Price of Sullivan passed away Saturday at the age of 89. Funeral Mass will be celebrated at 10 a.m. Friday at St. Anthony Catholic Church in Sullivan. Interment will follow at the St. Anthony Cemetery. Visitation will be held from 5 until 8 p.m. this evening at the Eaton Funeral Home in Sullivan. Memorial contributions may be made to St. Anthony Catholic School and or the Alzheimer's Association in the name of Agnes Price. Michael Conway Powers Jr. of Bourbon passed away Thursday at the age of 33. Funeral services will be held Friday at 10 a.m. at Russell Colonial Funeral Home in St. Clair. Burial will be in the Lubering Citizens Community Cemetery in Grubville. Visitation for Michael Powers will be held from 3 o'clock until 8 p.m. this evening, then again after 9 a.m. on Friday at Russell Colonial Funeral Home in St. Clair. Memorials may be made to Emma in care of Michael Sr. and Denise Powers. Mary Catherine Turnbow, née Stevenson of Davisville, passed away Saturday at the age of 75. Visitation will be Friday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Hudson Funeral Home in Steelville. Funeral services will immediately follow at noon. The service will be live streamed on Hudson Funeral Home's Facebook page beginning at 11:55 a.m. Burial will be in the Sellers Cemetery in Dillard. Memorials may be given to the American Diabetes Association in the name of Mary Catherine Turnbow. Laverne Hecht of Gerald passed away Tuesday at the age of 89. Funeral services will be held Friday at 1 p.m. at the Gottenstreeter Chapel in Gerald. Burial will be in the New Friendship Baptist Church. Visitation for Laverne Hecht will be Friday from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the Gottenstreeter Chapel in Gerald. Patricia R. Schwegerle, née McKean of Cuba, passed away Sunday at the age of 68. Graveside services will be held Friday at 3:30 p.m. at the Kinder Cemetery in Cuba. All arrangements under the direction of the Hudson Funeral Home of Cuba. Betty Jean Bird of Leesburg passed away Tuesday at the age of 84. A memorial graveside service will be held Saturday at 1 p.m. at the Leesburg Cemetery. All arrangements under the direction of the Eaton Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Sullivan. Ronald Glenn Bragg, known to most as Ron of St. Clair, passed away Sunday at the age of 56. A celebration of life will be held Sunday at 10:30 a.m. at the Franklin County Baptist Association at 785 Butterfield Drive in Union. Private committal will be held at a later date. Memorials may be made to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in the name of Ronald Bragg. All arrangements are under the direction of the Russell Colonial Funeral Home of St. Clair. Craig Anthony Carey of Cuba passed away Wednesday at the age of 46. No services will be held at this time. Cremation arrangements are under the direction of the Eaton Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Sullivan. Condolences may be shared with Craig's family online at eatonfuneralhome.com. The complete funeral announcements with all the survivors will air with our 8 o'clock expanded edition of KTUI News this morning.
As a trauma-informed provider, Compass Health Network is equipped to assist you or a loved one struggling with trauma, anxiety, depression, substance use disorder, or other behavioral health conditions. Our providers understand that everyone's life experiences are different and will work with you in person or virtually to develop the most effective plan of care. You are not alone. Call Compass Health Network today at 844-853-8937 or visit compasshealthnetwork.org for more information.
When it comes to your finances, you need a team you can trust, someone who can help you through any situation, a local community bank you can depend on. At First State Community Bank, we are that partner. And because we're committed to Sullivan, you won't have to worry about changes to your accounts or locations. Come see me, Jordan Todd, in Sullivan today. My team and I are excited to partner with you. We'll make the process of switching banks quick and easy.
First State Community Bank, member FDIC, online at fscb.com.
From the KTUI WeatherBug Weather Center for this morning, expecting mostly cloudy skies. Sunny this afternoon, high temperature of 73 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Friday, mostly sunny, warm with a high of 81. Friday night, partly cloudy, a low of 64. On Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperature 80. Saturday night, rain showers likely, otherwise mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Sunday, showers and thunderstorms likely, high temperature of 72 degrees. For KTUI, I'm Andrew Brady.
The Cardinals got just enough offense last night and great pitching to beat the Marlins. Here's John Rooney and Ricky Horton with a game recap.
With Ricky Horton, I'm John Rooney, and it was a night for pitching in Miami with the roof closed. Sandy Alcantara went 8 innings against his old team, but guess what, Ricky? He got no run support.
So the former Cardinal pitched well, but so did the current Cardinals, beginning with Miles Michaelis, and that's why he got no run support. That's been his story, really, since he's been a starter with the Marlins. Andre Palante, 2 really important innings in the middle of the game. Gallegos finished it off and got the save. Cabrera gets the win, but the Cardinals got the big hit in the 9th inning, and that was delivered by the Cardinal third baseman, Nolan Arenado.
That was after a walk to Tyler O'Neill, and then Arenado crushed one that just got over the wall and left.
Only 5 hits for the Cardinals, but they got that big one in the 9th.
So the Cardinals have won 2 in a row in Miami and go for the sweep behind Jordan Hicks tonight. He's 1-0. He'll be opposed by Pablo Lopez, 1-0. Our pregame show at 4:45. The play-by-play at 5:30 after a 2-0 Cardinal win in Miami last night.
Thank you very much, John, and we will have that Cardinals game on the air today on 102.1 KTUI FM. Pregame comes your way at 4:45. The Blues will begin a 4-game Western road trip tonight with a matchup against the San Jose Sharks, the first of 3 playoff eliminated opponents they'll face, which includes Arizona and Anaheim, before taking on the NHL leading Colorado Avalanche on April 26th. Pregame will start at 9 o'clock tonight with puck drop at 9:40 on KTUI 94.1 FM and 1560 AM. University of Missouri baseball faces the LSU Tigers to begin the second half of the conference slate tonight down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First pitch between the Tigers and the Tigers in the series opener set for 7 o'clock tonight. East Central Falcons baseball lost both games at St. Charles Community College on Tuesday, 12-1 in 6 innings and 11-1 in 5 innings. Spencer Hunter from Borgia was 1 for 4 with an RBI in Game 1 for St. Charles. Sam Orman from St. Clair pitched an inning in that game for East Central, giving up 4 runs on 3 hits with 1 strikeout. Spencer Hunter then went 2 for 2 with 3 RBI and 3 runs scored in Game 2. St. Charles will host St. Louis Community College for a doubleheader at noon and 2:30 today. East Central on the road on Friday and Saturday. State Fair Community College picked up a 14-4 win on Tuesday over North Arkansas College. Brandon Stallman from Washington was 1 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored for State Fair. They will travel to Metropolitan Community College for 2 games today. In college softball, Mississippi State won its second 1-run ball game in as many days last night, taking a 3-2 victory in a neutral site game against UT Martin. Addison Purvis from Sullivan got the start in right field and was 0 for 2 with a walk. East Central softball scheduled to play doubleheader at St. Louis Community College in Kirkwood today at 2 and 4 p.m. Former Mizzou Tiger LaDaisia Williams announced on Twitter Wednesday that she will stay in the SEC and be transferring to LSU. This will be the 3rd team in the SEC that Williams has played for in her collegiate career. She started her career with 2 years at South Carolina before transferring to Mizzou. Locally, in a game we did last night on KTUI, the Sullivan Eagles picked up a 12-2 win over the Cuba Wildcats. and in a rainy night. And that means that you are a winner today at B&B Quick Stop, your ZX convenience store in the South Service Road in Sullivan. Anytime we broadcast the Sullivan game and they win, you can get any size fountain drink, tea, lemonade, or coffee for just 50 cents plus tax all day the following day at B&B Quick Stop on the South Service Road in Sullivan. And the Cuba Wildcats got a 5-3 win in the JV game over Sullivan last night. One other baseball game, Union over St. Clair, 13-3 in 6 innings. And a girls soccer match from last night, St. Pius X out of Festus beat Borgia 1-0. Latest state high school baseball rankings have been released, and the Union Wildcats coming into the Class 5 poll at number 5 this week, and Pacific at number 8. The Washington Missourian has released their all-area boys and girls basketball teams, Player of the Year and Coach of the Year honors. I'll have the complete listing of all those honorees coming up on Sports Talk on Saturday. Attention all former Owensville Dutchman baseball players and coaches. Owensville is hosting an alumni recognition event prior to their home game against Potosi this Friday. All former Dutchmen players and coaches are invited to attend. The alumni will take the field at about 5:55, followed by the first pitch of the varsity game. Looking at the schedule for tonight, again, this is all weather and field conditions permitting. Sullivan scheduled to be at Steelville at 4:30. If they get the game in, we'll broadcast on 94.1 FM, 1560 AM, and the TuneIn app with pregame at 4:15. Borgia Lutheran St. Charles for varsity game at 4:15. Lutheran St. Charles of Borgia for JV at 4:30. Cuba at Bourbon tonight at 4:30. Herman at St. Clair, Owensville Pacific, St. James and Union, all 4:30 starts. Girls soccer scheduled for tonight. It'll be Southern Boone at Borgia, varsity followed by one half of JV. St. James and Owensville. DeSoto at Pacific, JV then varsity. It'll be senior night at Pacific. Liberty at Washington, JV then varsity. All those matches start at 5 o'clock with the exception of St. James and Owensville. That will start at 5:30. In boys golf scheduled for today, the Union at Sullivan dual meet today is canceled. Duchesne at Borgia for a duel at Franklin County Country Club at 3:30. Washington at Liberty for a duel at Wing Haven Golf Course at 3:30. And the Mountain Grove Invitational, Cuba scheduled to play in that has been moved now to Friday. In high school track scheduled for today, Sullivan hosting a freshman-sophomore invitational, and it will be senior night for the track athletes for Sullivan. Orchard Farm Invitational, Herman varsity boys and girls going there. Their JV teams from Herman going to the South Callaway JV meet this afternoon. And that Sullivan freshman-sophomore invitational gets started at 3:30 this afternoon. In middle school track coming up today, Lynn hosting a middle school invitational with Bland, Cuba, and Steelville at 3:30, and Union having a middle school relays, and that'll get underway at 4 o'clock. And in spring season softball on the schedule for today, Kingston at Bourbon at 4, Steelville at Houston at 4:30. Sports on the air. Hopefully have high school baseball coming up this afternoon, field conditions permitting. Down in Steelville, pregame at 4:15. First pitch at 4:30. If they get the game in, we'll have it on 94.1 FM and 1560 AM along with the TuneIn app. We'll have Blues hockey on 94.1 and 1560 with pregame at 9, puck drop at 9:40 out in California against the San Jose Sharks. Then on 102.1 FM tonight, Cardinals baseball 4:45 pregame against the Marlins. Don't forget it's 50-cent drink day today at B&B Quick Stop, your ZX convenience store on the South Service Road in Sullivan. Any size fountain drink, tea, lemonade, or coffee, just 50 cents plus tax all day today at B&B Quick Stop. That's your look at sports on this Thursday. Have a great day, everybody. This is Bobby D.
Hi, this is Nick from Schmidt Auto Center in Sullivan. We all know that this is a strange time for products and services in America and around the world. For us, the interruption in supply lines for new vehicles have driven up the prices of pre-owned vehicles up dramatically. This is not what Schmidt Auto Center wants for our customers, and I do my very best to find quality pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs at the lowest prices we can manage. If you don't see what you're looking for on our lot, contact me and I will find it for you. You can reach me at 573-468-2233, or you can look at our inventory online at schmidtautocenter.com.
All right, thank you, Nick. It's coming up on 29 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. I'm Sam Scott. Glad to have you along with me here this morning. And Mike Bittner also along with me. You were out late last night, weren't you?
I was. It was past your bedtime.
I know. It started at my bedtime.
Yeah, it did. Started at 7 o'clock. Went to the theater last night.
The
theater. Went to the theater. The theater.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the theater? Oh, it's
I
right
don't know
there by
what
the high
happened.
school.
I was going to say, isn't it still there by the high school? It didn't slide off down the hill, did it?
No, it didn't. No. It might have, though. Went and saw the kids. And I say the kids because they were from grade school. I think all grades were there, I think. It was amazing. But
okay. Well, I tell you what. You talk amongst yourself here.
Okay.
Now I'll be right back.
Okay.
Got to go
we have
kick
gremlins.
a computer.
We have gremlins this morning. Went and saw Newbies. Newsies. I said newbies. Newsies. It's Newsies, the old Disney presentation. I was told this in the 90s. I don't remember, but it was really, really good. A lot of the kids, a lot of stars in it. I mean, I've got 3 pages here of people that were in the show, all ranges of grades. Jack Kelly is Spencer Counts. Catherine's Olivia Ponder. I mean, there's a lot. I could read all these names all day long and still never get everybody. Dave Johnson's daughter, Gracie, she's a nun, so that was kind of interesting to see. But if you've got this, Sam's had it in the news. It's on tonight, tomorrow night at 7, and then Sunday afternoon at 5. And they've got that presentation of Newsies, say it right this time, going on at the theater. It was really, really good. The kids did a great job. Congratulations to Kimmy Wibbenmeyer. Kimmy Wibbenmeyer, right?
There you go.
Wibbenmeyer. I wrote this. I still can't read it.
Know.
She's the drama teacher.
Do like the kids do. They just call her Wibs.
Wibs. There you go. That's a good idea. Yeah. But if you've got, even if you don't have anybody that's in school, that's in this play, take one of the 3 days. Again, Thursday or Friday at 7 o'clock, Sunday afternoon at 5. Go and watch it. They really do a great job. A lot of dialogue that they had to learn, and the sets are really good. They've got the actual Newsies group, which is a bunch of the little bitty kids, and it's just really, really good. So I really enjoyed it. So you will too. Go by and see it.
Oh, good. All right. Let's see.
Scholar Bowl too.
Yeah, the Scholar Bowl. That was pretty cool. They won, and they're going to state.
Yeah, going to Columbia. First time ever, Cody told me.
Yeah.
That they've ever gone to the Final Four
in Scholar Bowl.
In Scholar Bowl. I can't even spell Scholar Bowl, so I probably wouldn't have been very good.
It's S-K...
Yeah. Cereal.
Yeah. Let's see. We usually have Franklin County Sheriff once a month, or somebody from the Sheriff's Office, but most of the time it's the Sheriff. Well, he has invited the Sullivan Police Chief, Patrick Johnson, who's not been on the job quite a year.
No.
Well, he's been on the job for
many years, but just not as chief.
Not as chief, yeah.
But you know what that means to us, don't you? I hope we're not wanted by either group.
Yeah, well.
Well, you're over there every Monday.
Well, I'm over at the Sheriff's Office, But, they haven't, I don't know. They haven't put me in jail. I guess it's because they know I'll be back the next Monday.
Yeah, he's coming back anyway, so you've got a release program.
Then I don't know who's coming from the Scenic Regional Library. That'll be at 9:10 this morning. Some birthdays today.
You have some. Cool.
Yeah, Josh Hilton, Mandy Sumter, and Bob Sinclair. Josh is 28, Mandy 31, and Bob
a little more than
is more than those two put together.
Yeah, happy birthday to all of these.
Bob's 86.
Didn't you say earlier he was Spring Bluff principal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, way back.
I go way back, but not a lot of it here. 30 years of it here.
So I was a little confused when I saw this headline, because the headline said the IMF warns about something. And I was like, that's the impossible mission.
That's what I force.
The force, IMF.
Yeah.
But they say it's the International Monetary Fund.
Oh, no, it's not. They're wrong.
Should you choose to accept this mission? Yeah.
Your IMF will disintegrate in 10 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever it is.
Yes.
15 seconds.
The International Monetary Fund is warning people around the world. The four corners of the earth and around the world.
Yep.
It's Les Nussman.
Very good.
Yeah. Let's see. They're warning people around the world that the worst is yet to come for inflation and energy prices. Yay.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Sky News says the world must brace itself for an economic slowdown, a burst of inflation, and a potential wave of social unrest as energy and food prices rise to intolerable levels.
They're there now.
Yeah. The IMF has warned from Breitbart. The IMF is far from the first international organization warning about the rising price of food as a result of global supply shortages, with one UN group head even going so far as to say last month that a hell-on-earth migrant crisis could emerge out of the third world if more funds are not provided to aid agencies. However, it is not just the global south that is likely to see problems with its food supply, with a lack of fertilizers sourced from Ukraine and Russia, meaning that crop yields in the West could theoretically collapse by up to 1/2.
Wow.
That according to Breitbart. So I saw there was, a reporter, I don't even remember which news agency it was, but the reporter was in Washington, D.C. asking people what they thought about Texas shipping the illegal immigrants to... And they were saying, well, I don't know why we should have to deal with them. This is Texas's problem. Why? What? I'm like...
The problem is in that right there on Pennsylvania Avenue. That's where that comes from.
Exactly.
Yep.
And but I mean, these people are like, this is a Texas problem. I don't know why they're doing this. This is they should be shut down. And
yes, that's right. They should be shut down.
Yeah,
the borders should be shut down. There you go.
This just I don't know. People are.
We can say what we want about the people north of us, the Canadian people. But they did. They shut the borders down for different reasons. But if they want to shut the borders down,
they don't want to let these Americans in.
If they want to shut the borders down, they shut the borders down.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But
and that's I don't see a thing wrong with
crazy.
It. Bobby Martin was in here the other day, talking about this dinner this Saturday or breakfast this Saturday.
Yes.
And he's going to Canada. He's going to if he gets in.
Yeah, if he gets
Well,
he's Bob Martin. Huh?
Yeah, just tell him who he is. We've got the ladies are doing the breakfast this
That's right.
Saturday.
The Eastern Star.
Eastern Star is doing it.
Yeah.
The Sullivan chapter number 105 of the Eastern Star will be serving breakfast on Saturday at instead of the Masons, it's going to be the Eastern Star ladies doing it.
Right. So now the.
Well, I don't like the way you're starting this.
No. The people that teach the courses at the sheriff's office, they've been talking about the fentanyl surge.
Yes.
And and I don't think they're being political. I could sort of guess what side of the political aisle that most of them probably are, but they're not bringing that up. But they're just telling us that because the border is so insecure that people. I forgot how many thousands of people come across the border every day. 2,000?
More than that, 6,000 or something. Something like that.
Crazy.
We heard something yesterday about that.
Crazy. But anyway, a lot of them are, are mules for drugs, illegal drugs, and so they're coming across the border, and so fentanyl. It's like, remember when everything, we had such a meth problem.
Yes.
Well, we still do. The difference, is that. We don't produce meth much anymore. Remember, we were, had to make it so you
couldn't get a cold tablet.
Couldn't get a cold tablet without a prescription, which I was totally against.
Yep.
And our city council finally caved and went with it, which I don't know, but I sent letters and.
Well, I know. I can tell you for a fact, we were in Branson, and I had bronchitis starting, so I needed something. So anyway, we went to the pharmacy there.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, won't sell it to you. Yeah. I had to go to West Branson, which is a separate, city.
Then you brought it back illegally?
I brought it back illegally.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I did. And don't tell the sheriff or our chief that, will you?
No, I won't. So, I have a son that uses
med. Yeah.
And so whenever I'm in Rolla, I go to a drugstore in Rolla and buy it. You do have to sign for it, but you don't have to have a prescription. But then I bring it illegally across the border.
Cross county lines. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be looking for new people here tomorrow, folks, because Sam and I are going to be in our new jail.
Well, I just mean, there's ways around those things, but it irritates me to no end that we have to do that.
Yes.
I am never really in favor of laws or rules or whatever that impede the honest people.
Because of the minority, yeah.
Well, because
the minority
of
people,
the people that are committing crimes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Which is and not a race minority, but a numeral minority.
Well, like they say at the sheriff's office, they deal. What was it? 90% of the people that they are. I can't remember what the sheriff said. 10%. Yeah, 10% of the people are who they deal with 90% of the time.
Yeah.
I guess, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they get to know who they are. I mean, they know 'em.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know.
But I just mean, so the production of meth, which was the dangerous part, I guess. You know, I mean, it's dangerous to take meth.
Right.
But generally, when you take meth, nobody blows up. When you make meth, people blow up.
Yeah, well, we've had that here.
Well, yes, we have.
Had
But
some homes
I
blow
just
up,
mean
burn down.
we had laws passed, and the thing, you know, the thing is it was illegal anyway.
Yeah.
So all we did was we
made another law to supply the law.
Made it harder for
honest people
to get.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but I don't know. There were people that were for it. There was the guy that ran against Sheriff Pelton. You know, he was the major person going around trying to get everybody to pass these laws, which in my opinion didn't do any good.
No.
And then everything shifted to coming up I-44. You know, all the meth pretty much comes up I-44. Or you know, I guess they caught on that
coming up to Kansas City across 70 now.
Well, or going up to Denver and then coming down and through.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know. So anyway.
Well, 44 has been a drug trafficking highway forever.
Yeah. I'm just trying to decide what to do with my computer. Should I just shoot it and get it out of the...
Is it still didn't reboot?
No. Oh, I guess it rebooted, but I can't see it. It's not the computer. It's the computer that's in between the two computers that I look at things with. You know. So I don't know.
Yes.
I guess I could go reboot that.
Is it not computing?
I don't know what it's... I have no idea what it's doing.
Well...
Anyway, I'm going to reboot that computer. We'll see what happens.
Okay, go ahead.
I am. I'm doing it
We'll
right
talk
now.
about a wacky but true here.
What?
In England, now we're not in Germany or China, now we're in England.
Okay.
A police officer was on foot patrol when he spotted a man in his 20s acting suspiciously and recognized him as a suspected drug dealer. Kind of fits in what we were talking about.
Yeah.
As the cop approached, the guy started running. So rather than chase him on foot, which is a good move on a cop's part as far as I'm concerned, why would you get yourself tired?
Mm-hmm.
The officer saw a little girl on a mountain bike. Yep.
I'm coming during this mountain bike.
He asked her, he says, "Can I borrow it?" Saw the uniform, she says, "Sure." Unfortunately, because she was only 12, she'd been riding in the easy gear, so his legs were going around and around and around, but he wasn't going anywhere on the bike.
So he didn't know how to shift it?
Evidently not.
Oh, my goodness.
But then, an honest citizen stopped by and asked him, he says, "Can I give you a hand here?" And
a kid on a tricycle pulled up and pulled up beside him.
He was on a skateboard.
Yeah.
He says, "Yeah." So he jumps in the car with the guy, and between the two of them, they caught the suspect. And he had a substantial amount of cocaine with him.
Oh, well.
So they got that off the street. But I could picture in my mind this police officer on this little kid's mountain bike with his legs like a cartoon. His legs going around, 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 and going nowhere.
So I have pictures of. Have you ever seen the movie Paul Blart Mall Cop?
Yes.
He was Segway and chasing down a guy in an electric wheelchair or something, or
a funny
mobility scooter, whatever it was.
Funny movie. You know, you're talking about movies here too.
Oh, movies.
Best comedies ever.
Really?
This is the top 10 according to Slash Film.
Okay.
The best comedy movies ever. The top 10.
All right. I'll see if I agree with this.
Number 10. We'll go 10 to 1.
Number 10.
Being There.
Being There.
Never even heard of it.
Yeah. It seems like I saw that and I can't think of what it... Yeah. Okay.
Number 9,
Number
Beetlejuice.
9. Yeah, Beetlejuice.
I like Beetlejuice.
That was a good movie. Yeah.
Number 8, Barb and Star.
Just don't say it 3 times.
No, can't.
Yeah, in a row.
No.
So what was number?
Number 8's Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar.
Never heard of it.
I haven't either. Number 7, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery. Austin Powers is pretty fun.
I like that movie. Yeah.
Number 6, Arsenic and Old Ace.
Yeah.
Okay.
With Cary Grant?
Yep.
Yeah.
Animal House?
I was in our stinking old place.
Production?
Over at the...
At the theater? Well, it wasn't have a theater then.
Yeah,
did
it
we?
was the theater.
Was it the theater then?
Performing Arts Theater, yeah.
Number 5, Animal House.
Oh, really?
With Belushi, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good movie.
Okay.
4, Anchorman.
See, I'm not a...
Well, it was okay.
Yeah, it was.
But I didn't think it was all that.
No, I wouldn't have put it in the top 10.
Number 3, A Fish Called Wanda.
All right, that was a pretty good movie.
Yep.
I like that.
Number 2, Adam's Family Values. Adam's Family Values is number 2.
Family.
I don't remember that one. I remember the movie Adam's Family.
Yeah.
But I don't remember Adam's Family Values.
Yeah. I was it really the number 2
the second
movie?
of all time?
Yeah, that's what I'm... Comedy?
Yeah. And then number 1,
All right.
9 to 5. Now,
yeah, it was a good movie.
It was a good movie, but I don't know that I would make it the number 1 comedy of all time.
I don't know. I can see it being in the top 10, but
yeah, but not number 1.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty, Dolly Parton and Lily Tomlin.
Yeah, it was a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was with Dabney Coleman and.
It was a good movie.
Oh yeah, sure it was.
And I thought actually for a singer, I thought that Dolly did a pretty fair job. With that.
Mm-hmm.
But well, anyway, that's Slash Films' greatest top 10 movies of comedy movies.
I can't remember what the movie was, but it was a Dolly Parton movie, and if you don't know, if you don't listen to Asleep at the Wheel, which I really like.
I do
the
too.
Group Asleep at the Wheel, the lead singer, I think he owns the group. Because people change in it all the time,
right.
Except for him, And but anyway, his name's Ray Benson, and in the movie he was Dolly's love interest or whatever. But his name is really Ray Benson, but in the movie he was Ben Rayson.
Oh, no kidding! That's pretty good.
I thought that was funny. Most people didn't get it because they didn't know
who he is.
What Sleep at the Wheel was, but yeah. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of good movies. A lot of good movies. Yeah, and again, it depends on what you're considered. What's your comedy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I sit there and watch old Dean Martin roast, or last night. I watched Robin Williams on Dean Martin, or on Johnny Carson.
I got one computer to come back.
There you go. I mean, I love them things. They're really funny.
All right, well, I'm going to be right back.
Okay, let's see here. A study found that Army ants collect their wounded and carry them safely off the battlefield. Now, who in the world? A study found that Army ants collected their wounded and carried them safely off the battlefield. Well, first of all, would they have a talk to them, go to them and say, how do you guys take care of your dead ants? What do what's kind of nuts? I don't understand something like that. Let's see what else is on this thing. He's in there working on the computer. He's coming back now. Come back to his show. You don't have to listen to me no more. Yay! It was good. Crowd goes wild.
I still
not coming on?
Wait a minute. It might have come back here. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I clicked on
Computer's not computing.
It says something needs to close.
Yeah, us probably.
It's still trying to reboot, but I couldn't get it to reboot. Oh well. All right, so let's see. Well, I was talking about fentanyl.
Yeah, you are.
They say that the fentanyl surge at the border has quadrupled since 2019. Quadrupled.
That's a few.
Since 2019, yeah. So in fiscal year 2019, about 2,800 pounds of fentanyl. We'll talk to the sheriff when he comes in here.
2,800 pounds.
Well, yeah, and I'm guessing that's millions and millions of dollars worth of fentanyl.
That's a ton. Almost a ton and a half.
Yeah, and is fentanyl the one that is like a elephant tranquilizer or something?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know anything about drugs.
I don't either.
Anyway, so 2,800 pounds of fentanyl has been seized at the border. Who knows how much has got through?
Oh, yeah. That's just what they know,
So that was 2019. The following year, that figure capped out at about 4,800 pounds of fentanyl seized. By fiscal year 2021, which represents most of Biden's first year in office, fentanyl seizures skyrocketed to about 11,200 pounds.
Holy cow.
Already in fiscal year 2022, that began October 1st, 2021, about 5,300 pounds of fentanyl have been seized at the border. The figures indicate that fentanyl seizures under Biden last year alone have quadrupled since fiscal year 2019 when Trump was in office, according to Breitbart. From the Daily Star, Border Patrol dog has found enough fentanyl to kill 2.7 million people during a routine search at a checkpoint in Arizona. The bust came after the drug-sniffing pooch uncovered 3 packages of fentanyl weighing 12 pounds with the weighty collection seized from the I-19 checkpoint, U.S. Border Patrol officials have said, according to the Daily Star. Wow. So, I mean, that's just a tremendous amount of...
It's almost a staggering amount.
Yeah. And so, I heard the other day, I don't know if this is true or not, but most of the fentanyl production, well, no, not the production, but the chemicals that it takes, because fentanyl is a completely man-made drug,
Right.
I guess.
That I do know. I heard that report.
Yeah. I didn't know that previous, but
No, but I
they
heard-
make it
yeah.
in China, and they ship the
chemicals,
ingredients
yeah.
to Mexico. Then they make the fentanyl, I guess, in Mexico, and then
Mexico and Colombia, isn't it?
I don't know, probably, but anyway, and then it comes up across the U.S. border. So,
So how do you shut? It's like everything else. Is saying if you cut the head of the snake off, it's going to all go away. Well, the only way you're going to cut the head off of this is get rid.
well, you have to shut it down. Of course, I'm
Raw
wondering.
materials.
I'm wondering when the Border Patrol takes the undocumented workers that are coming across the border.
Yes.
And, when Texas takes them and puts them on a bus and ships them to D.C., do they let them take the illegal drugs with them?
Well, they're coming through at a rate that we don't have enough border agents to take care of it. So what are we supposed to do?
I don't know. CNN Plus, have you?
I have not got that. I will not
You don't?
get that. No.
No. Oh well.
They're
Apparently, neither does anybody else.
They're hurting bad.
CNN Plus has cut spending as the network struggles with debt. Spencer Brown of Town Hall says it's no secret that CNN, as a cable news network, has been struggling to attract or retain viewers for quite some time, making the company's decision to spin off a paid streaming platform a head-scratcher. So when I mean, seriously, when I heard this, that they were going to have CNN Plus,
Yeah.
and in the first few days of them debuting CNN Plus, people were calling them the new Quibi.
Yeah.
Which Quibi lasted a couple weeks,
At most.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I thought the same thing. I was like, well, nobody's watching CNN. Why do they think people are going to pay
to watch a streaming service?
Yeah, watch their streaming. So I don't know.
What's
And this is what it says here. It says if people won't watch basically for free, why would they pay to subscribe for more of the same? When CNN Plus launched, it wasn't even available on some of the most common smart TVs and streaming devices, further limiting its appeal. Soon after launch, it was reported that the streaming platform was not doing as well as executives expected, despite CNN hosts hawking the services for weeks heading up to the launch. Axios says Warner Brothers Discovery has suspended all external marketing spent for CNN Plus and has laid off CNN's longtime chief financial officer as it weighs what to do with the subscription streaming service moving forward. My guess is that it will probably
Go away.
disappear.
Yep. Well, it's a shame because CNN at one time, not that many years ago.
Uh-oh, there's Ellie. And I have to go. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to open the door for her.
Well, here. Here, read this story here.
Read the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. See, feminist activists slam New Jersey prison after biological male impregnates 2 women. You got to be kidding me. Now, from a story, a women's rights activist appeared in an interview on Tucker Carlson tonight, on Tuesday, where he slammed a women's prison in New Jersey that houses several biological male transgender inmates, one of which impregnated 2 female inmates, according to a town hall. The post-millennial Kara Dansky joins Tucker Carlson to talk about how 2 female inmates became pregnant after New Jersey admitted biological males to a women's prison. That was off of Twitter. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
What do
So
you expect?
the good news is my computer's coming back. The bad news is we've got 4 minutes. I don't know if it can do it.
Oh.
I don't know if it can get rebooted in 4 minutes. Let's see. The CDC asked the president to do an about-face on masks. The president indicated that he'll yield to the CDC So that leads to the question: is who's running the country? Is it the president or the CDC?
Dr. Science.
Dr. Science.
Yes.
Well, some people think Jill's running it.
Well, might
some
be.
people think that it's
So the one I hear the most of is that it's being run by President Obama is actually still running the country, but running it through
Biden.
Yeah, through Biden. That's
don't
what
know.
I keep. That's what I keep hearing.
Somebody, I guess a Fox News reporter or something, asked Biden a question at the Easter egg roll the other day, and the Easter Bunny escorted him away. I was like,
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Was he talking into his? Did he bring his ear down
I
to
don't
talking to it, or what?
So I don't know if the Easter Bunny was a Secret Service agent or whether, no, I can't remember which one of these.
You haven't got your glasses on, too.
No, I
I don't know where they're at.
Anyway, so was the Easter Bunny a Secret Service agent,
they
or
are
was
right
it a handler? I saw him. Or was
A handler.
it
He
a handler?
probably a handler. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
But I think aren't the handlers the Secret Service agents anyway?
No.
No, they're not.
No, the handlers are the people who tell him what to say and when to say it. and-
I have one of those.
Don't we all? Well, I guess all of us don't.
Yeah.
Let's see. A couple minutes away from 8 o'clock. Got my fingers crossed that
Yep.
my computer gets. It says. We were talking about CNN.
Yeah, we were.
Even CNN recognizes it has been a particularly bad week for the Biden administration. The Biden administration looks directionless, with mixed messaging and members of their own party telling them to shape up. Chris Cillizza says Joe Biden would probably like to forget the last few days. That's all according to CNN.
Woohoo. Wow.
Wonder.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That was a shame. They were actually a very good platform. They reported the news.
Well,
kind of unique
when
thing.
they first
but,
began.
Yeah.
But they were still an arm of Ted
well,
Turner,
they are, but I mean, they
were,
reported.
but-
Yeah, they reported the news.
Yeah.
But
well, back then though, I'm not sure people knew what political spin was. I mean,
Well, that's
I think
true.
they were.
That's true,
They were getting spun right round like a record baby.
yeah, well, yeah, didn't really know they were being spun. Yeah, that's very possible. Sure.
So I don't know, but anyway, yeah. And we watch Newsmax here. We have it on in the
Right,
background.
right.
We don't really listen to it, but
No, we got no sound, but we got picture.
Yeah, but I mean, if something happens, you can usually see it on the ticker there and stuff like that. We're down to 1 minute, and my computer still hasn't rebooted.
Come on, baby.
Yeah. Anyway.
Trying though.
Let's see. Wall Street Journal says in the Donbass port city of Mariupol, besieged by Russian forces since late February, the remaining Ukrainian defenders warned that time was running out and asked to be evacuated to a third country alongside the wounded and the civilians sheltering in the shrinking area under Ukrainian control. Russia has insisted on an unconditional surrender and kept pounding the Ukrainian forces, who were mostly holed up in the sprawling Azovstal steel plant, with artillery and airstrikes, with the fighting intensifying. The Biden administration considering sending another $800 million in military aid to Ukraine to boost the country's defenses against Russia. Putin says he didn't like that very much.
No.
He's putting us on notice. Or whatever.
Yeah.
We are AM 1560 KTUI Sullivan, and I think what I am going to do is I'm going to divert to our FM station, and because we basically do the same news on both stations, but there's a song playing over on the FM, and it's not over for another minute, so
you
we
get
can
to
talk for another minute. Yeah, while the AM computer's booting
Doing
up.
what it's gonna do.
Yeah, we were probably supposed to do a commercial here, but we can make it up.
Well, this is Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got Kenny Scott or Ken Scott
Probably,
today.
Yeah, SBI insurance.
The SBI. I think
we can pick him up.
You can pick him up on that. Well, pick him up at 9 o'clock. You're going to have.
Well, they're not going to be here the whole half hour, surely.
Shirley's not coming.
Oh, Shirley's not coming?
Shirley's not coming.
Oh,
I don't think. Maybe she is.
Oh, the problems of a local news.
And our tech is. We only have one tech.
Yeah, and he's trying to do his show right now.
He's trying to do a show. Yeah.
All right, we are AM 1560 KTUI Sullivan, 94.1 FM, and let me see if I can get the FM piped over here. Let's see. I got to wait for Alan Jackson to stop here.
Come on, Alan.
Yeah, come on. He's got about 5 more seconds here, and then we're getting into the news. All right, here we go.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
As Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues to take cities, Mariupol has fallen except for one steel factory. Russian President Vladimir Putin told his defense minister in a televised meeting to cancel plans to storm Ukraine's final stronghold in Mariupol and instead block the steel plant so not even a fly can escape. Wildfires raging across the southwestern United States have burned down structures and forced hundreds of people to evacuate. At this time, 10 wildfires and a handful of controlled burns today are smoking up the skies in New Mexico, Arizona, and Southern California. The United States Capitol complex was evacuated Wednesday after what police said was a probable aircraft intrusion. As it turns out, the plane was carrying members of the United States Army Golden Knights who parachuted into Nationals Baseball Park. The planned event was never reported to Capitol Police. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
A man that was to face a firing squad in South Carolina is on hold.
An execution set to be carried out by a firing squad in South Carolina won't happen for now. Richard Moore's attorney, Lindsey Vann, says the stay will allow for issues involving the execution to be reviewed.
This is a case that we really feel never should have been a death penalty case, and so it deserves further review to determine whether he should even be executed at all.
The state Supreme Court has stopped Richard Moore's scheduled April 29th execution. South Carolina hasn't executed an inmate in more than a decade. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Justice Department has filed an appeal to seek the reversal of a judge's recent ruling that ended the nation's mass mandate on public transportation. The CDC is asking the department to appeal the decision, issuing a statement Wednesday that said the mandate remains necessary for the public health. The judge ruled the government overstepped its authority. USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
As the Biden administration won't secure the Mexico border, West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, along with other governors, are pushing back. Mr. Justice on Newsmax.
All in a year. I mean, it's amazing when you really just think about it. In a little over a year, but appreciate the other governors that are stepping up with me, and I'm honored to be with them. And we'll try to coordinate and do the work that the federal government, and you termed it exactly right. It's not a matter of that they can't do it. It's a matter that they just won't do it. That's all there is to it. There's a sinister scheme here to bring in these people, have them flood us in every way, and it's a crying, pitiful shame. I mean, there's so many bad actors that are coming, along with lots and lots and lots of drug issues. There's everything in the world, and it reaches all the way to West Virginia. And so with all that, maybe we can do something. We'll coordinate our efforts, and we'll work really hard to try to put as much pressure and to do as much as we possibly can to curb this really bad event.
Skywatchers will finally be able to enjoy the thrill of shooting stars again this week as the April Lyrids meteor shower returns. Records from Chinese chronicles show they've been appearing regularly since at least 687 BC. Chinese records said stars fell like rain, and that's been mentioned again at least a dozen times since then. I'm Lance Pry. This is USA Radio News.
At Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital, we don't just work in the community, we live here too. We understand what it means to raise a family here, and we know the importance of having the highest quality healthcare nearby, with BJC Healthcare doctors, nurses, and specialists to treat all your needs. This is your best medicine. Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital, proud to serve the community we call home. For compassionate cancer care close to home, our neighbors turn to Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital. They can receive preventative screenings, see their doctor, and get most treatments and infusions without having to leave the comfort of our community. As part of BJC Healthcare, we bring the latest cancer treatments to you, right here, for the highest quality care. Your best medicine is close to home at Missouri Baptist Sullivan Hospital.
Missouri Net News, I'm Brent Palm. A Northwest Missouri County continues to look for ways to improve broadband access. Buchanan County Presiding Commissioner Lee Sawyer says the top priority is rural areas which are not getting high-speed internet.
We'll be looking at the underserved areas with the highest population. You know, we'd love nothing more than to build out Buchanan County. I don't know if that's realistic, but we're going to try to get as much of it as we possibly can.
County commissioners are setting aside about $2 million in American Rescue Plan funding. Missourians are closer to getting a sizable tax credit from the state, but about 877,000 residents wouldn't qualify. A plan would give individuals $500 and married couples $1,000. It won preliminary approval in the House. Those who would not qualify include low-income residents and senior citizens who have no tax liability. And a man's facing drug charges after 500 pounds of marijuana spilled onto I-70 in Kingdom City after a car crash Wednesday. This is Missouri Now.
I get my power from my co-op so I can put my energy into my family.
Into waking up the neighborhood. Latte for Christine.
I get my power from the co-op so I can put my energy into planting seeds for a brighter future.
Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, power to your community, for your community, so your energy can go into the things that matter most to you.
My 69 Camaro.
Who powers you? Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, your source of power and information.
We are Missouri's electric cooperatives. Learn more at membersfirst.coop today.
We are Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance, and we're for the people of Missouri, in good times and in bad. We're for Missouri families and Missouri communities. We're for giving back to those communities and lifting people up. And when Missouri weather rips through our state, we're for helping put back the pieces. We're for brighter days and new tomorrows. We are Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance. And if you live in Missouri, we're for you.
Hi, this is Marissa Heidbrink, Loan Coordinator and Horizons Director with First State Community Bank in Owensville. Do you long for the days when you were part of a club with fun events, lasting friendships, and breathtaking adventures? If you said yes, then your club still exists. Our Horizons Club goes beyond your everyday banking needs. Benefits include ID Protect, discounted safe deposit boxes, access to local events, and travel opportunities. Stop by to see our team and learn how you can join today. First State Community Bank. Success starts here. Member FDIC. Visit us online at fscb.com.
As we all live longer, age really is just a number, but retirement is so much more than one. Hi, I'm Donnie Greenwald, your Sullivan Edward Jones financial advisor, and I want to know what retirement means to you. Together, we can look at the big picture and make a strategy to help you reach your goals, because you can't prepare for the unexpected if you don't know where you're headed. Call me at 573-468-6046 or visit edwardjones.com to get started today. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
The St. Charles County Police Department released a runaway juvenile alert yesterday for a 12-year-old who requires medication for epilepsy. Police say Julie Haller was last seen around 5 p.m. on Tuesday on North Lang Drive wearing a white hoodie and light-colored pants. Haller is 5 feet tall and weighs about 100 pounds. Anyone with any information on Haller's whereabouts should call 911 or the St. Charles County Police at 636-949-3002. Wentzville police shot a man who threatened self-harm outside an automotive store late yesterday afternoon, according to authorities. The shooting happened around 5:30 p.m. in the 1200 block of West Pierce Boulevard outside of an AutoZone. When officers arrived at the scene, they said they found a man inside a car threatening himself with a gun. Police said the 53-year-old man did not comply with officers telling him to drop his weapon. Police later said the man was a person of interest in a kidnapping at gunpoint in Lincoln County. During the incident in Wentzville, the man was shot in the arm. He was transported to Mercy Hospital and is expected to be okay. His name has not been released. Wentzville Police Sergeant Jacob Schmidt said they are not calling the man a suspect at this point in the investigation. The Wentzville Police Department has activated a critical incident response team to work with detectives to figure out just what happened. A man in Texas County was killed in a tractor accident. The Missouri State Highway Patrol said it happened at 5 p.m. yesterday on Hartzog Road, 4 miles west of Roby. 67-year-old Johnny R. Berry of Roby was driving a 1996 Kubota L2950 DT tractor, traveled off the right side of the roadway over a low-water bridge, ejecting the driver and pinning him under a tire. He was taken by ambulance to Texas County Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. The Highway Patrol reported an accident in Franklin County at 6:37 p.m. yesterday on Missouri 100 east of Alt Road. 35-year-old Gilliam C. Middleton of Fenton was driving a 2005 Pontiac Grand Prix, traveled off the left side of the road, struck a traffic sign and the ground. 35-year-old Gilliam C. Middleton of Fenton had minor injuries. She was taken to SSM Health St. Clair Hospital by Merrimack EMS. The Highway Patrol reported an arrest in Franklin County at 3:21 p.m. yesterday. 47-year-old Tracy L. Caro of Festus arrested for Jefferson County warrant possession of controlled substances. She was taken to the Franklin County Jail and was bondable. The Missouri Department of Agriculture is now accepting proposals for funding through the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. The department received the SCBG COVID Stimulus PPE funds from the United States Department of Agriculture. Interested specialty crop producers working to respond to COVID-19 impacts should submit their application by May 16th of this year. USDA defines specialty crops as fruits, vegetables, dried fruit, tree nuts, honey, horticulture, and nursery crops, including floriculture. The department is offering funds to assist farm workers, alleviate supply chain disruptions, and reimburse specialty crop producers and industry partners for their resources purchased to respond to COVID-19. Cash or in-kind matching contributions are not required. Projects may include, but are not limited to, mitigating specialty crop producer and or consumer issues caused by COVID-19, assisting with farm worker protection from COVID-19, personal protective equipment, or PPE, including but not limited to gloves, masks, clothing coverings, and hand sanitizer, portable air filtration systems, portable hand washing stations, fogger systems, facility adjustments, including plexiglass barriers and spacing adjustments, software systems for online ordering and no-contact pickup to $5,000, and tools to keep workflow moving without constant disinfecting. Costs such as permanent infrastructure, specialty crop donations, and worker transportation, unless specifically for travel to receive COVID-19 vaccines, are not allowed. Proposals for the stimulus funding must be submitted to the department by 3 p.m. on May 16th of this year. Proposals will be evaluated and selected. Projects will be submitted to USDA for review and approval. The application form and additional details are available online at agriculture.mo.gov. The Union Farmers Market will be opening for the 2022 season tomorrow. The market, which had been held at the commuter lot next to First Baptist Church near downtown Union in recent years, is moving to East Central College at 1964 Prairie Dale Road. The market will be located near the soccer field just to the driver's left as they enter from the roundabout. The market will be there until September 9th. The Sullivan Scholar Bowl team defeated St. Genevieve 320-210 in Game 2 of the quarterfinals of Class 4. With that win, they are headed now to the Final Four in Columbia on May 7th. Sullivan High School proudly presents Newsies, the Broadway musical. It will be held tonight and tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Sullivan Performing Arts Theater, then again on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's $7 for Eagles, $10 for the general public. Tickets are available at the door or at sullivaneagles.seatyourself.biz. That is a look at your local news on a Thursday. I'm Sam Scott.
Seidenstricker Nobe Partners Drive Green, Save Green sales event is here just for the month of April. Choose one of our 1 through 4 series John Deere compact tractor packages and save an extra $500. Choose our 5E tractor and save $1,000 off our already low S&P prices. Drive green, save green with Seidenstricker Nobe, your partner for the land. snpartners.com.
Offer valid through 4/30/2022. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
I hate thinking about HVAC, but if I don't, I just want to be comfortable at home.
I'm comfortable, and I never think about my AC.
I'm listening.
Register your HVAC system with Level 9's Comfort Club.
Comfort Club?
They think about your AC for you. It's all they do.
They check it, they clean it, they maintain it, they fix it.
So you don't have to.
You're always there for me, aren't you?
Always.
We're Level 9 Heating and Cooling. Level9HVAC.com.
Funeral notices are brought to you by the Eaton Funeral Homes of Sullivan and Bourbon.
The symbol of the Eaton name reflects consideration and competence. Also quiet, unobtrusive friendliness and service without restraint. There is never a reason to settle for less than an Eaton service, particularly because it costs no more and very often less than appearances may lead you to believe. For help in the greatest time of need, call the Eaton Funeral Homes in Sullivan or Bourbon. 468-4147, a family tradition in service since 1948. In recent funeral notices, Velma Jean Boyer of Sullivan passed away Thursday at the age of 78. Survived by her children Pam Ossick and husband John, Amanda Plank, Billie Jean Garner and husband Jeremy, Stephen Mounty, Cody Mounty and wife Kaylin, all of Sullivan, and Miles Plank of Cuba. Stepchildren Leo Boyer and wife Misty of Cuba, Andy Boyer Jr. of St. James, Angela Barton and husband Jason of Bourbon, Jesse Boyer and wife Jeanette of Kokomo, Indiana, and James Boyer of Leesburg. Siblings Imogene Brown of Geneseo, Illinois, Helen Blakely, Roy Bridgman and wife Lindahl of Sullivan, and Leo Boyer Jr. and wife Sharon of Union. A special best friend, Clara Lamke, whom she loved like a sister, 34 grandchildren, 18 great-grandchildren, 1 great-great-grandchild, nieces, nephews, other relatives, and many friends. Funeral services for Velma Jean Boyer will be held at noon today at the Eaton Funeral Home in Sullivan. Interment will follow in the Reedville Cemetery in rural Sullivan. Visitation will be held from 10 a.m. until noon today prior to the service at Eaton Funeral Home. Agnes C. Juergens Price of Sullivan passed away Saturday at the age of 89, survived by her children Ron Juergens and wife Kathy of Sullivan, Nikki Parks and husband Rocky of Inman, South Carolina, Bridget Hulsey and husband Jay of Bourbon, and Richard Juergens and wife Karen of Sullivan. Stepchildren Dan Price and wife Robin of Eureka and Randy Price of Wentzville. Her brother Edward Schatz of Texas, 2 sisters, Mary Ellen Schaefer and husband Wayne of Sullivan, and Marie Spencer of Florida. 11 grandchildren, 20 great-grandchildren, nieces, nephews, other relatives, many friends. Funeral Mass will be celebrated at 10 a.m. on Friday at St. Anthony Catholic Church in Sullivan. Interment will follow in the St. Anthony Cemetery. Visitation will be from 5 until 8 p.m. this evening at the Eaton Funeral Home in Sullivan. Memorial contributions may be made to St. Anthony Catholic School and or the Alzheimer's Association in the name of Agnes Price. Michael Conway Powers Jr. of Bourbon passed away Thursday at the age of 33. Survived by his parents Michael Sr. and Denise Powers of Sullivan, a daughter Emma May Powers of Sullivan, a sister Mindy Gonzalez, and husband Alex of Jacksonville. Funeral services will be held Friday at 10 a.m. at the Russell Colonial Funeral Home in St. Clair. Burial will be in the Lubering Citizens Community Cemetery in Grubbville. Visitation for Michael Powers Jr. will be from 3 until 8 p.m. this evening, then again after 9 a.m. on Friday at Russell Colonial Funeral Home in St. Clair. Memorials may be made to Emma in care of Michael Sr. and Denise Powers. Mary Catherine Turnbow, née Stevenson of Davisville, passed away Saturday at the age of 75. Survived by her husband Donald, a son Mike, and wife Elizabeth Turnbow of Cuba, 3 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild, nieces, nephews, cousins, other relatives, many friends. Visitation will be from 10 a.m. until noon on Friday at the Hudson Funeral Home in Steelville. The funeral service will immediately follow at noon. It will be live streamed on Hudson Funeral Home in Steelville's Facebook page beginning at 11:55 a.m. Burial will be in the Sellers Cemetery in Dillard. Memorials may be given to the American Diabetes Association in the name of Mary Catherine Turnbow. Laverne Hecht of Gerald passed away Tuesday at the age of 89, survived by her children Rhonda Beringhouse of Gerald and Richard Hecht of Gerald, a sister Peggy Schmidt of Sullivan, 4 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, other relatives, and many friends. Funeral services will be held Friday at 1 p.m. at the Gottenstrader Chapel in Gerald. Burial will be in the New Friendship Baptist Church Cemetery. Visitation for Laverne Hecht will be Friday from 9 a.m. till the time of services at 1 at Gottenstrader Chapel in Gerald. Patricia R. Schwegerle, née McKean of Cuba, passed away Sunday at the age of 68. She's survived by her sisters Eileen Halbert of Leesburg and Karen Manning of Rolla, nieces, nephews, cousins, other relatives, and many friends. Graveside services will be held Friday at 3:30 p.m. at the Kinder Cemetery in Cuba. All arrangements are under the direction of the Hudson Funeral Home of Cuba. Betty Jean Bird of Leesburg passed away Tuesday at the age of 84, survived by 2 children, Karen Ivy and husband Mike of Cuba, and Keith Bird of Leesburg. Her sister Linda Weiskopf and husband Dave of Sullivan, 8 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, nieces, nephews, other relatives, many friends. A memorial graveside service will be held at 1 p.m. on Saturday at the Leesburg Cemetery. All arrangements are under the direction of the Eaton Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Sullivan. Ronald Glenn Bragg, known to most as Ron of St. Clair, passed away Sunday at the age of 56. Survived by his wife, Erin, his mother, Bertha Bragg of Eureka, a son, Hunter Bragg of St. Clair, and a daughter, Veronica Flora, and husband, J.T. of St. Clair. A sister, Lisa Hancock, and husband, Jeff, his parents-in-law, Virginia Brown and Fred McLafferty, and wife, Sheila. 2 grandchildren, aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters-in-law, nieces, nephews, great-nieces and nephews, cousins, other relatives, and many friends. A celebration of life will be held Sunday at 10:30 a.m. at the Franklin County Baptist Association at 785 Butterfield Drive in Union. Private committal will be held at a later date. Memorials may be made to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in the name of Ron Bragg. All arrangements under the direction of the Russell Colonial Funeral Home of St. Clair. Craig Anthony Carey of Cuba passed away Wednesday at the age of 46, survived by his father, Philip Carey, and special friend Carol Youngman, his mother and stepdad, Roxanne and Frank Maxfield, a stepbrother, Chris Maxfield, and wife Christy, his godmother, Margie Carey, and his dog, Gypsy. No services will be held at this time. Cremation arrangements are under the direction of the Eaton Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Sullivan. Condolences may be shared with Craig's family online at eatonfuneralhome.com.
Funeral notices are brought to you by the Eaton Funeral Homes of Sullivan and Burbank.
As a trauma-informed provider, Compass Health Network is equipped to assist you or a loved one struggling with trauma, anxiety, depression, substance use disorder, or other behavioral health conditions. Our providers understand that everyone's life experiences are different and will work with you in person or virtually to develop the most effective plan of care. You are not alone. Call Compass Health Network today at 844-853-8937 or visit compasshealthnetwork.org for more information.
Experience the difference. Sullivan Bank is different from other banks. Hello, this is Debbie Durham with Sullivan Bank. The real quality of Sullivan Bank rests in one word: caring. It's not just about banking, it's about the fulfillment of your dreams. At Sullivan Bank, we care enough to listen, to understand that this is about your life, your family. Sullivan Bank is different and as unique as the person who is listening to me right now, you. Stop in and experience the difference.
The Cardinals got just enough offense last night and great pitching to beat the Marlins. Here's John Rooney and Ricky Horton with a game recap.
With Ricky Horton, I'm John Rooney, and it was a night for pitching in Miami. With the roof closed, Sandy Alcantara went 8 innings against his old team. But guess what, Ricky? He got no run support.
So the former Cardinal pitched well, but so did the current Cardinals, beginning with Miles Michaelis, and that's why he got no run support. That's been his story, really, since he's been a starter with the Marlins. Andre Palante, 2 really important innings in the middle of the game. Gallegos finished it off and got the save. Cabrera gets the win, but the Cardinals got the big hit in the 9th inning. and that was delivered by the Cardinal third baseman Nolan Arenado.
That was after a walk to Tyler O'Neill, and then Arenado crushed one that just got over the wall and left.
Only 5 hits for the Cardinals, but they got that big one in the 9th.
So the Cardinals have won 2 in a row in Miami and go for the sweep behind Jordan Hicks tonight. He's 1-0. He'll be opposed by Pablo Lopez, 1-0. Our pregame show at 4:45. The play-by-play at 5:30 after a 2-0 Cardinal win in Miami last night.
Thank you very much, John, and we will have that Cardinals game on the air today on 102.1 KTUI FM. Pregame comes your way at 4:45. The Blues will begin a 4-game Western road trip tonight with a matchup against the San Jose Sharks, the first of 3 playoff eliminated opponents they'll face, which includes Arizona and Anaheim, before taking on the NHL leading Colorado Avalanche on April 26th. Pregame will start at 9 o'clock tonight with puck drop at 9:40 on KTUI 94.1 FM and 1560 AM. University of Missouri baseball faces the LSU Tigers to begin the second half of the conference slate tonight down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First pitch between the Tigers and the Tigers in the series opener set for 7 o'clock tonight. East Central Falcons baseball lost both games at St. Charles Community College on Tuesday, 12-1 in 6 innings and 11-1 in 5 innings. Spencer Hunter from Borgia was 1 for 4 with an RBI in Game 1 for St. Charles. Sam Orman from St. Clair pitched an inning in that game for East Central, giving up 4 runs on 3 hits with 1 strikeout. Spencer Hunter then went 2 for 2 with 3 RBI and 3 runs scored in Game 2. St. Charles will host St. Louis Community College for a doubleheader at noon and 2:30 today. East Central on the road on Friday and Saturday. State Fair Community College picked up a 14-4 win on Tuesday over North Arkansas College. Brandon Stallman from Washington was 1 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored for State Fair. They will travel to Metropolitan Community College for 2 games today. In college softball, Mississippi State won its second 1-run ball game in as many days last night, taking a 3-2 victory in a neutral site game against UT Martin. Addison Purvis from Sullivan got the start in right field and was 0 for 2 with a walk. East Central softball scheduled to play doubleheader at St. Louis Community College in Kirkwood today at 2 and 4 p.m. Former Mizzou Tiger LaDaisia Williams announced on Twitter Wednesday that she will stay in the SEC and be transferring to LSU. This will be the 3rd team in the SEC that Williams has played for in her collegiate career. She started her career with 2 years at South Carolina before transferring to Mizzou. Locally, in a game we did last night on KTUI, the Sullivan Eagles picked up a 12-2 win over the Cuba Wildcats, and in a rainy night, and that means that you are a winner today at B&B Quick Stop, your ZX convenience store in the South Service Road in Sullivan. Anytime we broadcast the Sullivan game and they win, you can get any size fountain drink, tea, lemonade, or coffee for just 50 cents plus tax all day the following day at B&B Quick Stop on the South Service Road in Sullivan. And the Cuba Wildcats got a 5-3 win in the JV game over Sullivan last night. One other baseball game, Union over St. Clair, 13-3 in 6 innings, and a girls soccer match from last night, St. Pius X out of Festus beat Borgia 1-0. Latest state high school baseball rankings have been released, and the Union Wildcats coming into the Class 5 poll at number 5 this week, and Pacific at number 8. The Washington Missourian has released their all-area boys and girls basketball teams, Player of the Year and Coach of the Year honors. I'll have the complete listing of all those honorees coming up on Sports Talk on Saturday. Attention all former Owensville Dutchman baseball players and coaches. Owensville is hosting an alumni recognition event prior to their home game against Potosi this Friday. All former Dutchmen, players and coaches are invited to attend. The alumni will take the field at about 5:55, followed by the first pitch of the varsity game. Looking at the schedule for tonight, again, this is all weather and field conditions permitting. Sullivan scheduled to be at Steelville at 4:30. If they get the game in, we'll broadcast on 94.1 FM, 1560 AM, and the TuneIn app with pregame at 4:15. Borgia Lutheran St. Charles for varsity game at 4:15. Lutheran St. Charles of Borgia for JV at 4:30. Cuba at Bourbon tonight at 4:30. Herman at St. Clair, Owensville Pacific, St. James and Union, all 4:30 starts. Girls soccer scheduled for tonight. It'll be Southern Boone at Borgia, varsity followed by 1/2 of JV. St. James and Owensville, DeSoto at Pacific, JV then varsity. It'll be Senior Night at Pacific, Liberty at Washington, JV then varsity. All those matches start at 5 o'clock with the exception of St. James and Owensville. That will start at 5:30. In boys golf scheduled for today, the Union at Sullivan dual meet today is canceled. Duchesne at Borgia for a duel at Franklin County Country Club at 3:30. Washington at Liberty for a duel at Wing Haven Golf Course at 3:30. And the Mountain Grove Invitational, Cuba scheduled to play in that. That has been moved now to Friday Friday. In high school track scheduled for today, Sullivan hosting a freshman-sophomore invitational, and it will be senior night for the track athletes for Sullivan. Orchard Farm Invitational, Herman varsity boys and girls going there. Their JV teams from Herman going to the South Callaway JV meet this afternoon. And that Sullivan freshman-sophomore invitational gets started at 3:30 this afternoon. In middle school track coming up today, Lynn hosting a middle school invitational with Bland, Cuba, and Steelville at 3:30, and Union having a middle school relays, and that'll get underway at 4 o'clock. And in spring season softball on the schedule for today, Kingston at Bourbon at 4, Steelville at Houston at 4:30. Sports on the air. Hopefully have high school baseball coming up this afternoon, field conditions permitting. Down in Steelville, pregame at 4:15. First pitch at 4:30. If they get the game in, we'll have it on 94.1 FM and 1560 AM along with the TuneIn app. We'll have Blues hockey on 94.1 and 1560 with pregame at 9, puck drop at 9:40 out in California against the San Jose Sharks. Then on 102.1 FM tonight, Cardinals baseball 4:45 pregame against the Marlins. Don't forget it's 50-cent drink day today at B&B Quick Stop, your ZX convenience store on the South Service Road in Sullivan. Any size fountain drink, tea, lemonade, or coffee, just 50 cents plus tax all day today at B&B Quick Stop. That's your look at sports on this Thursday. Have a great day, everybody. This is Bobby D.
All right, thank you, Bobby. It is 28 minutes in front of 9 o'clock, and our temperature right now about 57 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. And with me here this morning, I have both the Sheriff of Franklin County, Steve Pelton, and then I have the Police Chief here in Sullivan, Patrick Johnson. And good morning, guys. How are you?
Morning. How are you?
Good.
Morning to you. Morning to the listeners out there.
Yeah. So I've been seeing the sheriff frequently, not because I got picked up or anything, but the Sheriff's Academy is going on right now, and I've been going to that on Monday nights, and I've been talking about it some here on the air. So I think I think it's a neat thing. Some people, have said, so are you becoming a reserve deputy? And I'm like, no, not learning how to do police work. I'm learning how they do it. So, but I think it's a really neat thing, and I wish more people would be involved in it in the future. So
yeah, we're definitely proud of that program. This is I would say technically our third one. We had 4, but one of them got canceled during the year of COVID.
That was mine. Yeah.
Yeah. So you had to go through twice.
Yes.
I think you guys are about halfway through right now, and we're pretty proud of that program. It gives everybody an inside look of what's going on at the sheriff's office, how we operate, and to be honest with you, it gives us a citizen-based community contacting event that we have a large-scale catastrophe, heaven forbid, we need to evacuate a school or something like that. It gives us some resources and contact people that's already been vetted that we could utilize to assist in a large-scale operation if need be. So pretty proud of that program. It was an exciting one this week, as well as you was there. We had a kind of a hands-on field exercises. So we had the canines out there, and we also had a firearm simulator to give some people some training, and it was a lot of fun. And I really enjoy them nights because it gets people out of the seats, and you get a chance to network with them a little bit more during some downtime and have that. So I enjoy them evenings.
So the simulator thing was kind of an eye-opening thing. I don't think people really realize, and you guys say it quite often, that when there's gunfire involved or something like that, you guys operate in fractions of seconds, and you can hear that, and you can think but that the simulator kind of gives you an idea of what you guys are talking about. And
yes, you're making decisions that's got a lifetime impact in fractions of a second.
Mm-hmm.
That in the event that there's litigation or something that will take years to analyze them fractions of seconds. So it's a great piece of training equipment, and we utilize that quite a bit, and we'd like to get it out to our Citizens Academy students so they can see firsthand and being able to sit in that seat. So
that'd be like the FATS machine?
It's similar to the FATS machine,
those,
yes.
We had those in the academy. I've been to agencies that have those and make it part of their regular training process. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's a better tool out there right now for doing those use of force and when not to use force scenarios. Mm-hmm. It's a valuable tool.
And there's so many ways, with the program that we got, as well as Chief, we can change the scenario. So you may it's just not one and done when a law enforcement officer experiences that scenario, because you can change the outcome of a couple of that, and some of that is interactive. So if they've got good verbal communication skills and we're able to make it a compliant versus a non-compliant end of scenario, so it's a great tool. I know you guys utilize them also.
So Chief, you've been on the job as chief for what, a little over 6 months?
Yeah, about 7 months now.
7 months, yeah. So, and then you thought you got away from Chief Counts, but now he's an alderman.
Saw him yesterday at the Municipal League dinner, so yep. Yeah. And he still stops by every once in a while.
I'm sure he does.
He just got elected for Ward 3 alderman.
So has it been kind of business as usual for you, or I mean, yeah?
I tell people that I don't think anybody ever had more preparation and on-the-job training than I did. I think Chief Counts was pretty much grooming me for this for probably almost going on 10 years. Mm-hmm. So other than a new office, not a whole lot's changed from my position. We were fortunate enough that we were able to start kind of the transition process. So I was able to have Jeff Rohr move into my old spot before Chief Counts even left. So the transition was about as smooth as we could ever hope for it to be.
So is our police force fully staffed here in Sullivan?
On the road side we are. We got 19 sworn, and everybody's, we got a position for everybody. We are a little bit up in the air on our dispatch. We're supposed to have 5 full-time dispatchers. We had one go out on maternity leave, and it's not like it used to be with our dispatch, where we had it was more the same people in there for 10, 20 years. Now it's a little bit more turnover. Dispatch is different. People are young. They say, "Oh, I want to be a police officer. I want to be a fireman." Not a lot of people look at dispatching as a career option. So it's one of those where you almost got to open their eyes to it, and it's an interesting, it's a rewarding job. You're right there in the mix of it. But I think a lot of people aren't. It's not on their radar as a career opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for the city of Sullivan, our pay is reasonable for what it is, and our benefits are absolutely great. It's just dispatching is different. You're working some different hours, and but you're right there in the thick of it. I mean, when people call, they need help, the dispatchers are the first person they talk to, and it's a calling for a lot of people. Once they get it in their blood, they love it. But we're like everybody else. I mean, it's hard to find good people these days to work professional jobs, but we've been fortunate so far, and hopefully we'll be able to continue doing that.
I think the biggest thing that gets a lot of that particular field, and they just celebrated National Telecommunicators Week last week, so we appreciate all them dispatchers and stuff that's out there, but it's the shift work that a lot of this younger generation has children, and when you're on shift work and you're not able to get your kid off to the school on a school bus or be there when you pick them up, that makes it challenging because there's no set schedule, because there's a rotating schedule, night shift, day shift, stuff like that. But as Chief Johnson said, really they're the unsung heroes. They're the lifeline for the people in the field, whether they're fire or law, and to some degree that is a stressful job. They're getting that initial call, and when somebody's in crisis, it may be one of the worst times in their life, where they got a family member that had collapsed and having some serious medical issues, or if it's a domestic that they're calling in on. So just to echo what Chief said, just shout out to them dispatchers. They're truly some heroes out there.
So Chief, the dispatchers actually in Sullivan, though, they work for you, right?
Yes.
And the sheriff, you guys are all housed in the same building, but they're not actually part of the sheriff's department, are they?
That is correct. They're underneath the emergency management and 911. They're not under the sheriff's office. That changed before I was even sheriff. But we are housed in the same building. As well as they've got the new EOC 911 center
which is very nice.
Yes, on the south side of our building, and so I get over there quite a bit, because obviously just information and teletypes and printouts that you need. So them centers are busy, a lot busier than what people realize.
So of course, Chief, we're right here on the I-44 corridor, and Sheriff, the corridor goes right through your territory. We've got a lot of drugs come up I-44, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there is a lot of drugs coming up and truly traveling both ways. You know, St. Louis, there's no secrets, a hub, and you got Chicago going that way. You know, we was talking before we got on air about our canines. Them canines are making cases almost daily. You had the opportunity to meet the 2 deputies. You know, they're doing a lot of interdiction stop and trying to see some of that stuff that people are overdosing on that's coming out of the city or coming out of Oklahoma into the city. You know, there's a lot of drug trafficking that goes through there, just people traveling through, and we do our best to be aggressive with that. And like I say, them guys are making stops every day.
And what did you told me, I can't think of the deputy's name that handles Dino.
Deputy Dunn. Donnie Dunn, yes.
Didn't he say he did like 10 stops or something that day that he gave us the presentation?
Yeah, he averages about 10 stops a day.
Oh, wow.
As they're running interdiction out there, and truly they're trying to intercept some of them large quantities of narcotics before they get into the destination city, whether it's St. Louis or Oklahoma, as it's traveling through, and because we know that filters out into the community, and quite honestly, we know it. Every life matters, so you get the small amounts, you get the large amounts. We're going to take whatever we can off them streets.
And Sullivan has a dog?
We do have a dog, Doler. He's like a Belgian Malamute, or whatever you call it. Malinois, yeah.
Malinois.
Capable of being a mean dog when he needs to, but he's both an apprehension dog and a drug detection dog. He's right now, Joe Cochran has taken over as the handler. And it's a lot of work. I'm sure you've gone in previously on how much these canine handlers have to put in every day with the dog, with certification, recertification, making sure the dog's up on from discipline to actually being able to do the job to just taking care of the dog itself. I mean, they can't complain when they've got an injury or something going on. So I mean, it's like having a kid that can find dogs and bite people. So it's we're fortunate enough to have it, and it's an extra tool in our tool belt when we need it.
So one of the things I've been learning about from the sheriff and chief, you'll be glad to hear this, I think, is that they talk about when they have to work interagency, things like that, and you're not on the bad list. The sheriffs say they always have really great cooperation with the police department here in Sullivan and several others here in the county and stuff like that. But that was one of the things that I kind of always wondered about was, how do you work that? But I've heard a couple of stories about where the highway department, the one that got me the other day, I guess, was the highway patrol, the sheriff's office, I don't remember, the police, and the U.S. Forestry. That was I was like, that's a new one on me, but
yeah, as I shared with the listeners before, we're pretty fortunate. Myself and the chiefs, we have a meeting once a month, and I've said it countless times, law enforcement in Franklin County is so professional. We got good leadership throughout the municipalities. It's a great working relationship, not just at the top, but our street guys are working together. They're hand in hand. Sullivan officers are all the time helping us out when we need backup, or we got something close to the city limits, and I know we got some deputies that are in town helping out there. Everybody's friends here. It's we're the 4th largest county, but truly we're small enough that everybody's friends and they know each other, and truly they got each other's back. So we're very fortunate in this area to have the law enforcement leaders that we have, and Chief Johnson, to you, we appreciate that partnership. It works out well.
It goes both ways. It's out here we've got, I call it the Goldilocks zone away from a big city. So we're not so close to the city that the officers are so busy that they maybe can't give the citizens, the time to handle the calls. We're not so far away that we can't pay and retain good officers. So we're right there in the Goldilocks zone. We can find guys, hire them, pay them well, keep them around. They're professional guys, and that professionalism, like you said, kind of translates to the citizens don't care about what uniform you wear or the egos and everything else. They just want the job done. And there's not, we tease, it's like firemen and police officers,
Sure.
There's that friendly, but for as it goes, we're just here, we're on the same team, trying to do the same job, and we can help each other out. That's what we do. And it's also an opportunity to kind of, network a little bit and kind of talk to the other guys. Way back in the day, I remember we used to have the troopers would show up all the time to use the restroom, use our breathalyzer machine, get some coffee. I think they're more spread thin than they used to be. We don't get that as much, but it's several times a week. We've got deputies down Sullivan area talking. We're either working cases, comparing notes, and that's what it's about. Criminals don't care about borders.
Yeah, that is true. That's important. Even the surrounding counties, there's a lot of networking stuff that goes on there. There's no jurisdictional boundaries when it comes to crime. They don't care whose municipality they're in or whose county line they're in, and it's a lot of the same criminals traveling through. So having that relationship, as Chief Johnson is talking about, where you can network, and I know his detectives and my detectives and the other detectives throughout the county, they meet monthly also for criminal exchange meetings, and if somebody's got a suspect in a particular stealing case or a particular burglary or a trend that's going on, we find that it's pretty spread out around the county. That's happening, and we also bring up some detectives on some surrounding counties that participate also, and you'd be surprised how many are the same players that are just bouncing from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
So, Chief, the sheriff and his deputies that are teaching this course, I've heard them say several times that I think it is, 10% of the population of the jail, it takes up 90% of their time. Is that kind of the same thing here? Do you run into the same repeat offenders?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much everywhere. You look at nationwide trends. If there's a small percentage of the population that takes up most of the services, if I could wave a magic wand and lock up about 30, 40 criminals, then crime rates would drop quite a bit.
What would you probably estimate? Maybe how much time does a criminal, offender for a stealing or drugs or something? How much time do they actually spend in jail before they're let go? I mean,
we've got initially how long they're in jail.
Well,
you've got
I don't know because it just seems like, and I know that the police really have no control over this, but I mean, it seems like you put them away and then they're back out on the street.
So if we took just a anonymous, no name case study guy, somebody gets arrested for misdemeanor stealing, City of Sullivan. We're going to arrest them, bring them back to the station, gather information, see if they got warrants. They don't have warrants, so we're probably going to book and release them with a court date. Court date pending. Send the case off to the prosecutor. Prosecutor's going to, okay, this person needs to show up. They set them a court date. Now, in my experience, that person doesn't always make their court date, so they're going to get locked up again when they get this failed to appear warrant. Now, that may be for a little bit till they bond out, maybe a couple days until they get let go, and that happens quite a bit, where they might get arrested several times on a failed to appear warrant, and then when it finally does get to the criminal, or before a judge for, disposition, it could go a bunch of different ways. Does a first-time, thief need to go to, prison? Probably not. But it's really, for a town, or rather a county, 100,000 plus people, we are quite busy. And the criminal justice system is also quite busy. So a lot of that is it's triaging, the flow of how we're going to deal with all these. But it's one of those where it's a lot to kind of manage to figure out how long does the average person actually spend in jail, and then the reality is, okay, so what's spending jail? What is that actually doing to make the situation better? And that's when we have judges. They figure out fine incarceration, or what's it going to take to put this person back on the right track. So you asked a simple question, and there's no simple answer for it. Sorry.
Well, so like I got a report the other day that the Highway Patrol stopped someone, and in their list of things was failure to appear ×9. But then he was taken, I think, to the Franklin County Adult Detention Facility, booked and released, and I'm like, well, obviously, if they failure to appear 9 times, apparently they know where to go get him if they really need him,
Yeah, and you heard me talk about this. It's frustrating for law enforcement because your simple failure to appear on something minor is not as big a deal, but when you're having to go out and get these guys that have been assaultive towards law enforcement officers, and you're having to put officers and deputies in harm's way twice to go out and get them, it's very frustrating. And it's not even our local court system's fault. A lot of that comes from the Supreme Court, from that Bond 33 reform that's out there, and they look at that through the lens of the suspect instead of the lens of the victim, But, I've shared with you, we've had people in custody that didn't trigger enough for an in-custody warrant through the court systems, and they've left. And one of them in particular was there for a stolen vehicle, was held on 24 hours when they didn't issue the warrant. I've got him on camera walking out of my jail lobby facility wearing the same clothes that he walks to Quick Trip and steals a car that's sitting at the gas pumps. So what is the consequence for an action there? So hopefully there'll be some truth in sentencing come out of Jeff City to hold people accountable. And as Chief Johnson was saying, I'm not talking about your 1 or 2 or 3 or even 4th-time offender, but when you, just like you was talking about, 9 times the person failed to answer, there's no consequence for that action. So truly they need to be accountable, and I think as a whole that'll make society better. So some people have the misidea that law enforcement makes a decision when people get in or out of jail, and that's not the case at all. Everybody is there by court ordered, or they can't be there. So if we can get something from the top to the Supreme Court or to legislation that ends up with truth in sentencing, and again, not for your 1st or 2nd or 3rd time offender necessarily, depending what the nature of the crime is, but when you've got somebody that's a career criminal, truly, and you just mentioned, he failed to appear on that case 9 times, and he was released. He should have been held in jail until the court case is open, but I don't pick who stays or goes in our jail, or our jail will be full.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so, the other day, I guess, you got some video on your Facebook page of a guy that went into a business and was wandering around, and so people like this, are they local, or are they coming out here from St. Louis or St. Louis County, or
we did a study one time with the people that was booked in our jail, and it's been some time since we've done it, but at the time it was about 30% was coming out of the city. Really? To more rural areas to commit crime, and the rest of them are local people that are, unfortunately most of them are stealing to feed an addiction problem. So yes, we put that on social media the other day on that burglary that occurred, and that's such a great tool because we're always stronger together. We say that countless times, and we got so many followers on them pages. That is such a great investigation tool. We put that out there, and usually within a couple days somebody's calling us and saying, yeah, I know who that guy is. You need to go talk to this guy. So it's a great tool, and we share it with the community, and I know most of the police departments throughout the county share the same thing on their pages when they're looking for a potential suspect or a person of interest within their jurisdiction, and it works well. So shout out to the citizens out there for helping out law enforcement. Truly, it's a partnership.
And so, Chief, I know here in Sullivan, I talk to people from time to time, and it looks like, we have people that, pick a neighborhood at night and go and just, check car doors to see if they're open and take whatever's in them. My next door neighbor, it's been a while back, but she had apparently left her keys and her checkbook and some cash under a letter. Anyway, the thief just opened the door, took the keys and some change that was in the cup holder, but they didn't lift anything in the seat because she had her paycheck. She'd cashed her paycheck, and it was all still there. I was like, so these people are, it's just a crime of opportunity, isn't it?
They wouldn't do it if it wasn't successful some of the time.
Right.
So it's like your spam email. If they get, 10 people out of 1,000 to actually respond and they get their money, it's worth it. And that's why we tell people, keep your cars locked, keep your valuables out of sight, because it's a numbers game. We've had very few of those car clouding people actually willing to break glass. Makes noise, leaves evidence everywhere, sets alarms off, dogs barking. They don't want to get caught. They're not robbing people. They don't want that face-to-face confrontation. They want to be sneaky in and out. So keep your valuables out of sight, keep your cars locked up. I live in town, but at night I still lock my cars.
Sure.
You just never know who's walking through.
We live in a world of technology that's really evolved, and you'd be surprised how many camera systems are out there, really good camera systems, Ring camera systems, Arlo camera systems. And I have watched videos where people that's trying to steal out of cars will walk up and just try the handle. And as Chief Johnson said, if it's locked and they can't get in, they're just going to the next house over. They move on. So it definitely helps safeguard your property.
So I come to work about 3 o'clock in the morning, and the other morning I got up and was getting dressed, and I could hear a car alarm somewhere. I live over on George Street. I heard a car alarm pretty close, it seemed like. And but by the time I got outside, it was reset, and I just looked around, and I saw nothing. So who knows why car alarms go off sometimes. Sometimes it's because somebody's trying to get into them, but sometimes it's because the dog bumped into the car or something, But
or the owner accidentally hit the key.
hit the
Bob,
key,
I've done that. Yeah.
Yeah. My dad actually did it to his truck the other day. So, yeah. But I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's kind of a eerie feeling to go out there thinking that somebody might be lurking around. And
well, Sheriff's talking about the cameras, and
yeah,
that's technology. I can tell you, what was it, 10 years ago, cell phone thefts were rampant.
Oh yeah,
everybody was stealing cell phones, and then the manufacturer decided, well, we want to make a product that people aren't going to lose as much. So now, if you stole my cell phone, it's a brick to you. You can't do anything with it. The technology made to where cell phone stealing has pretty much just fallen off the table. With these camera systems being as inexpensive as they are, we've also gotten some really good evidence off of people getting, not even necessarily their car was broke into, but somebody walked into their carport. We've got them on film. The camera picked it up. So it's getting to be where maybe the technology can help everybody, the private citizen, to feel more safe and secure, and ideally deter the bad guys from doing it in the first place. And we'll just kind of see what happens, but that's where technology is. They told us when we first got in, hey, the technology is going to change law enforcement and change how we are, and that's rung true every day.
All right. Well, you guys are the two of the top law enforcement people here in this area, and we only got a couple minutes. Is there anything you want to tell people?
Nope. Appreciate being on, and appreciate talking to the listeners, and it's a great opportunity to be sitting here with Chief Johnson. He does a fantastic job, and I appreciate the partnership and all the help he gives our agency. So thanks for having us.
All right.
I want to echo that, and thanks for the opportunity.
All right. And Chief, I hope we'll be able to get you in here on a monthly basis or
Sounds
something.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Take care, Sam. We'll
All
see
right.
you Monday.
It is 2 minutes in front of 9 o'clock, and I need to tell you about a couple things. One of them is Frykes Market. Now, Frykes, they at Frykes Market, they were the first people with the online, being able to shop online and get stuff. They load up a cart and have it ready for you. You can just drive by and pick it up. The deli, I just can't say enough about the deli. I stop by there probably at least once a week and get lunch at the deli. They have always have great chicken, and then they have different specials. Sometimes it's ribs, and I don't know. And if you listen to me very much, you know that I'm not a huge fan of potato, but they've got some deviled egg potato salad over there that's just incredible. So you want to stop into Frykes Market. And they're located right there downtown Sullivan. What is it? 45 North Clark, I think, is the address there. And let's see, what else? Was there somebody else? Oh, yeah, I was needed to tell you about Ken Scott. And Ken's, Ken does insurance, and he's just a heck of a nice guy. He's with SBI Insure. And you kind of owe it to yourself to check your insurance every once in a while. Ken would be a great person to do that. He does all kinds of stuff, personal, business, life insurance. Check with Ken Scott. His number's 314. This is his cell phone number, 314-623-2093, 314-623-2093. That's Ken Scott with SBI Insure. And he does business owners, property, liability, autos, equipment, workers' comp. 314-623-2093. For sale shows coming up in about 5.5 minutes. We are AM 1560, KTUI Sullivan, 94.1 FM. You can pick us up on YouTube and tune in. And here's the news at 9 o'clock.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
United States Secret Service officers shot and killed an intruder who was smashing windows at the residence of the Peruvian ambassador to the United States yesterday. The ambassador and his family were inside the residence in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Northwest Washington. A taser did not affect the suspect, and he was then shot. The Justice Department has filed an appeal that seeks to reverse a judge's recent ruling that ended the nation's mask mandate on public transportation. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Biden administration explain why they are fighting the ruling that stated the government overstepped its authority.
We think it's entirely reasonable, as the Department of Justice, for the CDC, the health and data experts, health experts most importantly, in our administration to be able to have that time to evaluate, but also because they want to fight to ensure the CDC's authority and ability to put in mandates in the future.
USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
A military parachute event at Washington Nationals Park Wednesday night inadvertently triggered a probable threat warning at the U.S. Capitol and prompted an evacuation order. U.S. Capitol Police apparently had not been notified of the event. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and his gubernatorial candidate son Andrew held a press conference about the issues facing New Yorkers. They say job one is to stop the corrupt Democrats currently running New York.
I believe that most Republicans in this state realize that we have to reform the state. We have to change it. It can't operate the way it's operating now at 2.5 times the budget of Florida with the corruption that we have. We have a governor who's doing a stadium that's going to end up costing us $4 billion because it benefits her husband. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did. Take a look at the family members of these Democrats and how much money they get, and you'll get an idea of the corruption that goes on.
The gubernatorial primary in New York is June 28th. USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called MediShare. There are hundreds of thousands of members, and they love it. MediShare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and this is obviously huge. The typical family saves around $6,000 a year switching to MediShare. Find out more. They're great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
There's a new record for the world's oldest living dog. Toby Keith, a 21-year-old blonde Chihuahua from Green Acres, Florida, was recently given the title as oldest living dog in the world by Guinness World Records at 21 years and 66 days. As more astonishing data has been gathered from the Hunter Biden laptop, the ties between President Biden, his family, and the upper tiers of Communist China is real. The relationship between America's #1 adversary and the President of the United States has been revealed. Republican Representative Jim Jordan from Ohio on Fox News says all the ingredients for a compromised White House are present.
Well, particularly that statement where he said, I don't think you should get wealthy just because you're in high office. Well, there are 4.8 million reasons why that statement's not true, not accurate, because that's what his son got paid, and we now know based on these text messages and emails that it was a family enterprise. That's what Hunter Biden got paid from this Chinese energy company, CEFC. $4.8 million, thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars each and every month coming to him and his uncle, part of the family enterprise. So that just doesn't fly. These guys have, it's been that way for a long time. It's just now starting to come to the surface. And look, the press now has to admit that what we all said 18 months ago was true. The laptop was real, the eyewitness was real, the emails were real, it was all real, except for that, fake line we got from 51 former intel experts saying it was Russian disinformation.
Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
If you're like most Americans. From the KTUI WeatherBug Weather Center for this morning, expecting mostly cloudy skies. Sunny this afternoon, high temperature of 73 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Friday, mostly sunny, warm with a high of 81. Friday night, partly cloudy, a low of 64. On Saturday, mostly sunny, high temperature 80. Saturday night, rain showers likely, otherwise mostly cloudy, a low of 62. On Sunday, showers and thunderstorms likely, high temperature of 72 degrees. For KTUI, I'm Andrew Brady.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Looks like we're up to about 58 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. It's coming up on 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. It's time for the For Sale Show. If you've got something to buy, sell, or trade, give me a call right now, 468-5101. And you can also send me a text message. That number is 573-677-1001. 573-677-1001. You can email me any time of the day or night. And that email address is forsale@ktui.com. forsale@ktui.com. And somebody called. I didn't know if it was for the For Sale Show. It looks like Bill Barth's got some Silver Eagle coins. So he has lowered the price on them. He had a 1986. He was asking $50. He's lowered the price to $45. And the rest of the Silver Eagles are $37.50. And he has, besides the 86, he's got an 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 2001, and 02, 03, and 04. So those are all $37.50. Bill's phone number is 314-560-7424. 314-560-7424. Guy's got some Farm Fresh eggs, 468-5389, 468-5389. And his cell phone number is 314-630-9463. 314-630-9463. Steve's got some Airedale pups. He started out with 8. I don't know how many he has left, but you can call him. I think they're all registered and got their shots. 573-205-3735. 573-205-3735. Shelby, I think, had one blue heeler pup left. It still had its tail, and it's had all of its shots. $250. 573-457-8505. That's 457-8505. Got a 2020 Troy-built 50-inch riding mower. Wanting $1,500, your best offer. 573-205-0299. 573-205-0299 for that 2020 Troy-built. Those things are built like steel. Well, I think they are steel. Let's see. Got a treadmill. It's a Lifestyler, and they want $50 for it. And a metal exterior door. It's an 80 by 30. They want $50 for that. 573-259-0098. 573-259-0098. All right, got some laying hens. Also some organic eggs and a bighorn saddle. It's dark leather in excellent condition. She was wanting $300 for it. 573-205-9401. 573-205-9401. And the last thing on my list is some golf clubs. They're Callaways. 468-9598. 468-9598. And that is it for my list of items here this morning. Phone's ringing. It's 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. And I'm going to let you listen to this from the folks at Jerry's TV. And we'll see if this is for the For Sale Show that's coming up here. Jerry's TV in Sullivan is a family-owned appliance, furniture, mattress, and electronics store. Jerry's has over 20,000 square feet of showroom with name brands of fine quality home furnishings at low prices. Jerry's TV's been serving the Sullivan and surrounding area since 1962. Jerry's has in-store financing, fast, free delivery, free setup, and free removal. When you shop at Jerry's, you get discount store prices with service in every department. Shop local. Shop Jerry's TV, 375 West Springfield in Sullivan, because service matters.
For a ball game?
All right, it is 10 minutes past 9 o'clock. It's 58 degrees here at the studios of KTUI. And with me this morning from Scenic Regional Library, I have Steve Campbell. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
I was a little worried you were talking to the sheriff out there. I thought maybe he was wanting to take you back to Union.
No. There was no arrest done this time.
Oh, okay.
Not this time.
And so you are the director?
I'm the director.
I don't know. I think I give you a new title every time.
I know you're really here to talk to Megan.
Yeah. Well, and then Megan Maurer, who's the
executive assistant director.
Okay.
We'll call it. That's
All
how
right.
it's
All right.
fancy.
All right, Megan.
Or as my son and daughter call her, Queen Megan.
No, Queen.
They do.
I'm here. How are you?
I'm good. So
Good.
how are things at the library?
Very good. Very busy as always. We are in our final week or week and I guess a couple days of our community read, which I'm ready to call a success. We gave away all of our books, I think.
I got the last one.
Did you?
Oh, you got it.
You got it? Okay.
You read it?
No, it's right there on the shelf.
Did you read it?
Oh, I see it. It is on the shelf.
Yeah, it is on the shelf.
So
I haven't read it yet. I haven't had time, but
it took me over a week.
Well,
you can always read it. It's okay.
I can read it. I seriously, I can read it in a couple hours.
I'm sure. I have faith in you.
Yeah. I just have to find the time. But I have read it before.
Oh, that's right.
But I was like in high
that's
school.
True, yeah.
It was high school, and that was a long time ago.
Just a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
Well, we are wrapping up our programming. We've had some great
You
programs.
read it in high school too, you said.
I did. And we are doing a finale on Saturday, April 30th, which is a week from this Saturday. It's going to be held at the theater at ECC. And we're really excited to have a live performance of a history storyteller from Colorado. Her name is Susan Marie Fronczak. She will be presenting as Mary Shelley herself, and as guests are coming into the theater that evening, we'll be playing the original Frankenstein movie, which is, I can't remember how old, black and white, no sound.
Over 100 years.
Yes, so that will be playing. We just wrapped up our micro ghost stories, and so I believe a couple of our micro ghost stories will be read that evening as well. We had really great participation in the micro ghost story, so we're very excited about that and to announce those winners, which will be coming up shortly. But
dozens and dozens we
yes,
received.
we did.
Really,
we
that's
did.
true.
We did. Yeah, I think for some reason we really hit the nail on the head with the micro ghost story.
Oh,
so that's very exciting. But we still have some more programs coming up, and you can find out more about everything going to our website, which is for the community read is called thiscommunityreads.org, and that'll give you all the information about our upcoming programs to wrap up the community read. So that's what's happening on that front.
So I can remember, when I was a kid, of course, you went to the school library, but then I don't know, what age I became aware of that the city of Sullivan had a library, but back then, I think it's where the city council chambers are now. It was, you went up the corridor and, there was just, it smelled musty and, and I'm sure that, the library, kept up with technology as much as possible, but that's pretty much all there was books.
Right.
Sure.
And now today when you go into, Scenic Regional Library, it's amazing. I mean, you have computers and you have things for kids and, it's just, Wi-Fi access and all kinds of stuff. It's just amazing what a library has, and developed into, I guess.
Well, we're kind of the same age, I think. Did they have a card catalog in the library when you were in high school?
The old Dewey Decimals.
We had the card catalog.
We still use
sure.
Dewey Decimal, but we just don't use the cards and the physical cards anymore. They're just all electronic.
Computerized,
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, we're part of that generation that still remembers everything before before computers really, but then also especially before the internet. But there was like very little. There were no computers in my elementary school at all. I know that.
So I think computers were, we had, what did they call them? Word processors. They had a word processor when I was in the Air Force, and that was the hot new thing, And there was the sergeant. She was in charge of the and if you said, well, I'm just going to sit down here and type a letter, she said, don't touch my machine. I don't want you to mess it up, So.
I remember I saw a computer the first time. The sixth grade teachers in my school were each given a computer on a cart, I guess maybe to either play with and practice on or to enter their grades, but it sat in the corner collecting dust because I don't think my teacher ever broke it out to use it.
No.
And that was the first time I even saw a computer. And in 8th grade, they had like one room, the only air-conditioned room in our school, that had a line of maybe about 20 computers. And it was our computer lab, and that's where we'd go for computer class in 8th grade, and that was the first time I've touched a computer was in 8th grade. So
we still had typewriters.
Well, we did. Oh yeah, I had typing class in
I don't know
school.
that we had computers when I was in high school.
I remember learning to type. I just had this conversation actually over Easter weekend that in high school, my class was the last class to learn how to type on typewriters, and then they took them out the next semester and put in computers.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And now if you say, well, did you take typing? Kids go, what?
Yeah.
It's word processing. Keyboarding. That's right. Keyboarding. Yeah. Keyboarding. Yeah.
Which sounds, I don't know, like surfing or something. I don't.
Okay, so I have things to say now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, important things, not about my reminiscing about
I wasn't really going to let you talk today, but
I'm very sedate today compared to normal. Do I seem that way? I didn't sleep hardly at all last night.
See. Okay.
So our very own Elizabeth Bird, the children's programmer,
Mama Bird.
Mama Bird, exactly, from the Sullivan branch.
She got an award, didn't she?
She got a bit. I drove. Her husband and her, of course, went down, and then I drove all the way down to the to Osage Beach.
Oh yeah.
Down by the lake, where they have the Missouri Association of School Librarians annual conference down by the lake, and we all went down for the day. They had a 2-hour banquet at lunch, an awards banquet, and she was the 2022 recipient of the Friend of School Libraries Award from the Association of School Librarians. Very big deal, a statewide award.
Yeah.
And it was a very big event. I mean, they had a meal, and they had a keynote speaker, and they gave away like a dozen different awards to different people, and she was one of the recipients. It was a really big deal, and it was a great event, and we're very, very proud of her. She does a fantastic job. The award was for all her outreach to the schools in this area and the preschools and daycares, but the award specifically was for her outreach to the elementary schools.
I stopped in the other day and just to congratulate her, and when I said congratulations on your award, she just lit up, and she was
so proud of herself. Yeah.
Well, but she's just so friendly. I was thinking, I wish I could be that friendly, but it's not going to happen. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does. She oozes happiness and optimism.
Yes.
So yes, it's very, very contagious for sure.
We are very, very lucky to have her, and we are very proud of her for representing the library and also all the hard work she does. So that was a big deal.
Yes.
Yeah. And then some other things. Do you do genealogy, Sam?
Yes and no. I've logged into I have an account with one of the genealogy programs, and so I've put in
you have Ancestry.
No, I think it's Family Tree.
Oh, really?
Something or other. I don't know what it. It's an icon on my computer.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, so I don't know. Every once a month or something, I get in.
Oh.
Well, so here's what I do. I mean, I do it the lazy way.
Yeah.
I logged in and I put as much information in as I knew. Mm-hmm. And then if you just go away and leave it for like a month, when you come back, people have added on to it.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm like, well, that's cool, because then I don't have to really do this.
So you crowdsourced your genealogy.
Basically.
Okay.
Now, Mike out there, if you talk to Mike, he and his wife, they go to libraries and they request information, request books. I think they told me that they got a book brought into the library or something. I don't know.
You had the DNA test done?
No.
Oh.
My parents did.
That's fun to have done.
My parents, and I looked at theirs and I was thinking, well, there's probably nothing.
Yeah, if you have both of theirs, you probably don't need to do yours. But
Right.
Yeah.
My wife had it done.
So I discovered that I am, really 100% mutt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No one country stood out, or one ethnicity, really?
No. Oh, I mean,
I'm 3/4 British, like English, Scottish, Irish, and then 1/4 Italian.
Oh.
That's where I'm at.
I don't know that I've even looked so much at that, but we always, and I guess from stories I read, we always thought that my great-grandfather on my mother's side was an Indian.
Everyone thinks that.
Exactly. But I mean,
it's true.
The whole. He had 10 kids, and every one of them, and they all think that they're half Indian or something like that. Well, I don't, either they can't track it, or they can't track it, and we're not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, like so many people I talk to, like, oh yeah, we have ancestors that were Cherokee or Apache or everyone I talk about genealogy thinks they have relatives, and then I mean they do. I don't know, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I know in our family that was like something that they talked about on one side of the family, but there was no the DNA didn't show that at all, because it would show that.
So. But apparently, I never met him. He died way before I was born. But apparently, he was an interesting individual. He was half itinerant preacher and half moonshiner. So
that's a good combo back then.
Yeah.
So anyway, good news about genealogy. We have Ancestry.com available in our branches for free. People can come in and do research at the library on the computers. But big news in the genealogy world is that they have released the 1950 census, U.S. Census. So prior to this, only up to 1940 was available. So 1950 is available now. And when our newsletter came out, they had just released it, and then Ancestry is working on adding it to their collection, tabulating it, and I guess indexing it. And so it was supposed to be ready the third week of this month, which I think is right around now. So it could be available already. But those people who do a lot of research, 1950 is a big deal. I'm very eager to get onto it myself and look at it and see all my relatives where they were in 1950 and get information about them. So if you do genealogy, 1950 is available now, or will be here this very shortly with the next few days. And so you can go to the library and use Ancestry to do that updated research.
Cool.
Exciting.
Yeah.
That was a big follow-up to get to that point, but I thought it was worth it, right?
Sure.
Totally worth it.
And then also we have we have a social media page, Facebook for every one of our branches,
right?
Including Sullivan.
I've been on them.
And we used to have a Instagram account for every branch as well, but it wasn't really working out that well. We weren't keeping them updated, and we weren't using them like we really needed to use them. So we decided to consolidate them. And Megan's going to jump in and correct anything I'm saying wrong here because she's been involved.
So far, you're right on the right track.
I thought so. So we consolidate those into one Instagram account for the whole system, and it's at Scenic Regional Library. And so if people have been following us on individual branch Instagram pages, we encourage them to abandon those pages and to follow us at our system-wide page now. And we'll be pushing out content on there. Our marketing person, Sarah, will have, publicity about the library's programs and events on there. And it's at Scenic Regional Library. I don't really use Instagram, but do you use Instagram?
I don't. I'm not an Instagram user.
Okay.
Me either.
So, but if people do that, if that's I guess maybe that's a younger demographic. Is that
Probably,
like the teens, maybe, and the people in their 20s follow Instagram a lot?
Yeah.
Well, we will be putting out a lot more content on the single system-wide page at Scenic Regional Library.
Well, and one of the things that you can see on our Instagram is that we have recently started distributing trigger locks and medical misuse prevention supplies. So we were lucky enough to get a grant of about $5,000 from several different coalitions in Franklin County and Warren County. Really connected to an organization called Prevent Ed. Have you heard of Prevent Ed before?
Only in the fact that I think Keisha brought it up at the last chamber meeting.
Okay.
That I was, she talked about this a little bit.
Hi, Keisha, everyone.
Shout out to Keisha out there.
Yeah.
So we started this week distributing for free trigger locks. We also have medical lock boxes that look like a dictionary.
She showed us that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We also have doTERRA bags. doTERRA bags are a small bag, probably 3 inches by 2 inches, and they contain a charcoal filter inside, and there's instructions on the back. Basically, you open it up, pour any drugs in that you don't want to use anymore, you don't need anymore, add some water, shake it up, and the charcoal disposes the drugs, and that can go in the trash. We also have medical or medicine timer caps, so you can see when someone got into that medicine, so it's helpful if you're not sure if you took it, but also if you think someone has taken some, you can see when that medical timer cap was last
I do that all
used.
the time. I think I need one of those.
Okay, well, you can get one at any of our
I take a
branches.
pill and I forget whether I took it or not.
Yeah, so you can get all of those supplies at our branches. They're available, so please come in and ask, and our staff will be happy to pass those on to you. So we're very excited to be able to do this and make those available to the community.
Yeah. Now, I don't take any medicine, so it didn't.
Healthy
really,
as a horse.
Well, I don't know about that, but I just don't take any medicine. But if I did, I would need one of those.
The timer caps?
Yeah, the timer caps. But when Keisha was showing that to people at the chamber meeting, I saw some of the older people. They were like, "Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah."
It's it's good stuff.
Yeah.
And we're distributing that from every branch, so anyone can go into St. Clair
Now,
or Sullivan.
Keisha did say that you were kind of limited on the gun locks. Is that what the trigger
Right.
locks?
So we have most of our funds went to purchasing the medical lock
Okay.
boxes,
All right.
and we started off with a supply of about 100 gun locks. But if we run out, we have this wonderful partnership with these foundations, with Foundations of Franklin County and also Prevent Ed, and it sounds like we'll be able to get more. So we're confident that we'll be able to keep this going as long as there's an interest there. So.
Do we have more time?
Sure.
Do we? I love how you always say that. You're always like,
sure.
Yeah, like we're on no schedule. So just kind of like a heads up, it's not like something that we've announced yet, but we will be announcing soon. By June 1st, one of the two branches that we have noticed we have a increasing Spanish-speaking population. We are going to be adding some adult fiction and nonfiction and also some children's picture books to our collection. Not a gigantic amount, but I think it's about 75 adult books and maybe about 100 and 150 picture books in Spanish. And we'll be adding them to our branch here and also our branch in Wright City. Those are the two locations that seem to have a larger Spanish-speaking population than our other locations. So we have already received the books. We're in the process of cataloging them. We're putting together a resource guide that's in Spanish, and we have an employee at the Sullivan branch who is fluent in Spanish and a native speaker, and she is translating some documents for us and some flyers and things like that into Spanish so we can publicize our collection and other resources we have. Because things like Hoopla, which has the ebooks and the audiobooks, downloadable stuff, they have a lot of Spanish language ebooks and the audiobooks on that as well. And so we got a flyer together we're creating that's going to have a list of all the different Spanish language resources. So if someone is trying to learn English, but it's not their native language and not as comfortable using English at this point, we'll have resources available for them. Also, some people, when they're trying to learn Spanish, picture books are a good way to do that too. So it goes both ways. Those picture books can be used by people who are trying to learn Spanish as well. So we were going to have those resources in the library, and we'll talk about that more probably in the coming months. But our plan is by June 1st to kick that off. And one of the two locations is going to be Sullivan, so I thought I'd mention that.
Most of the Spanish-speaking people in Sullivan that I interact with speak English better than I do. So.
Oh, really? That's good. That's good. Very
Coming
good.
from a radio guy, that's concerning.
Yeah. Although some of them have, what you see sometimes is that they do, or their kids do especially, but sometimes they have, parents that live with them that don't, that just don't really leave the house because they don't feel comfortable, speaking English at stores and places like that. So sometimes they have larger families living with them that English is not always as common or as comfortable for them, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Did you run out of stuff?
I could go on forever. Megan, you have anything else now? It's your turn now.
I don't think so. Just reminding people our website, which is scenicregional.org. Our community read website is thiscommunityreads.org, and you can always find us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, and we also have a YouTube channel. So,
or you could stop by the library.
Or you could stop by the library. We like options. We talk a lot with staff about offering people options. So you have your option of coming in person, and we welcome you to do that. But if it doesn't allow for your schedule, there's always options to use the library virtually.
And we have curbside pickup. If you can't get out of your car or you don't want to get out of your car, we can bring your items to you in the parking lot.
And you can schedule a meeting.
And
yes,
of course, with our meeting rooms. And you just love our meeting rooms.
I do.
How many meetings would you say you go to at the library every month?
Probably 2.
2? Wow.
Because they're having all the chamber right now. I think all of the chamber meetings, and then I don't know. Well, not recently, but the Arts Council was meeting there too. So I don't know if we're going to start meeting in.
You're on the Arts Council?
I think the Rotary meets there too.
Yeah, Rotary meets there, but I
Are you influential on the Arts Council?
I'm on the Arts Council.
I would love.
He is influential.
I would love to
He's
have.
He's an influencer.
I would love to have art permanently on display, either inside or outside of the Sullivan branch.
Yeah.
Hint, hint.
Well, that would be cool. The thing is I'm not artistic. I sing. And they consider that to be an art.
Do they have money? Do they place art places? They don't do things like that? Like there's that initiative of theirs
they
where
promote things that are artsy, I guess.
Okay.
And we try to raise money for a scholarship every year. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
but you know, like I can't think of her name. Zimmerman had the community art bus. And,
Yes.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we try to promote stuff like that, and then we try to give somebody that, you know, is in arts or something that wants to continue at East Central or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, in the arts, we try to give them a $500 scholarship.
We had two really nice pieces of artwork donated to us that we have at the Union branch that are permanently. But an outdoor sculpture was donated by who just passed away, actually, Larry Pogue, who is the head of the art department at East Central. And he donated us a sculpture, a piece of metalwork outside of our Union branch. And then another individual who also passed away, whose parents founded the Union Library back in the 1930s.
Oh, wow.
Bob Hansen, who owned the title company in Union, he donated like a sculpture that was carved by an African artist called the Readers that we have on permanent display inside the library. So I'm just kind of looking around for maybe an artist that's willing to donate something in the Sullivan area to put around the branch permanently, you know, as a permanent donation. But so keep your ears open because we'd like to add art. You know, we're kind of consider ourselves community/cultural centers, the libraries in each of our communities. I think having some artwork permanently either inside or outside on display would be a nice addition to our buildings. I think give it a unique flavor maybe for their community.
Sounds good.
I'm putting it all on you.
Well,
guys.
thanks.
No,
Yeah. Take that to your next meeting.
All right. All right. Well,
you just really have endless time, don't you? It just doesn't. Okay.
I'm not in any hurry.
I feel like now we should just keep on going, right?
It's a contest.
Well, I appreciate you guys being in
Thank
here.
you.
And it sounds like the library's doing well. Things are opening back up.
Yes.
We've been open.
We didn't really talk about too many programs or anything, but I know you guys always have.
Well, and next time when we're here, we're going to be talking a lot about summer reading programs.
Okay.
So, preview of coming attractions, summer reading program is happening as it always does, but we'll be here to talk in more detail about all things summer.
And if people go to our website, scenicregional.org, or sign up for our e-newsletter that comes out every month for free, it has all our programs and events for every branch in those, so people can check that out.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Campbell and Queen Megan, Megan Maurer from Scenic Regional Library. All right, that's it, folks. 28 minutes in front of 10 o'clock here on, and don't forget, we still have the White Mule Winery program coming up here this morning, about 10:05. As always, I would ask that you would say a prayer for the leadership of our country and the men and women who protect this great nation of ours. Also, the folks in Ukraine, they could certainly use our prayers. All of the people that work in healthcare or first responders, find a blood drive somewhere, go to redcrossblood.org. Sign the back of your driver's license, be an organ donor. Mike Gallagher is up next here on KTUI. And then Charlie Schlottig coming up at 10:05. Stay tuned.
Time is 9:33, and the current temperature is 55 degrees.
I'm Sam Scott for KTUI.
Provides the quick sear for bar marks and texture needed to properly finish sous vide. Use a portable alongside your larger conventional grill to create an instant sear zone and more juicy and flavorful food. Learn more at besthotgrill.com. Affordable, powerful, portable infrared grills at besthotgrill.com.
The Mike Gallagher Show.
Candace Owen was talking about how corrupt Ukraine is. So the New York Times contacts Candace Owens and says, what are you basing this on? And she said, how about articles from your own newspaper? And she sends them all these links that specifically talk about how corrupt Ukraine is. But it's like, you guys didn't even look through your own archives before you're trying to dunk on someone?
In the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike.
The corruption of the American media is so absolutely staggering. And I don't know if you've been following this Piers Morgan confrontation. Piers Morgan, I don't have any strong opinions about the guy. He's a British guy, and wasn't he on American Idol or America's Got Talent or one of those shows? And CNN, wasn't he CNN for a while? And then he got fired over in England. I don't care much about him, but I think he and Trump go way back. I believe he was on The Apprentice back in the day, right? Wasn't that Trump's show? And Piers Morgan and Donald Trump were friends. Well, now Piers Morgan is claiming that Trump erupted during a furious confrontation they supposedly had as they were being interviewed, as Trump was being interviewed at Mar-a-Lago. And they're hyping it. Oh, the furious way Donald Trump responded and replied, and this horrible World War III, right? Although it apparently didn't happen because Trump had the receipts. Now, they've done this to him for years. This is what they do to him. They lie about him constantly. Here's the audio that Trump revealed that shows it was nothing like the way it's being portrayed, with Trump abruptly ending an interview. That's the claim, is that Piers Morgan was grilling Trump about election integrity. And Trump got furious, supposedly, and stormed off the set. And that's what they show on the promos for this Piers Morgan interview on his podcast or whatever, wherever it is. Here's the audio that Trump released to prove, as cited by NBC. NBC took Trump's side on this. NBC evidently said Piers Morgan was lying and that they're deceiving people into thinking that something happened that did not. I know that isn't going to surprise you, but here's the audio that Trump released.
We have stupid people now running our country. The world is going to be blown to pieces.
The last question? You've done last question 4 times now, so I feel like you're lying at this point.
I just haven't asked you about very deceptive.
You said the last question 4 times.
This was a 20-minute I think it's fine. It's fine. It's fantastic in your opinion.
I wanted to end with the hole in one. I just haven't asked about the hole in one. Do you want to?
Go ahead.
You recently got a hole in one playing golf with Ernie S., one of the great golfers of the world. What was that like for you?
Well, it was great. He's a great guy, great player, one of the most beautiful swings, they say, in the history of golf, and very powerful. And I made it with him and actually 3 other tour pros, and it was quite a thrill.
Talk me through the shot.
Well, I hit the ball. It was hit well. It felt good. The wind was blowing hard into my face. It was a 5-iron that went 181 yards, and it went clank right into the hole. It landed on the green in one bounce, and it went clank. And Ernie, who's a low-key guy, one of the reasons he's acceptable, the Big Easy, right? But Ernie and the other pros started jumping up and down in the air. And I said, why are you guys so excited? He says, because we don't see hole-in-ones. They make, I guess, 1 every 3 tournaments, and then you have to be in the group. So it's.
Have you had one before?
I've had 7. This was a 7.
7 hole-in-one?
7. This was my 7, which isn't that high a number, believe it or not. If somebody plays golf, I hear the record is 49. Okay, people.
Did you buy a round of drinks in the bar after?
I don't know, but I would certainly have been happy to.
Well, you don't drink.
I don't drink, no.
It is traditional. You buy a round for everyone.
That is true.
Did you do that?
Probably happened. That probably happened because I own the club. I'm sure it happened.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for what you did.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Now, that was an amicable exchange. That's the way the interview ended. It ended with Piers Morgan. You can hear the aide, and I know the audio is a little bit hard to hear, but I want to make sure you understand what happened there. And this is the version, by the way. Let's play this cut. This is the promo that Piers Morgan and his, I don't know, podcast or whatever. Is this for a show that he has, I guess? I'm sure it's an online show. Here's how they're hyping the interview with Donald Trump by Piers Morgan.
Okay, Piers, I'm ready.
A former president in denial.
I'll be completely straight with you to your face. I think I'm a very honest man, much more honest than you, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a free and fair finish. You lost.
Only a fool would think
You
that.
think I'm a fool?
I do now, yeah.
With respect.
Excuse me.
Okay, with respect.
The legacy.
Face the hard evidence.
Excuse me.
The most explosive interview of the year.
I don't think you're real. This
I
is
realize
just
I'm not like.
very dishonest. Let's finish up the interview.
Morgan versus
Turn
Trump.
the camera up. Very dishonest.
Only on Talk TV.
Now they showed Trump storming out. Let's finish the interview. That was completely edited and totally deceptive about the actual interview. And do we have a clip, Derek, of NBC vindicating Trump on this? I mean, it's unreal how people buy this crap. And normal people get it. It's unreal. I mean, are you ready for this? You ready for MSNBC actually praising Governor Ron DeSantis here in Florida? Play cut 6. Listen to this. Simone Sanders, a former senior advisor and spokesperson for Kamala Harris, Chuck Todd, that hack, Philip Rucker, who's with the Washington Post, listen to what they said about Florida and Ron DeSantis and COVID.
One could argue that much has been, I was critical of Governor DeSantis, still am, during the height of COVID. Yeah. But if you really look at the numbers, Florida actually came out
a story to tell.
All right, he has a story to tell.
And the economy is strong.
And the economy is strong. I think the facts, though, are you got to look under, I mean, what he's doing with the math books makes no sense. Even Fox News analysts were like, he has to come up with an explanation for this.
You got to show the books.
And so it's not all rosy. And so I think I would just caution us from heaping a little too much praise on Ron DeSantis.
And I don't know if it's praise, because I think he's taken on risk.
Because Chuck Todd's got to be Chuck Todd. You can't give him too much credit. But things like little things like the economy, how to respond to COVID, not locking the state down, and it turned out people weren't dropping dead like flies in the streets of Florida. How about that? An MSNBC panel praising Ron DeSantis. And yep, that's as good as it's ever going to get from MSNBC. But it's true. It's true. And even an MSNBC panel led by that political hack and activist Chuck Todd had to admit it. Wow. 800-655-MIKE. Now, speaking of DeSantis in Florida, let's get this out on the table, because a huge decision made yesterday by the Florida legislature. DeSantis decided to take on Disney in a way that I'm sure no other governor, no other individual, Disney's never challenged here in Florida. And what they did, they are voting during a special session that would eliminate the protection and the special exemption that Disney has enjoyed for decades in Central Florida. Something called the Reedy Creek Project, or the Reedy Creek District. The Reedy Creek District is Disney World. Disney World does not get subjected to all the federal or all the Florida regulatory processes that everybody else has to go through. It's like their own fiefdom, literally. When you drive onto Disney property and you see the purple signs, they're different from normal state, like highway signs. That's because it's their own run territory. They've got their own police department. They got their own fire department. They have their own construction department. The roads, all of that is grandfathered in. Back in the 60s, Disney World was given protection or an exemption. There's a number of taxes they don't have to pay. They don't pay the taxes because they provide the services to that 60 square foot or 60 square mile area, right? Well, Disney came out against the parental notification bill that DeSantis recently signed into law. First, they stayed out of it, which a lot of people believe would have been the prudent thing to do. Instead, they waded into it, and they've kicked the sleeping dog. And Ron DeSantis said, all right, Disney, we're going to take away that exemption that you've enjoyed since Walt got it back in the 60s when he first took the swampland and turned it into Disney World. And this is going to hurt Disney in a big way. It's going to hurt Disney in a big, big way. If it goes through, I'm telling you right now, the shareholders have to be upset that this Chopek character and the Disney hierarchy decided to go down this path. Now, I guess it's kind of the consequence of what can happen to a woke corporation when they inject themselves into matters that have nothing to do with the product that they deliver to their consumers. It's all part of, I was on a panel, I moderated a panel last night about ESG. Companies need to be woke. You got to make sure that the diversity box is checked. You got to make sure that the climate change box is checked. Have you heard about ESG? All these investors and CEOs and all these muckety-mucks that I was on a panel with last night, they're just like, ESG is what we got to do. And of course, I'm the big mouth talk show host, and I want to scream, are you guys crazy? Do you know what you're going to do to your own companies? Let's dive into a woke company like Disney, woke companies like Amex and Major League Baseball, and all the way corporate America is being governed and dictated to by the activists. ESG, I want you to know all about it, and you will, next, here in the ReliefFactor.com studios.
Listen to Mike on all your Amazon Echo devices. Just tell Alexa to play The Mike Gallagher Show.
Excited to welcome Charlie Dombeck, a senior partner at Key City Capital and a practicing CPA, to Team Gallagher. I want you to know all about Key City Capital because my son Trevor has been telling me about the strategic opportunity of saving on your taxes and diversifying your portfolio into investing in real estate opportunities in landlord-friendly states like Texas, Florida, and Tennessee. That's what Key City Capital is all about. Your investment will offer a hedge against inflation and market volatility. You're going to save on your taxes. Charlie will protect your wealth and lower your tax liability. I want you to connect with Charlie Dombeck today at keycitycapital.com/Mike. That's keycitycapital.com/Mike. Well, I want Charlie to help you recover dollars that you unnecessarily pay in the form of federal and state income taxes. Great company. He's got a great reputation. Check it out today, keycitycapital.com/Mike.
Mike Gallagher.
Non-attorney spokesperson. Ad sponsored by Open Jar Concepts. Attention veterans and active duty military. If you were issued earplugs between 2002 and 2016 and were diagnosed with hearing loss or ringing in the ears, you may be entitled to compensation. The manufacturer of these military earplugs recently paid $9.1 million to resolve claims that their earplugs were defective, potentially exposing service members to damaging sound levels that could have resulted in hearing loss or tinnitus. If you or a loved one were issued earplugs and were diagnosed with tinnitus or hearing loss, don't wait. You fought for this country, and our attorneys want to fight for you. Call 800-587-9311 now for a free legal consultation and to see if you may be eligible to file a claim. Time restrictions may apply, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. So call 800-587-9311. Again, 800-587-9311. That's 800-587-9311.
Can't get enough of The Mike Gallagher Show? Subscribe to The Mike Gallagher Show podcast. You'll find the entire daily show available to stream or download on your schedule. Listen on your computer, your phone, where you want, when you want, 24/7. And that's not all. After the show, Mike takes the conversation online with the Mike Gallagher Backstage Pass. Provocative and fascinating guests behind the headlines join our podcast for long-form interviews and discuss today's vital issues. You'll gain exclusive access to in-depth insights from the most consequential voices in America today. Plus, you can also subscribe to the M&M Experience, a unique daily chat between Mike Gallagher and legendary talk show host Mark Davis. The best part of all, it's free. You can subscribe and download the Mike Gallagher Show podcast, the Mike Gallagher Backstage Pass, and the M&M Experience wherever you get your podcasts, like Apple, Spotify, or Google. Of course, you can always head over to MikeOnline.com and click the podcast banner for all of Mike's podcasts. The Mike Gallagher Show podcast, the Mike Gallagher Backstage Pass, and the M&M Experience. Subscribe today.
Every day in this country, police officers put on their badge to protect and serve our communities. That service comes with a great risk to their personal health and safety. Officers never know if today's the day that they'll leave their home, never to return. Their families bear that risk as well. That's why Mike Gallagher founded Gallagher's Heroes. Gallagher's Heroes Fallen Officer Fund supports the family of officers killed in the line of duty. We help meet the immediate needs of police families in the wake of unthinkable tragedy. We also provide the First Responders Bible free of charge to the brave men and women who help keep our communities safe every day. Please support law enforcement by contributing to Gallagher's Heroes Fallen Officer Fund. Go to Gallagher'sHeroes.org or call 888-99-I-GIVE. Let's show our police officers everywhere that we honor their commitment to our communities. That's Gallagher'sHeroes.org or 888-99-I-GIVE. Support brave police families today. Go to Gallagher'sHeroes.org or call 888-99-I-GIVE.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I love your product. I've been taking it now for 2.5 weeks. I love it. I've owned my own businesses all my life, and when you own, you naturally do more than what you expect anybody else to do. So I'm going to tell you, I love the capsules.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code BALANCE.
Gallagher.
Look, I get what DeSantis is doing with Disney, but I got to tell you, if you take away those special privileges they have, I'll guarantee you Disney does their police force, their roads, their fire and all that a lot cheaper than the city would or the state would. It'll just end up causing the state probably costing them more money. I wouldn't do it.
Oh, it's in many ways, it's kind of disastrous. In fact, anybody who's ever driven on the Disney property, the roads are pristine, all the landscaping, all that stuff is perfect. And if they lose the ability to do that, well, hey, it's going to hurt Disney. And that's the point. I'm a little bit surprised at some of my conservative colleagues who just love what DeSantis is doing with this, because you sort of feel like it's an overreach for a governor of a state and the legislature to punish a company for taking a position on a controversial piece of legislation. We don't like it when the left does it. We don't like it when but listen, I think Disney's going to find that they might have met their match with Ron DeSantis. But Disney is undoubtedly caving to the sort of what is ESG? What is ESG investment? I mean, ESG, the next frontier, the environmental, social, and governance policies of corporate America. Environmental, social, and governance, known as ESG. I think Glenn Beck talks a lot about it, and more people should, because it's going to destroy American companies. Disney could be really driving itself off a cliff because they decided to pick a fight with Ron DeSantis and the state of Florida. And Florida and Disney have always historically gotten along. The brilliance of what DeSantis is trying to do right now, and people don't know this outside of Florida, there's a lot of Floridians who resent the clout that Disney has here in the Sunshine State. They resent the influence, and they resent the exemption they got. Universal Studios doesn't have such an exemption. They got a big theme park, huge theme park over at Universal. They don't get to run their own fiefdom. Kaltbaum Capital Management President Gary Kaltbaum gave his take on investing in Disney, saying that for Disney to get involved and embroiled in a culture war battle over the Florida law that prohibits teachers from discussing gender identity and sexual orientation with kindergarten through third grade kids, this law, argues this Kaltbaum capital management president, who I'll bet he might have been at the event I was at last night. But I'm reading here at Fox Business, this law is immaterial for Disney's financial performance. Disney shareholders are the real losers of this controversy. And since the bill passed, Disney's stock is down about 10% as investors worry that the company will face political and consumer backlash for its woke stance. And now, here's DeSantis attempting to take away Disney World's special self-governance exemptions in the state due to its criticisms of the law. Disney's going to pay a heavy price if this continues. There's no way around that. And at the end of the day, it might be being driven by this insane ESG philosophy. You should have seen me last night on this panel. There's a brigadier general from NATO, head of a corporation, Michaels, former head of Michaels retailers, and they're all sitting around, and I've got the questions, and I'm the moderator. You know, I was there just to fulfill a function, talking about ESG, and they're all like, well, it's got to be part of what we do. You know, it's got to be climate change. Yeah, we've got to make sure. And it's destroying American companies, and it's the elephant in the room that none of those investors at the Noble Capital Markets huge conference last night over the Hard Rock Cafe seem to want to talk about. And that's the pushback to being woke. Well, we're going to talk about it. And we're going to keep talking about it. Lindsey Graham said something last night that got tongues wagging. He said the real leader of the GOP, it's not Kevin McCarthy, it's not Mitch McConnell. I'll bet you know who he's talking about. Stick around, more coming up from South Florida.
There's no other way to say it. The economy's a mess, impacting everything from grocery costs to credit card interest. If you're feeling the pinch of rising rates, maybe it's time for a cash-out refinance from Fellowship Home Loans, like I did. I've been telling you about the team at Fellowship Home Loans for some time now. They're the only mortgage lender I recommend and trust. There's never a better time right now than to call Fellowship Home Loans at 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453, or online, fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G. Rates are on the rise. The time to wait is over. Fellowship Home Loans might be the life preserver you need in these crazy times. Don't put it off any longer. Call my friends Mike, Brian, and the team at Fellowship Home Loans. We've set up a special number for you, 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453, or start the process online at fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G. fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G. They help me, and I know they can help you. Fellowship Home Loans.
Continental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Are you tired of seeing criminals, illegals, and corrupt politicians protected while our conservative values are constantly being threatened? I say it's time to stand up for America. A great way to do so is to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, like I have. They're standing up for you and for the future of America. AMAC is the conservative voice for mature Americans. They stand up for the causes that freedom-loving Americans share. By joining AMAC, you'll combine efforts with over 2.3 million members who share your values. And you'll receive exclusive benefits like discounts on travel, cell phone plans, and much more. Go to GallagherForAMAC.com and join or renew your membership today. For just $16 per year, you can become a member. It is time to protect faith, family, and freedom. Join AMAC today. Go to GallagherForAMAC.com. That's GallagherForAMAC.com. Take a stand for America. I'm proud to be an honorary lifetime member. Join me and join the team at AMAC today. Go to GallagherForAMAC.com.
Mike Gallagher.
First, we decide where.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
News Talk 1560 AM, 94.1 FM, KTUI, Sullivan. It's 10 o'clock.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
Rust Movie Productions LLC was fined the maximum, over $136,000, by New Mexico's Occupational Health and Safety Bureau on Wednesday after a cinematographer was fatally shot by actor Alec Baldwin on set. Occupational investigators found that this tragic incident never would have happened if Rust Movie Productions LLC had followed national film industry standards for firearm safety. The Justice Department has filed an appeal that seeks to reverse a judge's recent ruling that ended the nation's mask mandate on public transportation. The Centers for Disease Control and the Biden administration is asking for the appeal. Pennsylvania Senate candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz on Newsmax says the CDC has been playing political science when it comes to masks.
The CDC has been following not the science, but the political science.
USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 5500 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 5500. Enjoy.
Title 42 at the U.S.-Mexico border, should it stay or should it go?
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are expressing concerns about an increase of illegal immigrants at the southern border if the Biden administration lifts Title 42, the health directive imposed under the Trump administration to keep illegal immigrants out of the country during the pandemic. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy is no fan of rescinding the act and believes the administration wants open borders.
Some people say, well, this is just another foolish idea by an administration that has become famous for foolish ideas. And I'm not sure I agree with that. Sometimes when people act like they don't care, it's not an act.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
USFL football week 2 starts Friday afternoon and runs through the weekend. We are USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The public school district in Ludlow, Massachusetts is facing a lawsuit over its efforts to encourage children to experiment with alternate gender identities at school and hide that information from their parents. U.S. District Court lawsuit alleges school administrators and several employees at public schools have overreached their education mandate. As the United States continues to piecemeal support for Ukraine during Russia's onslaught of their country, John Bolton, former United Nations ambassador and national security advisor on Newsmax last night, says the way the Biden administration has dealt with Russia's aggression is a major failure.
Well, I think it's consistent with a range of things he's done over the past couple months to try and intimidate the U.S. and the West as a whole, try to deter us from taking necessary and appropriate steps to aid the Ukraine, and I think he's succeeded. I mean, I'm sorry to say this, we failed to deter Russia's invasion to begin with. That was a major U.S. Western failure, but now, not only are we not deterring Putin, he's deterring us, and this is the kind of thing that is important because it slows the delivery of assistance we need. I'll just give you one example of an effect of Putin's deterrence at work. Right now, there's a big debate going on inside the German government about giving heavy weapons assistance to Ukraine, which Germany has so far refused to do. That's the kind of split inside NATO that Putin thought he'd actually see more of and that he's working to expand.
I'm Lance Pry. This is USA Radio News.
Are you ready to
From the KTUI WeatherBug Weather Center for today, it's going to be partly sunny with a chance for a shower, the high 74. Clouds and a stray shower and thunderstorm tonight, the low 62. Isolated shower and thunderstorm to start Friday, otherwise sunshine, high 82. Partly cloudy skies Friday night, low 64. Sun 62. For KTUI, I'm meteorologist Jim Rinaldi.
KTUI time is 10:05, and the current temperature is 55 degrees. I'm Sam Scott for KTUI.
Hey, good morning and welcome back. Here we are live at the White Mule Winery on the high plains of Gasconade County. Here we are, 51 degrees here at airtime and
61.
61,
We're
Woody.
getting heat waves coming in. 61 degrees at airtime.
I thought you said 51.
Nope.
Woody walked by the thermometer and I asked him what the temperature was and I thought he said 50, but it is. I need to take off a layer of clothes then. About time to get rid of my long underwear, right, Woody?
I think I've seen 84 tomorrow.
I
84
seen that it was going to
something.
warm up tremendously, and we can use it because that will dissipate all the water that's sitting out there, and it'll make the grass grow really abundantly fast, and we're ready for those things. So welcome back here to the White Mule on KTUI, 1560 AM. 94.1 FM, or maybe you're watching this morning on Facebook Live. If so, welcome and good to have you aboard here. 61 degrees again at airtime, and you know, kind of a smoky gray, some blue poking through sky, but the sun is out, and those things are all great. We trust you had a good Easter and you know, a good couple of weeks here, and we also did, and we're just blessed and fortunate to be back and to have a good time here this morning with Woody. Woody is the first State Community Bank VP, and we usually have him on about, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, talking about what's going on in the economy. And has there ever been a lot of change, Woody, and just, you know, since the last time you were on, maybe 3 months ago or so, and the whole world changes shape almost in a very short period of time. And, you know, I know 6 months ago we didn't even think about inflation, you know, where we didn't talk about it a little bit a few months back, but here it is. We're staring it right in the face, and it's a big thing.
It's a little, I don't want to say scary out there, because, you know, the world, it always goes through phases and processes and, you know, ups and downs and whatever. But, you know, we do have record high inflation, and, you know, the Fed is going to combat that and try to slow that down. And it's just going to make for a little bit different banking and just, you know, financial atmosphere than we have experienced in the last 10 plus years.
Exactly, and really, you know, those of us that have seen a lot of it, of this before, there's really not a whole lot to fear, but there is a lot to manage, and one needs to think about how to manage in these particular times when you have, you know, things like gas and food and you know, going up at, you know, kind of record rates. We had been fortunate to see a gasoline at least be pretty stable in the last 3 or 5 years because there was excess supply globally in regard to that. And part of the reason for that, I don't hear people talking about it, because I think everybody wants to talk about one political view or the other in regard to energy prices. But to try to give an honest assessment of where we are, yes, we're energy, independent here in the U.S. for a period of time. Some changes did occur in regard to that, but if you look at the primary reason why there was an extra supply of gas and oil is because during COVID everything was shut down.
Correct.
And there was absolutely no reason, for people to go out. They didn't go out. So, people don't understand commodities to begin with. There is no huge storage, to take care of the supply and demand in regard to things like natural gas. There has some storage there, but when you don't need it, the pumps are shut down, it just stays down there, and it takes a while to get those things back in the pipeline. And that's just the way commodities are.
Back to everyday life, people are back on the roads and moving again, and it's funny that if you paid attention to news yesterday, Netflix threw out their earnings out, and it just plummeted. Well,
35%,
and gas prices are higher. Well, people are not staying at home. People are now going on the road, hitting the road, and spending fuel. So, it's just general economics that, yes, there's a war going on in Ukraine, and, there's all sorts of other stuff going on in the world, but general economics is probably the biggest driving force of gas prices right now, and it always will and always will be.
Of course, and, we need to rectify that. We need to look long-term, in regard to that. And I do think we need to continue to drill and, build pipelines and those particular things. But, you can't go back 3 months ago, or 6 months ago, or a year ago and say, that if the pipelines were built, it takes years, to get these wells up and going, to get the pipeline to them. So policy does make a difference. I'm not arguing that whatsoever. And we did shut policy down, what I'm saying? We did shut, policy down for a Green New Deal, so to speak, or whatever that means, but alternative energy, and we absolutely can't and shouldn't do that. We need to allow this transition, which is coming. I think it's pretty obvious, that to a lot of us that this change in how we do things and change in energy, we're right amongst it. Just look at Tesla. Tesla yesterday, or they announced where I don't know, they're going to basically, even though they're in China and even though they're in a lockdown kind of situation that is opening up, they're producing vehicles at record supply, and there's a marketplace for them, and they're going to increase their production 50% in 1 year.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. That is that the future. More than likely, electric cars are the future. I still think they are years and years and years away from, replacing a diesel engine in a semi. I don't think you can get to that level in battery powered, but back to the Green New Deal and whatnot, if you really want to have control over oil and making sure it's done right and doing it in a safe way, you don't just shut your country's gas supply off and buy from a foreign country, because you have no control on how they are manufacturing this and producing it. If you want control, making sure it's done right, well, you do it in your own country and you keep an eye on that stuff. I just can't fathom why they would just shut it down and try to import all this oil. But and that does have a part on the gas prices a little bit. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's a tough political winds to cross, but it is what it is. And when Elon Musk comes out and says you need to find a way to make gas cheaper, who makes money off electric cars, pay attention to that kind of stuff. That was a pretty big
It's a huge statement.
So
it's a huge statement, and he understands the bigger picture pretty obviously. And you gotta, sometimes you just gotta listen to them smart people, that have a handle on things. And I was listening yesterday to, the president of FedEx, and he was talking about the economy and where there's hot spots and where there's not in supply chain and those things. Well, when you do logistics and you do it in a global kind of situation, tell me you don't know anything about, what's going on out there and what supply lines are broken and what's not. And, the fact of the matter is that the supply lines are there, and a lot of this inflation is, it's profit oriented, Woody. You know what I'm saying there? The greed thing, you know what I'm saying? It is there, and people and companies are moving their price up because they can move their price up at this juncture. And some of that is real. There's no question about it. We see it right here. When prices move up in food, we pass that along, to the consumer. But you have to do that to some degree, but there's an awful lot of profit taking, on a lot of these things right now. And, that's really bad short term, but long term, it's going to cause more competition in that marketplace when people see that, whoever, widget makers, are doing unbelievably well making this. There's going to be more people can leverage and get into those particular businesses that will create more supply, and that's the bottom line to it.
And this is just in my opinion, this is just a big trickle effect over from the stimulus money. You give people money, they are going to spend it. That is how, money works. And they did that to stimulate the economy, and it absolutely worked through COVID. And now we're just seeing the back effects of that and this extremely high inflation. And now we got to pull back and say, all right, how do we stop people from spending money?
You raise interest rates as what?
That's one.
And that's not all your fault.
That's kind of step one. What they're trying to do to combat it is, get this interest. Cause they need to stop pulling, slow this down a little bit.
Well, and let's get down to the fundamentals here of what this is and why it makes a difference in people's lives. If you're borrowing money, okay, and you're borrowing money for, let's say, 4%, okay, and things that you're buying, housing and land and, cars or side-by-sides, okay, if they're going up at 10% rate, buy, right? Because your interest is only 4, they're going up at 10, you're making 6% by buying a side-by-side.
Correct.
That's just how it is. And houses are the same, or, we've seen such a bump in the past year on homes, and especially cheaper starter homes.
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Because
20+%. They are up 20%.
And some are even more. They're just going skyrocketing. And these starter homes, it's a good thing for young people to buy these, $100,000 homes or whatever they are. And they have a lot of equity, in them just over 2 or 3 year period of time. And a lot of them were smart enough to lock it in at 3% for 30 years, right?
Correct.
So it's kind of good for their portfolio. It's very good for their portfolio, but they've got to be able to make the payments and make their commitment while they're buying high food and gas.
And whenever you look at what the sudden drop in rates that we've seen during COVID, what that looked like, people that are used to paying a mortgage on a $200,000 home, all of a sudden you could do one of two things. With rates going down, you could just refinance your home and save you a couple $100 a month, Or you can go and you can buy, now you can buy a $300,000 home for the same payment that you're paying on your $200,000 home. You know, with rates going down, so people would do one of two things. They'd either refinance to save them money, or they would buy the next size house up and then list their house, and then, you know, it just turns and turns and turns. And at the end of the day, you have these people that are locked in on these great rates, which is phenomenal, with more cash to spend. So they take that cash, they spend it to buy the side-by-side now, which then they're buying more gas and buying more drinks and, you know, whatever, and it just, the cycle doesn't stop. And the government is trying to slow this down. That's what's going on.
And they have to.
They have to.
And to slow this down, you know, the example we just used, about, you know, interest rates. Interest rate has to be above what the inflation rate is. You know, if you're using that as everything else being equal, which I'm not saying that it is, but so, you know, we can expect in this, wherever this, we are at a high point of inflation, I would predict right now.
I hope so.
I don't know, but I think this 8% inflation rate, I think by the end of this year, you know, that we're going to see it, you know, down several points to where it is. I hope I'm right.
I mean, the Fed's trying to get it back down to the 2 to 3% range, because that's kind of what everything is built on. You know, you look at the people, you know, who this really affects is, you know, your people that are in retirement age. They're 65, 67 years old, and they're getting Social Security check. You know, they have projected, you know, whenever they retire, they have a projection of what the cost of living is going to be as they age.
Right.
You know, if you have 8% inflation every year for the next 5 or 6 years, all of a sudden these people gotta go back to work. They didn't plan for this whenever they retired. You know, their 401k or their, you know, the amount they're getting Social Security, their pension, cannot keep up with 8%. So, you know, this is a, you know, really big thing for them. You know, I heard something on Bloomberg the other day when I was driving to work that kind of shocked me. It's, you know, 8% inflation hurts the economy worse and hurts the lower middle class people worse than a recession does.
Of course it does.
You know,
I totally agree.
You know, you go by the book, and you know you have to stop this, and even if that means going into recession. Is that going to happen? You know, I don't know. You know, more than likely yes, but we can't predict what the future is going to look like there. But they're trying to get, you know, the Fed's goal is to try to balance this out so we have what they call a soft landing. They want to be able to get these rates to a sustainable level and not have an economy crash. That's what they're trying to find right now, is where is that balance? What does that look like? Right now it's projected that prime rate will be between 5.5% and 6% by the end of the year. Is that too aggressive? We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. And let's talk about that R word, you know, the recession, because, you know, you want to do your best to try to avoid that, at least long term, but that's part of the business cycle. You know, once the economy heats up, and we're seeing that heat up right now, everything's going up, you know, and people are spending lots of money. You know, wages are, you know, up. You know, they're not buying, they're buying less, you know, with the increase in wages, because everything else is going up. So, you know, and companies are taking profits. You know what I'm saying? Big companies are making huge amount of monies right now. You know, Netflix maybe not, but, you know.
There's always a winner and a loser.
Yeah, you know, so they do a lot, and everything goes up, up. And then, you know, the crash comes, okay? Then nobody's got any money left, you know what I'm saying? And so they stop buying everything. And then the GDP, the gross domestic product, aggregately falls very quickly. And you know, then people lose their jobs, you know, everything that they have devaluates, you know, to a big degree. You know, if you want to sell your home in a recession situation, that 20-30% that you've seen the last couple of years will be gone in 6 months. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And it happens boom, it happened fast, okay? It doesn't necessarily, recession doesn't stay down that long, but you know, it stays down long enough for all this liquidity, all this money to be taken back out of the economy and for people to feel poor again, you know? And so, you know, there you kind of have it. So you're right, the government wants to try to make this into a soft landing, but they have to get a hold of inflation. If they don't get a hold of inflation right now, if they don't do it, it's going to be just like the 90s, you know, that 19%, you know what I'm saying? Interest on a lot of these. I know agriculture because I was in it. I mean, it pretty bloody, you know. I mean, there's no way 20% interest you can make any money in any environment that I know of.
If you can make your payments, but the heck with making money, if you could make your payments, you know, at 18% interest, you know, there's a lot of good farmers that lost their farms in the 80s. It's a scary time. I don't think we're getting back to that. I think that's an extreme.
I do too.
But you know,
I think we're smarter. I hope we are. And the other thing about that, Woody, the other thing that I think is in this kind of climate that is so hard to get our handle on is that it's a global situation, you know, and everybody is looking at the same kind of gas prices. Everybody's looking at the food thing going up, and it's a global situation. So there are no global winners and losers. You know what I'm saying? In the overall economy, they're all in it together. So all the monetary policy, you know, globally is going to kind of work together, you know, in regard to this thing. And that wasn't the case, you know, back in the 70s. You know, it was only America that had overextended so much, and everybody else was, you know, they didn't. Nobody else had the buying power back then.
Correct.
You know, but now they're big players in the market. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And you know, you look back in the 80s and, you know, even 90s and early 2000s, a lot of the people that had money borrowed, they were on adjustable rates. You know, so whenever the Fed did make moves, those people's payments, you know, immediately took a hit. Well, a lot of these people are on a fixed rate. So raising the Fed rate, some people, it ain't going to affect for many, many years. So I'm curious to see what this looks like, because we've never been in a market before. Most people's mortgages are on a fixed rate. You know, a lot of people have a fixed rate, 30-year fixed rate mortgage. So with the Fed raising these rates, what does that do to that direct person? It's more going to impact your businesses, you know, your lines of credit, your things like that. So, and I think it will slow the housing market down, although, you know, a 30-year fixed rate mortgage today, we're back in the 5%. You know, we went up 2% in the last, call it 4 months. We're up in the 5s already, but that is not slowing down the buyers. There are still people, you know, you put your house on the market, there you have full price offers that day. So it's not slowing it down yet. And I think that is because most of the buyers and people today, they are more worried about payment than rate. If I can afford it,
right,
I want to buy it. So, you know, yeah, that brings their house down. Okay, I can't buy that $200,000 house. We got to slow this down and get down in the $150,000 range, which is fine. They're okay with that, as long as they can afford it, which is perfectly fine, because if you're on a fixed rate, if you can afford it, that's great. You know, people are complaining about 5% rates. Well, in the 90s, if you threw out the word 5%, I mean, there was people lined up. You know, Doug Dunlap, regional president at Owensville, he's my boss. He worked for FCS Financial. Yes. And he said when he first started there in the 90s that they ran out with a special program for people to build these chicken farm buildings. And he had families lining up at 10% interest, because that was the deal to get. Unheard of. 10% interest. They were lined up out the door to sign up for that program. You know, now we're talking about 5 or 6% rates, and people are scared like the world's going to collapse, and it'll be fine. Just
It will be, and you know, the best way to manage that, the best practical way to manage that, you know, we've been around for a while, you know. How old are you, Woody? We got married way before you were here. Yeah. But, you know, we had a policy at home, okay, that as soon as we could, when we first got married, we couldn't necessarily do it, but as soon as we reached a particular threshold of having, you know, some economics, you know, and this was on personal and also kind of on the farm too, but for personal, when the bill come in, it was paid that day. The check was written and the bill, you know, it was paid that day. When you get to that particular level, that's the way you manage things, okay? So you know at the end of the week whether or not, you know, or at the end of the month, whether or not, you know, you can stop and, you know, get that pair of shoes or, you know, go out to dinner. I mean, we didn't do much of that either with the family. But if you had any discretionary income, you know that exactly. And if you don't discipline yourself like that in these particular times, and you're living on, you know, a situation where, you know, look, Woody, you just fill your truck up 4 or 5 times, you know, or fill your vehicles up, you know, extravagantly, you know, by the end of the month, that's $500.
Yep.
And, you know, that's going to be $500 if you got a credit card, you know, that you're not accustomed to, right? You know, so it takes that absolute discipline to pay them bills as they come in, and if not, then you got to talk about them. Karen talked to me about fertilizer bills.
Yeah, those aren't cheap this year.
No, but you know, but those are decisions that you make. You know what I'm saying? And you get to a point where you put yourself in a position that you make those decisions, but you know what you're doing. And that is an absolute must for young people or anybody, you know what I'm saying, in this particular given time, to know where you're at every day.
No matter what you're doing, you know, you're running a business, you're buying whatever, you're a consumer spender, budget, you know, have a budget. That's the most important thing, is know where your money's going, and don't overspend.
That's easy to talk about. You know, somewhat harder to do, you know. I'm not really spending money when I'm going to Amazon, because I just press a button.
Yeah.
You know, and I said, yeah, I want this, and it comes in the mail.
Exactly.
You know, and since I don't watch the books,
yeah.
You know,
and that's why your wife talks to you about fertilizer bills.
Yeah, well, it's just the way it is. But things are going to be okay. People just need to grab a hold of their situation, still understand a good investment. You know what I'm saying? If you've got the time, you know, if you've got the money to go buy a capital expenditure, you know, I'm not going to tell you it might come down, and it will come down, but you know, if you can lock in those rates still at less than 5%, and you can afford that,
do it.
Do it.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, it could go up, and, you know, it could inflate another 30%, and then, you know, interest could cost you 7% in next year.
You don't know.
You don't know those particular things, and then you'll be behind the curve by, you know, a lot.
You're always going to have your people that have to, you know, see it all the time with, you know, principals and whatnot. You get a new job, you got to move to a different town. You know, you're always going to have a market for people that got to buy a house. Oh, I just graduated school, I got to buy my first home. Oh, my family's getting bigger, I got to buy my home. So I mean, you're always going to have a churn in the housing market. You're just not going to see it like we did the last couple years.
Right.
With record low interest rates. So.
Right, and you know, it's an expensive world out there, and you know, I mean, we're in the eating out business, you know, and we've been very blessed and fortunate, you know, but I can even tell, you know what I'm saying, we're ahead of where we were, you know, but I can tell the consumer is getting wary. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? The consumer is making, some choices that they didn't have to make, Wouldn't you agree, Gracie? Mm-hmm. They'll still, might come for a steak, but instead of ribeye, they might have a strip or something else. But that's just the way that things are, and we need to do it. But I mean, all of our costs, on the fundamentals like beer, and wine. I mean, wine bottles, Woody. I was shocked. We ordered them back in October.
Yeah.
We ordered them back in October, not knowing what they cost, but last year they cost 70 cents a piece.
Yep. And now they're $1.24.
You know what that is? It's gas.
Gasoline?
Gasoline. And, it's an oil base, so that's,
right.
what you use to make those with. And
right.
with that, anything bottles or glass is going to go up because your gas prices are high.
Partially. But they were also on a container ship, you know what I'm saying, out in the ocean, and that transportation, the shipping cost on that and the delay. I mean, we ordered them and, they've never had them, but these were all stuck out on a ship. So here's a situation, and nothing, I understand it, but here's a situation where price control, they they had the opportunity to create an absolute, more of a demand on their product because it was sitting out there in Long Beach, California in the ocean for 4 months or whatever it was. So they start raising those prices, beyond what they could have, because what are you going to do? We got grapes, hopefully we're going to grow, and we got to cut it in a bottle. So there's no question that there's profit taking happening.
And I'm afraid, things like global shipping and stuff, that won't go back down to where it was pre crazy times. That's probably up for good. It'll probably drop a little bit, but I don't think we'll ever see shipping costs being what they were pre-2019.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, there's just other things there, and for a lot of it is, that's one business that America's not into very big. We do not own very many global ships. We have diverted that to different, countries, and they were doing it a lot cheaper. And
they could build them for cheaper, probably, and it's a ship, so you can drive them over here, and it's that easy.
Right,
it makes sense.
We just usually hit the easy button on that, but China and Japan. I mean, the Greek. They've been in it for years, and they had the technology and built those ships there and whatever. So they've got the big, the big ocean cruisers. So, but the Ukrainian war, okay. I mean, there's something that really concerns me here, Woody, and maybe you can walk me through this and help me with this. But, wheat, I don't know what it is right now, but it went from about, around $4 or $5 a bushel, to somewhere around $12. I think it's down from that a little bit now. But wheat has basically doubled in a very short period of time. And wheat is the food of poor countries. Bread is an absolute staple, globally, but the poor countries and pasta, those are things that have been reasonably cheap. But when that doubles in price, okay, and when the shipping, that has increased goes on to those particular things, and the processors, where's that going to put the world in regard to hunger? It's scary. Yep. That part of it is scary to me, and we don't know whether Ukraine, who supplies 40% of the global wheat, okay, we don't know whether or not, the Donbas region,
if
that's all flat, whether or not they're going to get anything going there because they're getting bombed every day. The farmers are out there going around bombs in their field trying to plant and trying to do whatever, and they've got a machine gun in their tractor. I mean, my God, Woody, my hat's off to them guys. We need let's bring them people to America. You know, I mean, let's open the immigration up and let's get some Ukrainians in this country, in all honesty, and don't send them through the Mexican border to get here. We need that kind of spirit. We need that kind of fight. We need that kind of tenacity here back in this country to stand up and fight for what you think is right, and put it all on the line for something you believe. That's inspiring to me.
It's fantastic.
I mean, I carry a gun inside my side.
Yeah,
you
you
know.
see a coyote, but a little bit different.
You think so?
I don't call me. No. You know, and back to that wheat. Yeah, say they do get a crop in.
Right.
But as of right now, it is my understanding that the Russians already have invaded the ports.
Exactly.
So how are they ever going to ship it? I mean, if they get it grown, that's great. How you can get out of the country? And you know, that's why wheat is so high, because it's not. It's got to get it here too.
And not only the port, there's not a bridge on a major highway. You know what I'm saying?
That hasn't bombed.
That hasn't been bombed. And how are they going to, you know, get that crop in and out? And it's going to take a Herculaneum effort. You know what I'm saying? Globally, to help those people rebuild that country, and they're so important to the world and what they produce. I mean, that ground out in eastern Ukraine is just as good as Iowa. You know what I'm saying? And them farmers are good. You know, it was kind of interesting to see one of the farmers that had a gun on there. He had a Bluetooth in his ear. And driving at night. Well, I'm serious. You
That's
know.
awesome.
He wasn't driving a Polaris tractor either. It was a John Deere.
Right.
You know, so.
Good.
So anyway, things are changing, you know, but I am inspired by the Ukrainian people, and I hope, you know, that's the only thing that this country has agreed on in the last 5 years, was go help them.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, there's a few non-sayers out there that still don't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? But that's one thing that the country is united about, is to go help those freedom-seeking people. And that's kind of inspiring, because you know that we can come together and do something. And we're all paying a high price, you know what I'm saying, for doing that. But so be it.
Yep.
So, coming back to Earth here, you know, we talked about, you know, a lot of particular things here, but we haven't talked about, you know, some of the little more positive situations for some older people, you know, that have some cash on hand. We have seen, and we will see, a little bit of an increase, you know what I'm saying?
Finally.
In the interest, you know, that they have sought their life to live on, you know. And what do you think about those rates, and what can people look at?
No, there's no doubt that, you know, if rates get up to the sixes or, you know, whatever, you're going to see your CD rates come up. They always will lag interest rates, because, you know, again, general economy, if a bank's got, you know, you owe the bank at 3%, they're not going to be able to pay you 4%. That bank ain't going to be in town for very long. Right. So there will be a lag, but the CD rates will lag behind, and we will see an increase in them. I don't know when, and every bank's going to be different. Some are going to go up a little bit quicker than others, but people with money in the bank, you know, I would tell you to just be patient, and you'll see it.
What is the overnight rate now? Do you follow that?
I don't know exactly what it is. No, it's...
So, and that's a big factor in regard to that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So the overnight rate is what big banks charge other banks for the overnight rate. And before you see, you know, the consumer benefiting, you know what I'm saying, from there who has money, you got to see that overnight rate go up. So there's another M1 or another money supply, right?
Correct.
Am I correct?
You're correct.
So there's another M1 or another money supply there for the banks that are borrowing money to go to that's competitive, correct?
Correct. And you're going to see it, banks are going to get really competitive once people start spending their money. Once the bank is at, people are still flush with cash. Deposit accounts, across the country are still higher than they've been in many years. Once you see those start dropping, your deposit accounts, people start spending their money, then banks have to raise their CD rates up to get money back in the banking system. So.
Yeah, it's a cycle. It's we are in it. Manage what you have on hand, and what your anticipation. The job market is bullish. I mean, there are still so many help wanted signs. So many people hiring now, and good jobs.
Yeah.
I think good jobs out there.
There's a lot of good jobs out there, and wage growth is tremendously is obviously heading north too. It's not keeping up with inflation or anywhere close to that, but it's still, we're still increasing wage growth, and I think the last job report came out favorable, and I'm optimistic. I think we're going to have a little bit of a tough time ahead, but it'll all work out. The economy will churn, and we'll get through it.
And the political power that happens to be there, whoever that is at any given time, they get the majority of the blame, and they get the majority of the credit, which isn't necessarily exactly how it is. You know what I'm saying? The economy has cycles to it, and yes, policy makes a big difference on it. But most of the time, policy decisions, follow. The economy follows that by a period of time. And it's not as immediate as they once think. So, farmland here and real estate. I don't follow the commercial. But, has those things in your areas here, has commercial real estate increased in value, or is it pretty stagnant?
Everything's increased. The last few, everything is just unbelievable. It has gotten so hot. I think we're at the peak. I think we're going to go flat for a while, and then we'll see a slow roll off. But that could be way off. But my opinion would be, that real estate, we're at the top of the market now. These rising rates are going to start slowing people down because people just don't have the buying power that they had when interest rates were low. So I think you're going to see, your home, say you bought it and it was a $100,000 home, it increased to a $120,000 home in 2 years without you doing anything to it, just because that's the market did. You're going to see that equity start fading away. And the ground prices go down. In my 9 years of banking, I've been doing it for 9 years now, land values have never dropped. They've only went flat. We might see ground values drop.
Well, they have spiraled up unbelievably in the last 2 years.
Correct. And I'm not saying they have to go down. They might, but I'm not saying if you have some money and you want to invest in ground, it's never a bad time to invest in ground. You might get into it a little bit behind the curve right now, or a little ahead of the curve, however you want to look at it. But ground is never a bad investment. People are it's still going to go up. God only made so much ground when he built the earth. They're not making any more of that, so it will
try to make some out there this season.
Yeah, but Russia's blowing it up, so it's one or the other.
That's very true. So, land is an absolute good investment. Homes, affordable housing for whatever you are, is probably the best investment you can still do.
90% of Americans, I would say, their home is their biggest asset. So, you're going to get out of what we just went into, where your home increases 30% in value overnight. Those days are probably behind us. But still, your home is a good investment. Rates are in the 5% range. That's still a great rate to be locked in for 30 years. And there are other options out there other than a 30-year fixed rate mortgage too. again, in the last 10 years, we've never really explored those with most of my borrowers because the rates were so good you couldn't. Now you can still get money in the, locked in for 5 years in the low to mid 4s. Maybe you want to do an adjustable rate and lock it in for 5 years and, kind of gamble on the rates dropping back down. There's other options out there.
It don't do me a whole lot of good.
No.
To, get a 30-year fix. Because, the math just don't,
I don't know.
Probably, you don't know, but, but, okay, you tell me this, because I read recently where, the U.S. government is somewhere around $30 trillion, give or take, a couple billion or whatever. They're $30 trillion in debt, okay? But the amount of personal income, or the amount of personal assets in the next 10 years that's going to be transferred from the millennials, to unos, in the next 10 years is somewhere between 50 and 60 trillion dollars. That's how much, wealth there is out here that's going to be transferred from my generation to your generation. And it's happening as we speak. Because you know what? I shouldn't say, well, my sympathy out to the Davis family, of course. They lost Peg this week, and my sympathy to that great family. But Steve Bochting, you know what I'm saying, another stalwart of the community at Herman yesterday, and Mr. Voss, Don Voss at Buford. These are wonderful, wonderful people that have worked tirelessly and supported their communities and built substantial wealth through their lifetime. What's going to happen to that, Woody? You can see it now. What is your generation doing with that wealth?
It's, when you said that 30 trillion, I looked it up. I'm trying to look it up again here, but I think that pencils out to about $89,000 per person in the United States. We're about $89,000 in debt, which that is getting to be a lot of money.
To owe the government.
The government's $89,000.
Well, you owe it.
Exactly.
We owe it.
Exactly. There's what's the fix? I don't know. I have bright futures for the next generation. They're kind of they're innovators. They're going to see what's the next big thing. How are we going to make money the next big way? Technology. What's the future look like? Well, we're building the future. Sometimes I don't like what that looks like, but they're building the future, and they are investing.
Are they squandering it all? Are they? I mean, you're going to spend some money foolishly or whatever, but most of them, they're not.
They take over the family legacy, and they just keep going. Sometimes, the bosses, I believe that they just bought the grocery store in Germany. So they're trying to keep investing and, living on whatever that may be. No, there's some that they're just going to go spend it, and grandpa dies and kicks the bucket. You take his money, you go to Vegas, and you have a fun weekend. Don't recommend that, but there's going to be people out there do that. There's going to be people that just build that legacy on, and everything in between.
It's a lot of money to transfer. It's historic. It's unbelievable. It has the ability to change lives for generations and generations. And I think you're exactly right. Some will continue those businesses. Some will continue, that entrepreneurship that built a lot of that. Some will invest it wisely, and some will not. But it is a lot of money to transfer, and I just hope and pray that, things like the capital gains, that we don't try to pay off the 30 trillion. Well, we won't pay it off. That's the daggone problem. But things like capital gains, I'm saying, where you could lose, 20, 40%, I'm saying, of this transfer of wealth, if we lose that,
you can't, because
nobody,
those are the people that run.
there ain't going to be nothing left.
No, you can't. Yes, it's a significant amount, but that amount is only going to go up in generations to come. The dollar, the value of the dollar. If you had $100,000 even in 2000, that today is probably worth $130,000. It's only going to continue to go up. The debt, the amount of wealth that's transferred generation to generation, it's only going to increase over time. It has to. So if you stop and you try to tax all this money to pay off your debt, you're going to really slow down this economy.
Oh yeah, you'll
kill it.
You'll kill it. But I don't think there's a certain amount of people in Washington D.C. that understand that or really care.
No.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a break here, talking with Woody Schlottick. Soon another father to be with twins coming on the way here. We didn't talk much about family, Woody, but
family's doing well.
we had a wonderful Easter together, and Devin is doing wonderfully, and Sam said this morning. Well, Sam said he seen Devin.
Yeah,
seen Devin yesterday. He said he thinks he's showing more than. I'm sorry, Sam, but you set me up on that.
Sorry,
and I
Sam,
know that I'm showing, huh?
Said, sorry, Sam, I shouldn't have told you yet.
I know that I'm showing more.
Yeah.
No, she looks great.
Family's doing well.
Everybody's wonderful. And so we're going to take a break here on KTUI, 1560 AM, 94.1 FM, our Facebook Live, and see what Grace has for us coming up this weekend in our neck of the woods.
The Onslow Moose Lodge is having a breakfast Sunday, April 24th from 9 to 11 a.m. They'll be serving sausage, bacon, eggs, potatoes, biscuits, and gravy, and that is $8 a person. That's at the Onslow Moose Lodge. There will be a drive-through or eat inside barbecue on Friday, April 22nd at the Onslow VFW, post 6133. They will start serving at 10 a.m. All dinners are $12, sandwiches are $6, and children's plates are half price. And this Friday at the White Mule, we will be serving steak, shrimp, beef kebabs, and chicken parmesan from 5 until 8:30. Saturday, we will have pizza, wings, and hamburgers from noon until 5, and then steaks after that. Sunday is all-you-can-eat pan-fried chicken and roast beef from 11 until 3:30. And Dave Benson will be here this Sunday at 2 o'clock.
I think it's time. Easter is over. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking the weather. Hopefully, I don't know what the weather forecast is going to be, but Dave will bring some people in. And time to get out dancing a little bit and doing a little celebrating. So if you ain't got anything planned, make plans now to come out and visit with us this weekend. We'll be here. We'll be open or take in the barbecue at Onslow or the breakfast, and support those wonderful local institutions. So
sunny and 82 Friday and Saturday, so great time to get out. And
it is a good time. People might even find a few Easter eggs left around here.
Never know. Get out and spend that money.
I was just really surprised, Woody. Gracie and Mom did this adult Easter egg hunt this weekend, and actually Karen and Sister Kathy did one several years back. The people were ready to get out. The parking lot was totally full here. How many eggs did you hide?
420.
420 eggs, and they all had different things in them, And how many was turned back in?
We didn't count. I'm sure there's some out there. So.
But you had little prizes in it, and the golden egg had, some was for a beer or wine, and some was the prize though was for
the
family.
golden egg. Yep, dinner for 4, drinks and dinner. Yep.
Dinner for 4.
Who won who found the golden egg? Do you know?
Some gal from Lynn.
Fantastic.
Actually, the Dudenhofer. I probably shouldn't mention the name, but the Dudenhofer. They was with them, and everybody was excited. I mean, I come in here and
everybody was hooping and hollering,
and everybody just had phenomenal time.
Fun.
So
great.
We're going to do it next year. And the golden egg, I'm going to have the cows out there. The golden egg might be implanted.
Oh boy.
In the cow patty. but it'll be worth the search. No. Okay, so Woody, it's always a pleasure.
Thanks for the invite.
Good to be, always good to have you, and appreciate you. Just a word about your father-in-law's, you know, out in the state running for U.S. Senate, and you know, we went to an event that was very, very well attended down in St. Louis a couple of weeks ago, and he's got a great team behind him, and I know that there's a lot of big guys running in this thing, but Dave will make his mark, and he is working his butt off, and I can't, if people even consider all of the personalities and all the people that are there, and don't realize who Dave Schatz is, get to know him, because he will represent Missouri in the best light possible, and he's a real person, you know, that you know, has been there and done so much things. So God bless him for doing what he's doing, and of course, good luck for him, and we're going to do what we can for him, and I know that you and the kids are too.
He's the man for the job. We just need to get him in there. So.
Exactly right. So good for you to be along, and we'll be working cows soon, Woody. You know?
Take my tie off.
Well, not today, maybe, but I don't know. But okay, Gracie, we'll see you next week, and we'll probably see you before then. You know.
Maybe not.
Sam might take us off the air for my comment about it. You know?
We haven't been live since then. I heard the plug.
Good to have you along on KTUI, and we'll see you next week. God bless you.
Have burned down structures and